Hi. Hi, guys. Can you hear me? I'm out of breath. But just let me know that you could still hear me even if I'm short of breath, as if I'm like struggling through life. Whew. I had to come on. For the state of Pennsylvania. Let me wait, hang on. I'm looking at StreamYard chat. I hate that. I don't know who's definitely here and who's not. Let me pull all you lovelies up on my phone. Excuse me. Hi, Rosie. That's Rosie Mark Utter Baby. Excuse me again. Hi, Christine. I'm happy you're here. Ed. This drama. It's days of our lives. They're not good though. Hi, Lace. The pretty name. Hi, Carlos. How are you? Mia, baby. I should make sure I don't want to miss anybody. I checked my phone. Oh, Kevin. Hi, Kevin. You feeling better? I hope you're feeling better. We did miss, but thank you for stopping in the other night anyway. But we did miss you. But I was sick, so I know it's. Oh, good. Thumbs up. Because I was looking for you then, and I said, "Oh, poor Kevin's probably, he's sick." But I was telling him, like, today can't get any crazier with everything that had been going on. And then when you had texted me about the shooting at the hospital, I thought, let me ask Kevin if anyone else was killed, because at that point it was only one, which it was still only one. For anybody in the chat, that when we were discussing that, I didn't know anything further. It was only one person. Last I read last night, it was her ex-boyfriend that killed this poor. She was just finishing her shift. I don't know if she was a nurse or what, but he killed her in the parking lot, and then he took off. They had full description of the vehicle he was in, and if I'm not mistaken, from what I read, and this is at Geisinger Danville Hospital was where he killed her. From what I read is that he was caught. He was, of course, driving whatever the vehicle was. Shot himself, I guess, as the fool was driving. Car catches fire, of course, crashes, but it ends up being him. So that boob, it's one thing like, I'm going to kill her. I don't even know the circumstances. I'm going to kill her. And he did. But then he gets in his car. I'm going to pick one. I'm going to drive right into that tree. 2, I've said it a few times, I'm going to set myself on fire if anything else goes wrong today. Or 3, I'm going to shoot myself. No, this dude obviously is one of those that can't make up his mind on anything. So, you know what? I'm going to drive. I am going to shoot myself. And then I'm going to crash the shit out of this car. And not only do that, hopefully I'll be ejected, to which he was. So he's gone. But the sad part is she's gone. And I was like, this was a beyond senseless, killing for her. And then, like, usually here, then what? These guys take off. They think they're going to get away with it. They're going to find a new broad. No. And he shot himself in the car. Highly intelligent. Yeah, and catch yourself on fire then, and then be ejected. So, yeah, I was hoping no one else died, but he died. So, boom, bye-bye. Yes, Kevin, all before New Year's, because it was too much. I'm like, I've had enough. Anything else bad that happens, I don't want to talk to any of you. I had not saying another word. Oh, hi, I am Shelly. Let me get back now to my phone so I can look and see. I like to say hello. I don't like to miss anyone. I'm not rude. Hi, Shelly. Thank you so much for getting here on such short notice. Hi, Paula. How are you? Happy New Year, everybody. I hope everybody had a great New Year. I chilled. My son came over with a new girl that I guess is his girlfriend. He never I don't know where she came from, but it's his girlfriend. Now, I don't know. But they were in his bedroom hanging out, and I'm in my room, and I was like, oh, of all New Year's Eves for me to be here in this room. Then I'm like, in my head, I'm like, God, are they doing it? I hope they're not doing it. It's her first time here. Nobody better be doing anything. Ed said, no, nobody ever told this guy yeah. Well, let's put, you figure the idiot got back in his car after shooting her and just figured, I'm going out in a blaze of glory. I'm going to take several routes to ensure I kill myself. To which he did. Yes, Kevin. So then I'm in my room and I'm like, those two, oh my God, she's so sweet. Like it was right before midnight. And then I'm like, okay, I don't know you. Are you his girlfriend? Are you not? Nonetheless, I'm like, all right, I'll be back, guys. Because it was like 45 seconds till the ball dropped. Because I'm thinking, oh, they're going to want to kiss. And I'm like, oh, God. I don't. And for a minute, I'm like, what's her name? What did he say? Her name was super cute girl. But I pretended that I waited a bit. And then I came back in. I'm like, is it midnight? Yeah. He goes like, yeah, Mom. That was like 10 minutes ago when you were here. I'm like, oh my God. I said, I forgot. Time flies by. Give me a hug and kiss, guys. And then I said, all right, have fun. And then as I walked away, I should have been like, all right, behave. Are you sleep? I'm almost was like, are you going to sleep here? She's sleeping here? Because if she is, Nico is sleeping in Mom's room tonight. Guys, just for the record, she did stay here. They're hot and heavy now. It's like they haven't been apart. My father kept going, who's the girl with Nico? I go, it's his girlfriend. He goes, he doesn't have a girlfriend. He does now, Dad. I don't, where's she from? Who's her parents? I go, Dad, listen, I don't know her. I don't even know her last name. Please, come on. I had a lot on my mind with stuff that doesn't involve me on YouTube, and you want me to know who the girl is upstairs with Nico. I spent the rest of my evening, Dad, making sure I didn't hear any doing it sounds, because I would have had to go and I would have slept in my car. Yeah, and she was very nice, but in my head I was like, you vixen, stay in here. You're sleeping here tonight. He came in my room like, oh, does she need sweatpants or anything, Nico? Like pajamas? He goes, no, she's all right. I'm like thinking, well, is she? Is she? Did she bring a bag with clothes in it? Because I didn't see that, but and he came in, he's like, oh, Mom, you have makeup remover for Chloe. Do I have makeup remover for Chloe? She's taking her makeup off? She's that comfortable with you? I don't know if any of my exes ever saw me without my makeup on. I could be up 8 a.m. and I'm like, dewy looking good. I go, yeah, here, it's new. And I'm thinking, let her, here, I go here, give her the wipes. He goes, no, this is good enough. I go, give her both. Stop it. You're going to get rowdy now with me? Because you have balls and a girlfriend? And that was it. And look, they're together now. I lied. It's over. It's over. My son is with the girl now. I'm nothing. What am I? Who am I? I'm his mother that has the makeup remover. Great night. I thought about that too, because then I was like, oh, you want to sleep over? Whoa, you wait, because this house we don't have fun. We start having fun at 3 a.m. And you better be hungry. But he didn't. My dad didn't get up. That I made him a huge meal though, like a big time seafood boil. So he must have been really stuffed, because otherwise, you better be hungry. Because if he knows people are here, he wants everybody to eat. But no, he didn't get up. He knew she was here, and then he thought, my poor dad, he's 85, but he thought she never left. He goes, geez, does Nico's girlfriend have a family? I said, yeah. Why would you even ask that? He's like, she's been here a long time. I'm like, Dad, she's gone home. She just came back. Oh, here you go. I guess she says, oh, geez, I thought she was moving in. And I did have a good response from you guys when I was talking with how he was talking crazy with bills the other night. I go, Dad, she can't. We're going to be homeless soon. We can't afford to feed any more mouths. We're going to be homeless. We can't let Chloe move in. We may have to go move in with Chloe. And Chloe is a sweet girl, but that's Nico's new woman. So if we're homeless, it's going to only be you and me because Nico's going to go with his new Chloe. What the past couple of days, it just, my cousins, everybody's texting me Happy New Year. Where's Nico? And I'm like, oh, he's with the girl. And they're like, huh? We were just all together Christmas Eve. He said he didn't have a girlfriend. I'm like, I know. Yeah. They move quick. This generation moves very, very quick. And I said to my wife, it's Nadine, I'm like, she took her makeup off. Nadine's like as if it was like blasphemy. What? What? Like, yes, she took her makeup off. It's like their first date. Good for her for being that confident. But I was just like, it's a different world, like everything is a different breed than, I guess, when, back in our day with our big hair and our makeup on and our eyeliner, you pretend that you always look Aquanet good. They don't care now, I guess, which is a good thing, but still on. Like, I do have sweatpants if she wants to use, if she needs a pair, just know that. Kevin, what are you doing? What do you need a wingman for? Kevin, let me look and see here. She's here now, and they're playing music in his room. That the bass right now is so loud. I feel like it's hurting my heart a little. Like it's real. We're pumping big time, like it's a club. And what the hell are they doing in there? You can't talk with it that loud. Should we ask? Nico will be 22 in February, but he's only dated girls. Like this to me this is different. This is different. So, yeah. I may need you here. I may ninja need you here because you just never know. You just don't know. Yeah, it's because he goes to school and then when he works all summer, but they work away. His headquarters is in Arizona, so he's not here from like April to August. So he's a really good, like his head on straight, hard worker, school. So he's only dated girls since high school. So this, this is different. Yes, Paula, you know what? It's so weird. I remember my mother would say goofy things like about, when I would have a boyfriend, or, I lost you now. And I was so like, no, ew, don't say that. But then when you are the parent, yeah, it's a sucky feeling. Green, I said, oh, then leave him alone. I am leaving him alone. I'm leaving him alone. Don't worry. He'd kill me. He'd kill me. All I did was when I walked by the room just now and the door was closed, I just yelled loud enough above the beat, above the music, I'm shutting my door because I'm going to do a live now. Oh, and he just said, okay. And that was it. And they were probably like, whew. He probably thought, oh, good. She'll be busy for the next day. But whatever. Aw, thanks, Mark. I'm in shock with it right now. The good thing about my dad being deaf is he can't hear that bass because, oh boy, now that he's more and more confused, he probably would be up here. He'd probably just walk right in on them and be like, what's going on in here? I pay the bills. Turn that off. We're gonna be, did your mother not tell you we're gonna be homeless? Yeah, those are the benefits of being deaf, is when we say stupid stuff. And I'm like, you could say he can't hear you. Rosie, I mean, when New Year's Eve, literally, I said, I'm not going over Nadine's tonight. I said, and I'm going to cook for Pop. So do you want some shrimp or something? Literally, this is 2 p.m. New Year's Eve. Oh, I'm going out with the girl. We're going for dinner, and then we're going to come back here. Wait a minute. Whoa. Wait, it's still daylight. I don't know. I haven't had a drink for New Year's. What? He goes, we're going out for dinner. And because it threw me off, didn't Didn't even ask her name. Didn't even ask, like, oh, have you met her before? Because you've never said anything. So could have been their third date, or he just met her this week. I don't know. Because Nico is he'd be like just annoyed after he'd like, just be like, Mom, really? Stop. So she was throwing the info at me. She's like, oh, yeah, I live with my grandfather, and he's so sweet. Like, oh, Nico talks about his pop, and I'm like, oh, okay, so you live with your grandfather. I didn't ask anything else. And she was so nice, but I'm like, oh God, I'll get any information I'm eventually going to need. It's going to be when he leaves the room, and she'll tell me anything, because she was like cute, super talkative. I was like, all right, settle down now. Let's not have too much fun here. Because I was lighting a candle in the bathroom, and I heard her when she walked back into Nico's room. She went, oh, your mom is making it so nice for us here. No, like, what? What does that mean? You think I'm setting the bathroom ambiance for you two lovers? No. Mom's making it so nice here. No, I'm not. I'm lighting that in case at 2 a.m. bacon starts frying out. Yeah, I'm setting the mood. Next, I'm going to put on some Barry White for you two lovers. Oh my God. I took a Xanax that night. Listen, I have a prescription. I don't need Xanax until bedtime. I took one that night because I was either worried about, oh, Dad, don't start a fire. Please just sleep. Nico, if you are going to do it, oh God, I hope nothing's loud. I'd rather hear that bass music all night, which I didn't. I don't know. I think I did pass out first, which sometimes, we do things. I'm like, first that goddamn time. So, I passed out first. So that was great. I woke up this morning. She was still here. She's like, oh, Chloe's going to go home soon. I'm like, all right. Okay. And then she was back last night. She was already back. She's back now. God bless her. She's a doll. But I am a mother who I like to ask stuff. I don't ask him a lot because he doesn't do this a lot. So it was just to me, different that on New Year's Eve, maybe it was just going to be a date and then they really liked each other. I don't know. I don't know. But my chest I really feel like I should have a drink in my hand, and I should be there should be a dance floor somewhere. Like the music's pumping hardcore. They're having a blast in there. God. Hi, Sugar Beat. Happy New Year. Yeah, Barry White, Al Green. I mean, all of it. Like, well, I lit the candle. What else can I do for you two lovers? You want mommy to call and get a hot tub? Mommy will get you a hot tub. The SNL act. Lovers. That's all that is going through my head. When she said ambiance, I'm like, no, I'm not. This is the bathroom. And you two are not allowed in here together. No. Condolences. Oh, me, I told you you'd love it. Anyone that has not yet watched Dead to Me. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry. The Wi-Fi trip, because he's using up too much energy with the music in there. It is so a mom thing, Sugar Beat. That's right. God forbid when I said I have to do a live show now. These, like, this day and age, it's like the live shows where like the pervs call the numbers, and there's like the girls at home like doing the crazy OnlyFans stuff. Well, I wonder if she's thinking like, what kind of show is your mother doing in that room? Just as curious as I am as to what they're doing in his room right now, I kind of do enjoy that. She's probably like, show? A show? She probably didn't even ask him. Then go tell everybody, like, Nico's mom does OnlyFans at night. No, yeah, she's a nurse, but she like said right to us she had to do a show that night, and she was closing her door. Oh God, the fact that I said that, he'll probably be like, you could have just closed your door. Even then, just to say something as kooky as, oh no, she has a YouTube channel. She got real weird during COVID and started a channel. And yeah, they talk about murderers and music. My mom's nuts. Well, you want to bring her over? You bring her over. That's fine, no problem. But mommy has a show to do. I have to get ready. Oh God, hang on. I should have put a swig of something in this because we got lots to talk about. Everybody been, murders, music, and just maniacs here. We have maniacs right here. My town, Kevin, your town, my home. We had a lot going on in my own street, like the dead squirrels. I got the dead squirrel. Like, I swear, I couldn't make it up. No one would believe me if they didn't already, like, they didn't know, like, no, she's the girl's not a bullshitter, but yeah, that's real. Yeah, because my my dad's friend, Leo complimented me on sweeping it to the side. He said I was a good man. I'm like, complimented you? What you should have? Yeah, Nico, but you didn't put it in a garbage bag. Leo's 85 years old. He'll tell you you're a good young man for anything. You boob. I didn't realize for a week you left the frozen squirrel just by the garbage pole. You didn't properly give him a send-off. I had to tell you then to do that. Well, Chloe's going to find that out too then. Be very specific, Chloe, when you ask him to if there's a dead animal, like, in front of the home, don't just tell him to put it near, at the garbage pole. Detail it. Nico needs details. That poor squirrel. Was it Kevin or Ed that said, oh, you should have put it next to the rotting pumpkin that Nico also just put by the garbage pole. Didn't put in the garbage bag. We're just a bunch of freaks here. Teddy Pendergrass. Dear Lord, that name. He won't care. He won't care, green-eyed. He doesn't even listen. He's not even on YouTube. He doesn't listen to it. I'm like, yeah, real supportive of your mother. He's like, you're a nurse. I'm like, this is a side thing. You can come on anytime. He's like, I don't want to talk about murderers or musicians who are killing themselves. I'm like, yeah, your loss. Your loss. I'm sorry, how did we go to Nico next like to a dead squirrel? No, I'm just saying, like, Nico is a good kid. Like, I've never had to worry about him. But, like, this is probably, like, the first real mature, girlfriend, whatever we're calling her. Yet at the same time, we had a dead frozen squirrel that in front of our house 2 weeks ago. I really thought Nico was lying when he said, Mom, there's a squirrel died on our sidewalk last night. It froze. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. They're squirrels. We have an overabundance of them. They don't freeze and just keel over. He's like, no, it's frozen dead. And I'm like, are we sure it's not poison? He's like, go and look. So there it is. I mean, the thing was stiff as a board, but he had frost on him. God bless his soul. He had frost on him. So which I'm like, ew, that's like a weird thing, Nico. I'm like, why would he come here to die? Like, look at, I'm like, this is one of the nicest houses on the block. He couldn't go next door to Susie's house. You wouldn't know either way. It's a junkyard. But he came. The squirrel came here to end his life, and then Nico took a broom and just swept him to the pole where we keep our garbage for garbage night. And just the other day, I happened to look at the pole and saw that poor SOB sprawled out like, stiff as a board. It's only gotten colder. He had a little bit of frost on him, and I like, Nico, why is he there? He's like, it's where you told me to put him. That's it. You're right. Yes, psych guy. Happy New Year. I'm so happy to see you. You're cooking? What are you cooking? Good looking. What are you cooking? Gus's cousin. Oh. So the squirrel ended up finally where he belonged, in a garbage bag. And he's gone now. He's gone now. One more show. Yeah. I know we always so excited when we see Psych Guy. We love Psych Guy. We miss him. He's too busy for us now. Psych Guy gets the trophy. Let me just make sure I didn't miss it. Oh God, Al White, Barry Green. I mean, Al Green. What if I was like a really weird mom? Oh, just to piss him off. I'd be like, here, look, this is Mom's sex playlist if you need it. Do you need Mom's sex playlist? Let me know. I'll shoot it right over to you on my phone. It'll take 2 seconds. You'll love it. Can't take it, guys. I'm an emotional wreck here. Don't get her. Oh God. I'm happy for him. Most of his friends don't, but they should. They should, right? I mean, you're going to be 22. Going to be 22 in February, and it is what it is. So they're just different now. He likes, making his money, and he's in school. So I'm happy either way. And I refuse to be a grandmother right now. So no, that is not allowed. Dear God above. Oh God. Oh God. I should have put something in this tea. I was running around like the lunatic because I got off the phone with my girlfriend, whose mom. Okay, you ready? So her and I went to nursing school together. She no longer lives in the area. And I'm just going to call her D. Okay, we're just going to say D. Every year, New Year's, we always messenger each other. Every year, doesn't fail. This year, and she also, once we got out of nursing school, she moved away. This year, I just checked my messenger today. And she's like, "Whoa, you guys are on all over the news up there in Scranton. What's going on? You're not keeping things in order." And I'm like, "Which part of it? What a mess, right?" She's like, "The murderer." I said, "Oh yeah, he's at Monroe County." She goes, "I know." She goes, I totally forgot. She goes, "That's where my mom works." Now her mom's been in corrections a good probably 30 years now. I said, "Oh my God, your mom is still there?" She said she's retiring like next year. I'm like, "Oh my God." I said, I completely forgot that. I said, She said, "Oh yeah." She said, now she was off. I want to say she was off for the holiday. Today was like her mom's holiday. And her mom is in the mailroom. She's not like, she's corrections, but she's I really do think she said might be retiring in January. She's like, she goes 30 years in correction. She said, but she's, she does part-time now. And I'm like, good for her. She goes, that guy's a nut. And I'm like, oh, yeah. The Idaho guy. She goes, wow. I said, well, it would be Pennsylvania. That would, he's from here, and, hopefully, but, bye-bye tomorrow, hopefully. I mean, that's the plan. I would hope things don't change as far as him, but leaving. But, what it is hopefully goodbye tomorrow. But she's like, oh God, she's like, he's really, really, I forget what her mother called, like, oh my God, what is it when you, like, they, like, expose themselves? Remember when Pee Wee Herman, like, got caught? He was exposing himself. Well, he was masturbating in the movie theater, but it's like, you want a flasher. Yeah, she goes, he's a real flasher. I'm like, what the hell? She goes, he has been nothing but a headache to them. And I said, really? I said, I don't, like, the last we talked, especially here, was all brand new. He was on suicide watch. They had a suicide vest on him. And that supposedly the only thing he asked was, has anyone else been arrested? She goes, oh, he's come a long way. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. She goes, yeah. She said, he act, and I mean, and I said, after she tells me everything, because I'm like, is it reported anywhere? She goes, oh, I have no idea. Oh, it is. I did find it, but so what he's been doing, there was a woman that was in the cell next to him who was arrested on, like, New Year's for something domestic, and she was stuck there for like 6 hours. But he was, like, she said he just kept yelling all night to anybody that walked by, like a lunatic. You want to come in here? You want to come in here? I'll cut you. Come on. You want to see it? I'll show you my dick. I'm like, whoa. She said, her mother said, I've worked there 30 some years. I have never, ever witnessed a suspect like him who is literally taunting the guards. I mean, he's taunting the guards. But she said they had to write it. Of course, they all had to write statements then, because that idiot said today to them, come on in here. You won't, because you're afraid. I'll cut you up like I cut them up. So, wow. You just admitted to what yesterday or December, whenever you got a public defender here, the whole thing was, the public defender statement was, Brian is in a state of shock that this even happened. And, he just wants to basically get back to Idaho. Almost like this is just a big mistake kind of thing. Like, he's eager to be exonerated of all charges, and he's looking forward to resolving this matter promptly. So we go from that to come on in and I'll cut you up like I cut them up. But you all won't, because you're all afraid of me here. So this guy is a maniac. Who's in wait, who's down? Is somebody down? Are we okay? And anyone? Oh God, no! They've been they've been administering CPR, like, on the field. Jesus, that's a confession, Kevin. Yes, yes. Wow, that's crazy, psych. I hope he's prayers to whoever the heck it is. Jesus, that's crazy. Oof. God bless him. But man, get an ambulance out there and get him off the field. I hope he's okay. Well, part of the sport. You could end up dead. But yes, so that's what I wanted to ask you guys your thoughts on that. He literally yelled to anybody that walked by him, looked at him. This poor woman who was arrested for 6 hours in a waiting cell. What are you looking at? Come on in here. I'll cut you like I cut them. But you won't, because you're afraid of me. To me, that's serious. To me, that's a confession. They did all right statements. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know how his an original psych eval went there. I don't know if he, like we all were like saying, is he going to play it up like he's mentally unstable? Yeah, and I just said that it's part of the game. You're a football player. You guys make a lot of money a year, so I hope he's okay. But it's like, come on, let's go. Yeah, out of this. So this all just happened. To literally today's the first. She talked to her mom maybe this morning. I couldn't see anything anywhere. Finally, and I'll pull it up because I thought I have got to find it. If it, like if this is real, I got to find it because like this is a hell of a story. So I'm looking, and all the major sites didn't. And then about an hour later, right before I end up, like holy shit, I got to go live. It's a quote. I cut them, I'll cut you. Idaho killer shows his genitals in a jail rant. And it's the only thing is I'm going to say I wouldn't come on here unless it was confirmed. And it's a huge, like it goes into detail. This lunatic. Oh, wait, I spelled his name wrong again. I swear to God, every time I spell his name, it's like my autocorrect. It had him like as Brian Sandberg the other night. I'm like, Andy Sandberg is a comedian. What the hell is that? But anyway, I found it. Let me pull it up because it's scary. It's like I still just can't believe. I really can't even believe what you're like. How much we're hearing about shit he was doing along the way, and just us as a society. Who told me to about the spelling? Thank you, Bob G. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was also in a real state of mania at that time too because I was so damn excited. So thank you. I just fixed it just so I don't look like a loon. Because I'm right now. I was just coming in hot with it. I said I can't wait to tell everybody because, they made it, of course, seem like he hasn't said a word since just asking if anyone else was arrested, and then he just started with the suicidal ideations, blah blah blah, and that was it. So to hear her saying these things, and I was like, oh, I hope you just, there's better be somewhere confirmed. No, she's not. Her mother was telling her everything about it. Just like we know certain things on YouTube that then when you tell people that don't watch YouTube, they're like, no, I never heard of the Watts case. Like, and then we look like nuts because we know every little detail. So yeah, but when her mother started telling her everything, like it really, she's like, I had to get back to you more than our New Year's Eve quickie. She's like, I had to get back to you just because this man's out of his mind. She said, my mother said he's only here and holding, but she's like, he's right till the end now. I guess he really wants to go out with a bang, who knows, but it's real, whatever she said. When I found it, I was like, he is doing all those things, and what a dodo, because if the corrections officers, even this woman who was arrested for 6 hours had to leave a statement. So I don't know how it works, but I would hope that would become part of his file. Basically, they're monitoring everything he does, whether he eats everything or nothing or asks for seconds. So, that's all part of, watching him, which definitely I think this is, to me, and Kevin said the same thing. Isn't that a confession? And that's why I'm like, I got to go on here. I got to talk to my people because what is it? Is he gonna just, is his lawyer that's waiting for him, Idaho, gonna say it's crazy talk? Because when he first came here, he was afraid of going back to Idaho. Now it's like he can't wait to go back because he can't wait to resolve this. I like it, the whole, he cannot wait to resolve this promptly. Really. And then a day later, come on in here. I'll cut you like I cut them. So, Dodo, did you, you did yourself in with that. You did yourself in with that. I really do believe that. I really do believe that. Mia, it's her mom, works in corrections. She's an RN, but she moved out of the area right after nursing school. But we always correspond on New Year's Day, but everything going on. And then when her mother was telling her everything about how he's been acting today, she emailed me again. I was just like, whew, this is too much. This is too much. He just told every correction officer had basically, he said, you're all afraid of me. You're all afraid of me because I cut them up. I'm thinking, oof, let Kaylee Gonzalez, his father, hear that. That man, is hot and heavy to I'm sure, kick this man from one side to the other, let alone he will. This just happened. In fact, let me see, the article just came out like 6:19 tonight. So it's new, it's pretty much breaking news on his behaviors, really is what it is. And I'm happy that these are pretty much saying the same thing too. Like, of course, unless I don't know how whatever his psych initial evaluation looked like in Pennsylvania, they're going to do an extensive one when he gets to Idaho. And we all know now his, how smart he is, because he makes sure but there's no denying that, what you said. So I really do hope that helps nail him. I really, really do. So, like, that was the first thing, because I'm like, I just can't wait to even tell them, like, that she's like, oh, my mom was off today. I'm like, how dare she? It's like, she worked all week, and I'm like, it had to be a freak show. She said it was nonstop. And I guess even in the mailroom too, then you're taking, you're working phones too. And she just said it was nonstop. I'm like, oh, your poor mom. And that's when I think she said next year she's retiring. But man, the people, you never know, like, how high profile the person is going to end up there. He may be one of the biggies, but like, if you're not a YouTuber, I don't know. This was on a lot of this. I mean, all the news covered it, so I'm sure, a majority of older people kind of have an idea. But yeah, I cut them, I'll cut you. Like, that is a confession. I don't care what anybody says. Correction officers have said that his behavior has been nothing less than erratic. So he's acting insane. It's continuous taunting of the guards. Listen, I'm a nurse. I'd be calling up the doctor to get this jackass chemically sedated, because he's way crazy. I would be like, yeah, his mania is showing, really, really coming through hardcore now. Plus, reality is probably setting in for him. That tomorrow he's pretend, that whole, when Jason Labar, the public defender here, with that statement, it was all, I think it was just, big balls, make it look like I've done nothing wrong. I just want to get back to Idaho to clear my name. And now reality is setting in. Like, Tuesday's just around the corner, and you're not resolving anything. Like, they, in fact, have taken every single thing out of your office and your apartment. If anything, they have more. And just the fact that, like, they're giving us a little at a time, and I was very freaked out. And it was oh God, when they spoke of it on CNN with the chief from Idaho, like, not only, at the beginning of prior to the last few weeks, but maybe 2 months, a month prior, his phone was pinging within a pretty good area distance, pretty close distance to where they were. So that I would, like, that freaked me out. I'm like, that's like, that freaked me out. But then it says, and in the last few weeks prior to the murders, he followed their every move. That did it for me. He followed their every move. It, like, barely. They don't even know, like, they're not sure if he was sleeping even. Was he hiding in the woods behind the home? Like a peeping Tom almost. But the phone records with all the victims' phones, this dude, and it doesn't just say the girls. It says the four of them. So we still don't know motive. We still don't know if he knew any of them or none of them or what. But listen, like, you are keeping tabs on all of them. And obviously, I guess because Ethan was always with her, I don't know, that was just part of maybe why he was included in it, because they were kind of like, the four of them did a lot of things together. But when you read that part, like, and then you think, poor Kaylee was telling everybody, I have a stalker. I know it. I just know it. A never went to the cops. B never really saw anybody. There was an incident that had happened months and months ago, but it was at an area where, like, dudes are known to, like, hit on women. They went nowhere near her. Like, it was nothing. So because she never went any further with ever mentioning, like, I really do feel someone's watching me. When I read that it said he followed their every move, I just thought, that girl, basically, we were just talking about, like, your gut instinct. We were just talking it the other night on live. Her gut was right. Like, no, she might not have seen someone, but she knew enough to say, I know someone is following me, which makes me, like, want to vomit, because, we all, once again, it's like, Monday morning quarterback. If she had gone to the cops, could this have had a different outcome? Like, I don't know, but God rest her soul, knowing that, she knew it, and people were kind of just saying, oh, her sister or mother, like, she's hyper vigilant, she's paranoid. Even when she drives, she'll call me because she'll say, oh, this car's been behind me too long. This was the mom, and she said, and I'll tell her, well, then call the cops if you think you're being followed. And then she'll call me back 2 minutes later and be like, oh no, they turned off the exit. She's like, so there's just no way she had a stalker. But she did have a stalker, and that's so sad. That made me ill when I thought of that. Like, when I saw that whole, and he followed her every move the last, I think it said 2 to 3 weeks, it made me want to throw right up, because she knew it. She felt it. Green-eyed. Well, all I can say to Rose and everybody else who's in here, chat back, was studying criminology in prison. Oh, he's going to have plenty. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's going to have lots of time on his hands. So that was that. I didn't know. I didn't know if everybody, because so much information is coming out on this. I was like, oh, I can't wait to talk to that about, with everybody. Just the fact that so many times, people will be like, I hear a noise or blah, blah. And we're like, it's in your head. And this poor girl saying, someone's stalking me. And them, kind of saying, that's just Kaylee, she watches everything. She's hyper cautious. She's hyper vigilant, blah, blah, blah. But nobody wanted to believe her. Nobody wanted to believe her. And now we all see just how spot on this girl was. I'm a little confused, and I don't know if anybody here in the chat has heard anything further on it. We still, like I said, don't know. Did he know any of them? Like, any motive wise, did they ever meet? Was he ever there? I don't know. But why is her father saying, when they announced his name, why is her father saying, oh, okay, yeah, I know the connection to Kaylee with him. Like, what does that mean? That is, and they asked the chief his last press conference, and all the chief said was, I hope to be able to tell everybody very shortly what we all know. So what does that mean? That the father said that there is a connection. I know the connection. I don't know. Did he go to the restaurant? He was some crazy vegan. They worked at this Greek restaurant, the both girls. Did I don't know. Those girls, anybody could do drugs and still look good. I don't know if he was ever at their apartment, but even if he was, you know how many people were at their apartment? Like, Kaylee wasn't telling her parents the names of every dude that was at their apartment. So that, to me, I'm looking, I'm like really anticipating that conversation when that happens. Like, what did that mean? Why did her father say that? And that'll lead into maybe then the motive, whatever it is. Her and Jack, was it Jack? What the hell? Wait, was her boyfriend Jake or Jack? I can't. Regardless, she was single for a bit. I can't see her dating for the life of me somebody like him. I can't at all, in fact. But I don't know. You wonder, because we find out, he's known at this one bar near his parents' house, to the point where they had to put on file because he asked the waitress who she was there with, and then called her a bitch because he was a little too comfortable being there. To the point where the manager had to come over and say, Brian, we like you coming here, but you're, you can't talk like that. And if you do, you're not going to be allowed back in. So, his disrespect for women, you're hearing more and more of it. So if he did maybe say he did ask her out, and of course, like I said, I just don't ever in my mind imagine her saying yes to him. I don't know. Did that start it? It's driving me crazy that we're not hearing anything on the connection or motive. And the chief's like, oh, we have to keep certain things close to our chest but that's a biggie. You're letting us know about the following and everything, all of them, for the last 2 or 3 weeks before he killed them. But then when we say, well, which one did he know? And the response is, I can't say that. I can't tell you that yet. And that's how rumors start, because I like the bits and pieces, but this bits and piece, I feel like you shouldn't have said anything then. You could have said he was pinging in close proximity to where they were a month prior, but you went further as to say then the last few weeks he followed their every move. He was, he was with every move with them, which takes me to this. And this is in no way funny, but they interview his neighbor, and I don't know if anyone saw it, but it makes me choke, because God bless whoever the neighbor is. She must, I don't know if she's older or what, but it's terrible. Why am I even laughing? But when they interview the neighbor, they're, basically, the neighbor's complaint was he doesn't vacuum and clean his apartment until 2 or 3 in the morning, and that is late. He shouldn't be doing that. Who moves? She goes, who moves furniture And who's vacuuming at 2 or 3 a.m.? Well, I don't think that's what he was doing. Like, was he coming home and like scrubbing himself clean, taking off his clothes? Like, you're just at 2 a.m. you're shot. I just don't think the whole vacuuming thing sounds normal. She's like, he never slept. He was always walking around. Like, yeah, I can. All right. And then the moving furniture. Like, here goes my wacky brain. Was he hiding stuff? Like, I know they went into his apartment. No mention of finding. Of course, they weren't. Not that they'd say, "Oh, we found the gun. We found the knife hidden somewhere." But for the neighbor to, like, she's like, that's all. A lot of us complain about that because we have to get up in the morning. She's not upset that he bludgeoned 4 kids. It's that whole goddamn 4 a.m. vacuuming is going to be the death of me with him. Well, you won't have to worry about that. Oh, right. And wait, and this is how she ends the interview. She said, he never sleeps with, I hate to vacuum. She said, and what I thought when I heard all this, he looks just too weak to be able to kill. Thank you. Interview over. That's exactly something my father would say. But that's what she said. He looked too weak to kill. Well, never put it being in the hands of any psycho. It doesn't matter what they look like. When rage takes over, they could friggin' lift a car up if they had to. So yeah, they ended that on a real note. So guys, don't be scared if you see a wacko, peeping Tom looking in your room. If they look weak, they can't hurt you. Yeah. No, they could. They could. And he did. And then somebody's like, he had to have had help. God, he used to come into class prior. Now, this is weird too. Prior to the murders, like, he looked like he basically was ready to pass out. Pale. They said he always had a coffee in his hand. Constantly just had a look of total exhaustion. And then, in this guy's name, it's a fellow graduate, friendly school-wise with him. His name was Ben. Just said, looking back now, after those murders, he said and it's weird because the talk of everybody was these murders. He said Brian never once ever mentioned them to anybody. Like, he was never ever in any conversation about those murders. Never. And I'm like, yikes. He said, and the weird thing was after it, he had a pep in his step, and that's what freaked me out. He had more energy. He was happier. Like, he had more of an outgoing personality. Yes, he was high off of killing 4 people. His adrenaline was pumping, and he was feeling like there was no stopping him. So yeah, the neighbor saying he looked too weak, that in itself is just like, what a statement. But when you hear literally the people that were with him every day say that, from coming, and he'd be late every day. He was always late getting to class, always. Coffee basically looked like he just rolled out of bed, but it looked like he just needed to sleep because he always looked tired. To then, after these murders, he said, looking back now, he was a different person, basically, like talkative, peppy, just. And when he said pep in his step, I'm like, oof. He was so like, he must have been so proud of himself to act like that then. It's the only thing I could think of is, he was proud of him. He did it. He did it. And it's over a month later. In his mind, I'm going to get away with this. I'm going to get away with it. His nose is broken. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Kevin, when she said that, the newscaster was probably like, oh God, this isn't going to get me promoted. She's talking about him vacuuming and he's too weak to kill. He's probably in there scrubbing his body head to toe, probably the night scrubbing his body head to toe, moving shit around, maybe hiding. She's like, who moves furniture at 3 a.m? Well, maybe somebody who's like hiding the clothes they wore after they just bludgeoned people. Like, don't put it past anybody. Since like now what we're hearing, what we're seeing he was doing, anything's freaking possible. Like, I'm never gonna not go against my gut again. And I feel so bad for her, knowing someone was stalking her, and yet they were just pacifying it and kind of just telling her, you're crazy, stop it. Oh, what a Green Eyed said, when I was in my early 20s for about 6 years, I waited on people, food, and alcohol. And you'd get this particular guy that come in. He's all nice, friendly tips. Tips really large, and then he gets mouthy and weird on you. And I'm talking late 80s, before cell phones, Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. You had cameras everywhere, and I had a couple. You had a couple. There you go, a couple dudes stalking you. Yeah, see. And that's why I'm just wondering, because like I said, the restaurant they worked at is vegan, and it's like known for being like in that area, like one of the hot spots. The food's fantastic. He's a psycho vegan. But I don't know. You go for dinner and then what? You see a girl and you're like, there we go. I'm gonna, I don't know. I'm gonna kill her. I don't think, I can't imagine that just being what would do somebody in. Is one time going in a restaurant and seeing her, but we're not crazy. And then that leads me to, so has everyone watched poor BTK's daughter has been doing interviews all day with all the national networks, because like this dude, I am telling you, the more we find out about his academic life, it scares me, because he's at this, his college degree when he was here in Pennsylvania at DeSalle, he studied under Dr. Kathleen Ramsland. I know the name and here's why, because she helped the Catching Killers. There's that show on Netflix called Catching Killers. One episode was about BTK. She helped them write it, like giving them the actual facts, because she and him they struck up like a real relationship, her and BTK, because he trusted her and he would talk to her and he would tell her things. So they literally had I don't want to call it a friendship, but they had a very real relationship, that she could ask him anything. He had no problems answering her questions. They're still in touch now, and the daughter looks, when her interview, the daughter looks like she hasn't slept in months. God bless her. Her concern is that and I don't know if she knows something or not. She knows that Dr. Ramsland, in her class, she heavily goes into BTK, because she knows it from beginning to end. So the fact that Ramsland said he was very stare from the beginning of class till the end when we discussed the whole BTK, which then it frightened the daughter to the point that said, I'm concerned that he definitely wrote to my father. My father loves when fellow criminals or criminologists write to him, because he does get a lot of it. I wouldn't be surprised, she said, if they were in contact, like via letters. I'm like, what a thought. Like, What a thought. But her father enjoys it. That's part of his notoriety, is that he has a huge following, and it's not all fan mail, but he loves it all regardless. I mean, they apprehended him, I think they said 2005. So his, any mail he gets, he's on it. He's writing back. He's forming, not pseudo friendships with these people. Basically, this fucking idiot Brian looked up to him. Literally looked up to him, and the daughter's like, I am begging Pennsylvania to please go through any cold case you have. Look at it. Look at how it was done. I hope to God, she said, I just hope to God that his killings didn't start 4 years ago, when he was in Pennsylvania. I thought, that's a scary thought. It's brilliant that the daughter thought of it, but it could, it could be. Okay, thank God, Ed, because if that guy died tonight, that would have sucked. Thank God. Jesus. He might have went into AFib. Who knows? Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they read his mail, Kevin. But what you have to understand is, okay, prior to this all happening, then just somebody somebody Brian's name is a nobody. Hi, hi, Dennis Rader. I'm in such and such's class. She speaks of you. We've learned everything about your case. Can you answer a few questions for me? Because I'm going to be starting a research project. Like, that's what the daughter's like, concerned with, like, the fact that this dude is so heavy into like wanting to know how people felt after they committed their crime, especially murderers, serial killers. She's like, and my father would be more than happy. He's not going anywhere. He doesn't care what the guards read in him writing back to people. It's all out there. He'd be more than happy to talk about it because he loves to think of that mail coming in as fan mail. So, that's something that I'm sure, and I'm sure Pennsylvania will take seriously, because she was on a lot of shows today, and the poor girl, like I said, she's a coastly white and a legit concern. Said, I'm scared. She said, I really am scared, because I know how many people write to my dad, and knowing now that this guy studied under Dr. Allen makes me worried, that because he was so into it, he probably did write to my father. And I thought, oh wow, that's something else, something to think about. Just adds to the whole shit show. God bless the daughter, even for it's a bright, that's a kudos to her. She didn't need to do anything, because I'm sure now, I'm sure she's got every news outlet now wanting to talk to her, but she had enough of a conscience to want to get it out there. Of He's 77 years old. He's still with it. He'll tell you he doesn't. There's nothing he won't talk about. Like, and Brian's name was nothing up until now. So any letter he wrote would have been just like, I'm a criminology student. So there would be no real red flag. I'd be curious to see if they're looking through all of Dennis's letters now, like how it works. I don't know, but it's frightening. It's frightening. I didn't think what else I wrote down, because I was just like, there's so much. I'm like, everybody, like, we all are probably seeing different, whether we're Googling it, or you could only watch so much YouTube. And there was something else. Yeah, the bind, torture, kill, and he carried on a completely normal life. The episode that is on Netflix, it's unbelievable. He went home every day for lunch. Perfect husband. Every day for lunch, and his wife made him lunch every day. And then when they got him, the FBI shows up, and he has to call his wife to say, "I won't be home for lunch." The FBI or like, could you even imagine that? Like, I won't be home for lunch. Well, as a wife, I'd be like, all right, I'll put the tuna I'll put the tuna in the fridge, honey. It'll be there when you get home. Like, no. No, babe, I'm gonna let you know now. Yeah, during like the past 17 years, I've killed at least 10 people. I'm a lunatic, but you'd never know it because we go to church every Sunday, and I'm a fantastic family man. Good old Dennis. Yeah, good old Dennis. So, that episode is fantastic. And now that I know um, that Brian studied under Dr. Ramsland, like, who when you do watch that episode, and then I think it might have been at the end because they thank her for all her input. It's like she had the insight, and that's how they were able to make that episode as fantastic as it is. She's like written so many. I think she's written book, like anything she does, like it goes to the top because she's brilliant. She's such a bright woman. He probably thought, like, I hit pay dirt with this one. She knows a real serial killer that is still alive, like that I could write to if he did. Not positive. I'm only saying that because the daughter seemed like she almost knew. Like, it was almost like she was just putting it out there, like, Pennsylvania, hear me. Please look through your databases at your cold cases and look through my father's mail, because I feel like she just wanted to say, like, oh, he's been in contact with her. We found out with him, but they, she didn't say that. And I don't even know if she visits him. She didn't. The whole interview was just, it was about how close of a trust relationship he had with Ramsland. She was, professional, so bright and professional with him. And her approach is what made her dad uh, tell a lot. And so that's why she just said, I can't sleep at night. It's just always in my head now. Like, I think of that Brian in Ramsland's class, like, and it makes sense because the students just said, like, man, was he into BTK, because we had Dr. Ramsland, and ugh, yuck, it's bad. It's bad. Let me pull up my YouTube comments, see what you guys think of this, because I'm baffled by a lot. But I really was just thinking, I want to see what everybody thinks about him all day, past 2 days, telling the guards, come on in, I'll cut you up like I cut them up. You won't because you're afraid of me. Like, is that their witness statements? But to me, I feel like you just confessed 2 days ago. You had your lawyer say you can't wait to get back to Idaho to just clear. I should have clear this up. I didn't, bludgeon those 4 people. I don't even know them. Well, yeah, you do. But you go from that, and your lawyer saying that, to 2 days later, this is how you've been acting in your cell. So it's crazy. Yeah, VTK. Oh, yikes. He covets what he sees. Stop it. That movie too. I like Silence of the Lambs. I could watch that and not be as scared, though, green-eyed. And I don't know why. Like, it could be about the craziest serial killer. I don't know. I don't know. It was just so. It was well done. It was just so good. And I mean, as they went on, they got grosser, right? But it was good. Will he be segregated? I mean, he's probably going to be, if he still can. I mean, he still has the suicide vest on, so I'm sure he's going to get to Idaho and still say that, because then he'll have his own little condo. But I don't know how it'll be. It'll be interesting to see what they tell us then once he gets there, because he should be very scared. But well, I'm sure he is now, and that's why he's really acting the way he is. It's a total fake tough guy act. But oh yeah, the 13 boys, that was Gacy. No, wait, I thought it was 20 some. Why did I think it was 20 some bodies, Kevin? And the smell was so bad, and he had a whole family. That's why I hate clowns. Probably part of that, but yeah, these people, like God. Yeah, he'll be alone. Okay, Mark, thank you. But you have to realize, like, Epstein was alone too, right? Give him an extra sheet. He'll take care of himself if he wants to kill himself. If he's saying he's going to kill himself, either A, let the boys have their way with them, like Dahmer style, or B, if you want to go out Epstein style, I can get you a few extra sheets. Because otherwise, I don't know how it's going to play out. If there's a trial. Yes, the parents said if they want to see justice, but God, that takes its toll. Definitely takes its toll on those poor people that have already been through hell. Yeah, Gacy would go to church every week with his family. I can't remember if he had any boys, but I know he had daughters. I swear that's one, and he had his own. I don't know if they were construction or was he a plumber. Whatever it was his own business. And they actually like his real house, like a nice house. Ugh. Oh, that's right, because they did the one episode when they did the Dahmer on Netflix, and the one episode is because during that time is when Gacy and he had that really good looking young boy pretending he was going to hire him, and then he knocked him out, and then when the kid wakes back up, he's in his clown outfit, my worst nightmare. He's in his friggin' clown outfit, and Gacy's keeps shoving his head in the tub water. Ugh, Jesus Christ, it's a disgusting thought. All these people and all the insanity. We're just gonna, I mean, we're gonna find out. I hope soon we're gonna find out. Now here's the issue. So he's saying his plans, waive it, and just return to Idaho. I don't need any hearing here in Scranton. I just want to get to Idaho to face those charges so I can exonerate myself, blah, blah, blah. But by waiving his rights, that's the issue. So if he waives his rights, in Idaho, the sealed, everything that's sealed can be unsealed. But then today, Idaho authorities later said the state law regarding pre-trial. Now, pre-trial publicity, meaning what they put out there, what they unseal, could be absolutely minimal. So, until the arraignment. So, what are we really going to get? Like, are we going to get whatever he's going to do to say, whatever he has to say, even if it's unsealed? It could be minimal that we get. Oh my God. Meaning we might not yet know the motive, or did he even know them? Like, answer that question for us. Who did he know? Did have any of them? How did it start? Or are they not going to tell us anything? I don't know. that when I was like, oh my god, well, that's awesome. They'll be able to unseal it. And then I think it was Law and Crime when they came back on. They're like, we're getting lots of calls on this. Let's just be clear on this. Like, within the Idaho state law, any pretrial publicity, and that means opening anything, what is then still released to the public can be minimal. So everybody getting excited thinking that you're going to get a ton of information, that's not the way it goes. So I don't know if it's, what we're going to hear, but I'm going to lose my mind if we don't at least hear who did you know of them? Which one? I don't know. Wait, I'm reading said something about a former friend interviewed. Oh my god, real Rose, little blonde girls with fantasies. Yikes! There are people are crazy. I won't. I mean, I don't put anything past anything now. Think I want to trying something like no, but I mean, there was the Craigslist murderer. That's a great movie too. Mark, seriously, whatever happened to just dinner and a movie? Well, now it's Netflix and chill. And if I ever hear Nico say, "Oh, Chloe's coming over to watch Netflix and chill," oh, I know what that. Your mother knows what that's code for now. You little SOB. But yeah, I mean, Dahmer. I mean, and the Dahmer Netflix did do. I have to say, I mean, it was done really, really well. They are good with true crime document. I love their true crime documentaries. Anything they do with them, they really. That's their niche. Like they are fantastic with that kind of stuff. I think, but I'm in shock that he studied under Dr. Ames. I really am, and how fascinated he was with Dennis Rader, and the fact that the daughter is so concerned. It's almost like she does she know something and she can't say anything, maybe because God bless her, she looked terrible. I don't know why I thought he's dead. But then I looked at, I'm like, he's 77. He's alive. I can't remember. I think, was he from Kansas or if he's in Kansas now? I can't remember. I get all these damn high profiles mixed up. But I mean, BTK and Gacy, faked it very well and had jobs, and like a Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez was nuts from morning till night, right? But a Gacy and a Dennis Rader, they were pillars of the community, truly, especially BTK. Go home for lunch, like napkin on the lap kind of thing. Just very proper. And I thought that poor wife, like, you'd never be right again, but beyond, you'd find me just walking the streets talking to myself, because you would have to then wonder, how did I not know what he's been doing? Yeah, is he in Kansas? I can't remember. I can't remember Green-eyed if it said he was from Kansas or if that's the jellies in. But when I saw that he was alive, I was like, wow, yeah, that's something else. Yeah, that's hilarious. No, that doesn't happen. You're so right, Green-eyed. No. I said something on Duty Ron's about Brian's behaviors, and they said to stop spreading rumors. Guess what, Kathy? I wouldn't be talking about this if you're not spreading rumors. And literally at 6:20 p.m., in fact, tonight, it was just released what he's doing, right? What he's been doing the past 2 days in the jail cell. He's been exposing himself and telling the corrections officers, come on in, I'll cut you like I cut them. So he's out of control his behaviors. So it's not rumors. In fact, I will put the link in here so that anybody that wants to read the article could read it. And they also have an interview with the poor woman that was at the cell next to him for 6 hours, because she was scared. The stuff he was saying was like, hardcore to the COs, like I'm like, oh, because he knows he's leaving here. He's out, like, in his mind, he's out of here. And while he's here, he's putting on a show. Like, has he changed his mind from when he initially was given the public defender, who was really just here as a resource because he wanted to make sure people knew, like, we're basically like, he described, we're basically like a holding tank here for Brian. Oh, so you're letting us know we're just kind of like a holding tank. We're not doing anything here. No one's interrogating him here. That's all going to happen when he heads back to Idaho. Like, don't be mad at me. I was assigned to him. I had to take it. I'm allowed. I'm a shitty. I'm trying to make my way up the ladder, and I got to suck it up. And when they tell me I had to take him, he's mine. So whatever. Oh, Dennis, 10 consecutive lives. Wow. Oof. I mean, Mindhunters it was definitely well worth it. Yeah, it was Green Eye. Definitely well worth it. They covered a lot of really good stuff. But I'm definitely going to watch that one again, because I'm like, not that we know of, though, that like this Brian, no one was tied up. None of that we know of. I don't know. I don't know what other than, how bad he stabbed them. I don't know what they, what they truly found. Hopefully we will know, but it's bad enough what we know, right? Like, it's mentally scarred all of us. Just the little we know is enough to, like, really make you never, for the rest of your life, pray for those 4 souls. I want him Epstein to Kevin, but tortured. Yeah, see, Rosie, downtown, there she is. Happy New Year, my love. I want him. I'm gonna be honest with you, Rosie. I want him Dahmered. I want him Dahmered. Somebody just happened to let there be a plunger left behind, and then do your thing. Do it. Do your thing, because he deserves. I'm sorry, he deserves it. No, sodomy is a despicable act. I don't recommend it for anybody, but this dude is going to go somewhere and get 3 meals a day. He's going to be on suicide watch. He's going to have his own cell. It's infuriating. There's homeless. We have homeless every state. Everywhere you look, there's homeless areas. This dude's still going to be okay at night. He's still going to have a blanket. It's infuriating. I don't care how bad the food is, or if it's cold in his cell. The point, he's still going to have a goddamn roof on his head and services provided to him. Parents never seem to know their kids. Their friends always, and this guy he didn't even have a lot of friends. Like, these are students that sat with him in class, and there was the one guy that he knew that he would jog with at 10 at night, 7 miles, because that's normal. The guy didn't think anything of it until now, because he's like, oh, he's always real talkative, and he'd knock on my door, because he made sure we didn't miss, because he was getting himself in prime shape, endurance wise. There wasn't an ounce of fat on him. He had taken kick or box karate for years, because when he was a kid, they busted him as a fat child. So he did that then. Then he was on drugs for a while. Then he got his act together and became such a narcissist. Like, there is no one like, I'm his best friend. There's none of that. Everyone that, other than his parents, it's just acquaintances, school colleagues. Really, that's it. The neighbor who's mad about the goddamn vacuuming at night and moving of the furniture, who really has no idea. If he's moving furniture at 3 a.m., there's a good chance that he's hiding stuff. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm thinking, and for her to end her statement, and he just looked too weak to be able to kill anyone. Good comeback, lady. I like you, but you're wrong on that. Don't ever put rage past anyone, depending on their size. Don't do it. Especially, someone as opposed to underweight versus overweight. He could very easily just be a thin dude, and he jogged 7 miles a day. The guy had endurance. He would be able to easily, scary thought, ninja like, get in and get out of somewhere. And basically, they're still saying that they don't believe of anyone else helping him. From so far, all the technicals, all the forensic wise things, there is no one other than him that was following them, it's their every move than at those last 2 weeks. So yeah, I don't know why he said that to the FBI when they arrested him. Has anyone else been arrested? I don't know if any other serial killer. That'd be something to look up. Like if anyone other has ever done that, like as a distractor. I wonder that now that I'm thinking that, like when how would you look that up? When serial killer's response upon being maybe arrested, and because I wonder if he was taking notes from, because we all said, like, basically this dude went to college to learn how to not only be a murderer, get away with murder, catch a killer, like all this. He was covering all his bases. So I think maybe because when they told us, I put a lot of focus on it. Like that's crazy to me that they were arresting you for the murder of 4 people, 4 students, and that's all he said. I would think, I'd be like, I would never do that. It's not me. This is a mistake. He didn't say that. Like he said it. Has anyone else been arrested? So I don't know. I that one just. Oh no, psych! I don't want to see that. He's in critical condition. This poor football player. Jeez. Well, God bless him. Dang. Especially when you see it happen real time, that's horrible. Lamar Hamlin. Well, I hope. Oh my God! All my cousins are all Bills lunatics. Buffalo Bills fans are crazy. We went to see them play the Steelers because we're Steeler fans. Probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Those fans, they let the whole neighborhood. They're like letting people here park on our lawn. We parked like literally on someone's grass for $20. There's bonfires in people's yards, the middle of the streets. It's crazy. He was a Bills. Oof, I hope he's okay. Diane, I'm serious. Like when they arrested Gacy, could you imagine if he said that? Like, are you saying that like you meant he really said that? Please, I hope not. I hope not, because it's almost like a copycat. Did he say that, Diane? Because I'll tell you what. I wonder then if that's why the daughter is letting us know without letting us completely know. So Diana, you're like, oh my God, Diana, you just solved like something that's been making me lose my mind. He's totally. Oh wow, poor Gacy's daughter, man. She could, they're obviously telling her what she maybe can or can't say, but when she heard him that he had said that, she probably shit her pants real. And then to say, wait, what? He studied under Dr. Ramsland, my father's like pseudo friend. who knows the case better than anyone. Like, so to hear now that he said that, and then this is all that lunatic said when he was arrested, nothing else than a blank stare and like kooky glossy eyes, nothing else. I right now am like, you live near him. Jesus, Diane, that freak room, oh my God, Diana, that is so insane to me. Mic dropping. Hi, babe. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for being by. I'm so happy. I haven't seen you in a bit. It's good to see you. Wow, Diana, that's some important information. I'm happy you're here. I'm very happy you're here. Let's think about that. That he really is mimicking he's totally mimicking a serial killer. And the daughter saying that, and then the daughter saying, please check cold cases. You have to wonder if we're going to find out if there was any, even if anything happened here in Pennsylvania before he moved in so far away to Washington. Like, you wonder. I know, what a weirdo. I'm here, Rosie. Are you here, Rosie? You barely remember how old you are, Kevin. Ugh. So wait, so did Gacy get was Gacy lethal injection? I can't remember. I can't remember how Gacy went night. But wow, that's just, Diane, that's crazy. You blew my mind right now with that. I mean, I really was saying it just because for the heck of it, because you went, oh, then he did the lethal, yeah. But this guy studied. We got to really realize this guy studied BTK to the fullest. To the fullest. And Idaho. I mean, I don't know how. All this I know is that they said, yeah, Idaho is does have the death penalty, but I don't know how. I don't know how that all works. I don't know what he'll do. He better. I mean, 2 days ago there was no talks of a plea bargain. It was, he can't wait to get back to be able to just rectify this misunderstanding. To 2 days later, exposing his genitals to anybody that walked by him, and then I'll come in here and I'll cut you like I cut them. He did himself in. Oh God, really, Diane? They were happy when they raised his house. I could imagine that. But that, Jesus. Yeah, between BTK, because BTK and Gacy were like, went to work every day, normal people, never didn't say anything bad about, like, oh, they're nice, nothing bad. It's like, whew, you don't know. Mic drop. Mom, studying in theory should also show that to do and not to do a guide. I know. Well, that's the scary part, Mike Darpin, too. That they just, they had released as part of it. It was, he started out pinging. His phone was pinging in close proximity to where they were. And it said to where the four were. It didn't say to where the four were. And then the chief says, but in the last 2 to 3 weeks, he followed their every move. Like, to me, it's like, what were you doing? Yeah, like you were right there with them. Like if they were home at night, you were at their house. Like that scares the hell out of me to think. And they show you the house thing because they're like any like Kaylee's room. It's perfect for a peeping tom. You go sit up on that hill, got straight vision into her balcony. Downstairs, those sliding doors, you're looking right in a kitchen. He had a front row seat to whatever his plans were, whether it was okay. I'm sitting here just to see their rituals and to write down the time they come home, the time they eat dinner, do they shower at night, in the morning, who stays. Like you just wonder, because that chief said it. The last 2 to 3 weeks, he followed their every move, and that's when I was like wanted to throw up. No, and Fluffy, that's driving me, and so I think it's driving us all insane. Is we don't know that yet. We don't know if he knew any of them, because it just doesn't seem like it random. He only lived 15 minutes from them, but nonetheless, like you wouldn't. I don't think it random. Okay, I'm just gonna pick a house. I don't know. I don't know. I could be wrong, but they haven't. I hope when he gets back there, and that they do unseal and tell us some important information. Yeah. No free ticket. No. And he's really acting up here. I'm here in Scranton. Like, I think we'll have a parade when he leaves, especially Monroe County. Like, shit doesn't happen like that where you get, not only is it so high profile, but God above, he's he's letting everybody see. Put that. I'd be like, I'm happy there was this summer they were looking for nurse, literally looking for, the whole state needed nurses in all our correctional facilities. Big money, but I would never want to do it. But God, could you imagine if I had taken that? That would have thought. Would have thought. Not that I mean, he may be on. I don't know if he's on any meds or not, but still, just the fact that you're walking by these cells, that little pee away, dirty boy. Oh, the movie Copycat Green Eyed is one of my favorites. I mean, fantastic. Harry Connick, you wouldn't expect it, was a great creep, and Sigourney Weaver was excellent in it. Why I loved Copycat is because it was almost like you got a real quick lesson in all the weird serial killers and like what their thing was. Like the movie was phenomenal. Oh yeah, Downtown, I know. Yeah, he's luckily he's only been here a couple days, and they haven't allowed him to go out and we have wonderful restaurants here, but they said no, we'll bring you your tray. Yeah. So, and this isn't primetime tourism season, so if we had to take him in, it was New Year's Eve weekend, and it was a very quiet weekend. Not there. He was busy flashing everybody, but here we were okay. Because if you see Harry Connick Jr. with Sigourney Weaver in the movie Copycat, and then turn around and watch him with those, I know, Floats with Sandra, excellent act. Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy. And he doesn't act. I don't even know if he acts at all anymore, Harry Connick. But I loved him in. What was his name? What in Copycat? Do you remember Green Eyed? Because he would say the grossest stuff to her, like what do you call it? He'd call his semen his spirit. Like it was fantastic movie, but and it, like I said, it gave me a quick lesson in serial killers. Yeah, it was damn good. Lunch on a well-used tray. Well, here's the thing too. Downtown, he's got his suicide vest on, and he's eating off a styrofoam, so he doesn't even get a human tray. Here, puppy, come eat your dog food. the picture with him with that stupid suicide vest. I'm like, be like, oh no, I didn't hear him that he wants to kill himself. Is that what he said? There's too much going on. I'm a nurse too. I'm trying to keep up with this guy that is in critical condition from the Buffalo Bills. I'm a nervous wreck. Um, Mike Ditka was my uncle. My uncle played for the Pitt Panthers, and was Mike Ditka's roommate all through college. And then he signed out with Green Bay Packers and hurt himself. But when my uncle died very young, in like 1992, Mike Ditka called our family, my grandmother's home, and called to give us his condolences. He's a class act guy. Yeah, Rosie, I'm here, honey. I don't know if there's something up with your volume, babe. Everybody else can hear. I don't know. Check your or go out of the chat and come back in, Rosie. Maybe it's something with that, and then just make sure that maybe you didn't touch the volume button. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, he was only 52. That was one. My mom had four brothers, but he was fantastic on the Pitt Panthers, and then when they signed him to Green Bay, his last semester in Pitt, he hurt his knee, and that ended his football career. But yeah, him and McMahon were tight, and I mean, we live here in Scranton. Ditka got word of it. Not McMahon, Ditka got word of it and called my grandmother's house and wanted to talk. He said, I want to talk to, my uncle's name was Charlie. I want to talk to all of Charlie's brothers. And he did. He talked to all of them and said how sorry he was, which was very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we were all like, oh my God, like it was like a celebrity. That's it. Oh God, thank you, Green Egg, because I would be writing it down. Google. I've been having such brain farts. Daryl Lee Cohen, and he had that accent. And he would like lick his lip. Poor Sigourney Weaver was like lived in fear, but it was just such a great movie. Yeah, he'd sent his. I sent my spirit to her. Ugh. I remember like the first time because I had to think about it for a minute. And I remember like I forget who the hell I was watching it with. My younger cousin, and she's still a ditz. I'm like it's his theme, and she's like, oh God, how's he doing that? I'm like, how's he doing what? How's he giving them his spirit semen? I'm like, did your mother not have any? You're 14 by now, Maria. Come on. Oh, okay. Oh God, what a family I have here. What did Diana say? At Mark, that's why they called him the funky QB. But I loved Kevin Butler. Skip Bayless. Oh God, are you kidding? No doubt the NFL is considering post. Wow, what kind of a jackass would post that? Is that a football player site guy? Skip Bayless? Tweet it, no doubt. No, Cappy, he's tweeting. So whoever Skip Bayless is, what an idiot. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of the game. But how? But I mean, there's someone in critical condition. Jesus. Oof. I laugh so much to get a read from Harry and Meghan. And that was awful. Didn't you think it was awful, Green Eye? And and play Silence of the Lambs, American Psycho. Get the good stuff on. Yeah. Harry and Meghan did themselves in, and they didn't need to do that, but they did. Okay, Psycho. Nah, he's some loser. Oh, he's just like a Twitter loser. Attention. Well, he should be careful now because people aren't going to be too happy with them to say something. It's so insane. So he thinks it's too late in the season to postpone it. Oh my God. I mean, we have some real jackasses in this world. We do. I mean, I hate to say it. I'm not saying we're pretty good here. We're just about perfect here in this group. We're great people. We not would never come out of any of our mouths. No one calls semen spirit here either. That's Daryl, you call him. But we all love the same things. We like the weird stuff, but we also do want to see the good the good guy win at the end, and like that's what drives us nuts. I think here half the time when we do, especially when we do long lives, like we get stuck on something hardcore, and then we go into a million other things that are just as hardcore. But I mean I enjoy every. I'm not complaining. I enjoy every bit of it. I love you guys. Oh, Rosie, you were listening. Rosie, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. I listened to an old tablet and comment on my phone, and my tablet has been on the WFLA channel the whole time. Oh, Rosie, you missed it all. Go back later. It's not. It's all good, but you'll be fine. Oh, you're too cute. That's okay, Rosie. The night I finished the Blood and Marriage, and it was the Q&A night. 15 minutes I talked, and then I'm like, that's weird. Everybody's here in chat, but like, I don't know. Nobody's like, I'm I'm funny. No one's laughing. Like, what the hell's going on? And then I look up at it, and it was like, wanting like the StreamYard basically when it's time to go live tells you want to go live now, and you have to press it, and I didn't. So for 15 minutes, I talked to myself. So then when I did go on, I'm going like, hey, sorry for not really keeping you waiting. I was here talking to my computer. I'm like an idiot. After I'm like, are they mad at me? Like everyone enjoyed the book. Okay, Kevin. Everybody enjoyed the book. It's just a Q&A tonight. It's going to be laid back. They're awful quiet. They're all just talking amongst themselves. No one even said hello to me. Like, you idiot. So I've never done that again. And I always ask at the beginning, like, can you hear me? I am going to put you on mute for 1 second, everybody, because I had getting over influenza. Hang on. I'm going to blow my nose. Okay, thank you. That's too much. Oh, God. Oh, I wish, Mark. I wish. But I'd be in LA or New York, and who'd be here making sure that my father doesn't get the house on fire. Oh, God. Shut up, Psycho! I love you. Oh, my God. I can't take it. I didn't do mute once, and I thought I did because a call came in because something happened with someone using my credit card. So I didn't have my phone on mute, and I'm giving all the information, including the stupid, like, okay, now what's your 3-number code? Everything. And I look over at my chat then, and they're like, Rose, real big letters, you're not on mute. Everybody hears it. I'm real quick. Then I type them. I'm like, okay, give me a minute because now I'm going to cancel the card. Yeah, I didn't. So I'm pretty good about that now. What did Rosie say? I've been commenting based on comments and kept wondering, why is Rose just playing her stream? Rosie, I mean, and WFLA, don't get me wrong, they cover Petito case really good. But that Bueno guy, forget his name, I could only take so much of him. So I would never just play him nonstop. You're too cute. Yeah, that's what I just said downtown. You guys were literally then like, Rose, you're not on mute. Where everybody knows is we hear everything. I was reading in slow motion, like, you done. So I'm like, okay, guys, give me 5 more minutes so I could cancel this goddamn card now. Yeah, but that's why I have such good people. Yeah, Rose, you're not on mute. It's like I said, oh man, I was there that morning getting ready for work. I was like, oh, gee, thank God. Mark was there. It was a Monday morning. You're right. I was tired, but it was like a marathon. I can't even remember if we were doing. I think we might have been doing trivia, and everyone's like, "No, come on, let's keep it going." Yeah. By that time, the telemarketers are calling. I'm giving everybody my credit card. Dear Lord, Rosie, Rosie, this is never boring. You're too cute. You were like, I was like, this is too boring. And Rose never doesn't do her own commentary. And yeah, could you imagine me like, I'm just going to play them Florida news station. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't do that to you guys. Not that they're not good, but unless it's about Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, I don't really go to that station, but they are a popular one. PG, I mean, big time respect for him, too. He keeps it real. Mark, you keep it real, too, though. You keep it real, too. But PG is super smart, and he just hangs out with us. He makes us look cool. I'm going to get him. He's been too busy, though, with this new job. I don't like it. His new job got in the way with my social life, so I got to get him on a Saturday night when he can get on panel with us. Because we got questions now, and it'd be cool to get just the honest answers from Psych Guy on everything that this lunatic now is doing. Like, I just would love to hear it from PG, especially with BTK's daughter's concerned that that Brian is possibly writing to BTK and mimicking him. And then Diane rocked my world when I said how I was like, why would he the only thing that bugged me is like, why did that Brian ask, the FBI, has anyone else been arrested? And I'm like, I wonder if any other serial killer ever said that. When Diane's like, yeah, BTK did. So that rocked my world, the fact that not only do we know from, one of Brian's fellow student that they studied under Dr. Amslin, who is world renowned and had formed a very tight friend. I don't want to call it friendship, relationship with BTK when they did finally catch him, and like still to this day correspond. So the fellow student was like, Brian was really, really into it when we studied the whole BTK thing. Like, he was mesmerized by the fact that she met him and all that she knew about him. So then the fact that he's now saying things like the same way BTK did, for the daughter to say, Pennsylvania, please look through your cold cases and make sure that his killing career didn't just start in, Idaho. Hopefully it didn't start in Pennsylvania, but he lives in the state of Washington. It's a long way. Like, did he bail the hell out of here after doing something? Who knows? Oh, Gacy said, I'm sorry. The fact is, like, he left here and went really far away from home, which I don't blame BTK's daughter for thinking then, like, look into it, because people idolize my father, and, he loves it. He calls them his fans. He writes back to everybody. He loves answering their questions and is, basically proud of what he did. So she went on a lot of channels today, and like I said, poor girl doesn't look much like she slept because she's worried. And I don't know if I don't even know if they asked her, do you visit your dad? I'm not sure if she meant it or not. What did I meant? Wait. Hang on. I gotta go back up though. Hang on. What is Green Eye? What are you saying, Green Eye? I'm gonna. Hi, Liz. Hi, Liz. Happy New Year. Hey, Roses. They're away. Can send you $5. You can take it to your local Series Spice. Oh no, Green Eye. I found condoms in his wallet. Oh God, he was a senior, and it was the same day that I found uh, weed in his room. So I'm like, great, all in one day. I got to find out that my son is having sex and he smokes weed. Yeah, and it was a little bit more than that. That he was just not only just smoking, but that might have been one of the worst days of my life. I could look back at it now and laugh because I never looked at his phone, and I don't know why that day I did. And what I saw on his phone was concerning, and I'm like, what's happening here? And his wallet just happened to be next to his phone, and I opened it. A, there was a lot of money in it, and B, there was condoms. So that wasn't one of my better days. Oh wait, Diana said BTK's wife got I could imagine, got the fastest divorce in the history of Kansas. Oh wow, an emergency divorce. Wow. Now, Diane, I can't remember. So Gacy and BTK, who had children? I know both were married. I think both were married, if I'm not mistaken. But did they both have families, like kids? I can't, for the life of me, I mix like those two up for some reason, but I do. Yeah. And you know what, Liz, that retired FBI, she's good. That Jennifer is good. Like I enjoy listening to her. I truly do. And she has been doing like along the way a lot of different just basic profiling, but she's super interesting to listen to. I really like her. So other than BTK having that daughter, that's it then, Diana, huh? Like Gacy didn't have I mean, Gacy didn't have kids, but did he have a wife? I mean, he had a house that looked like a home, where like a family home, like where the perfect lawn kind of thing, you know? Oh, the whole jail thing, Liz. I had an inside scoop on that. My girlfriend's mom works at Monroe County. She works there for 30 years. She was off today, but uh, Brian started acting up in in Monroe County jail the past 2 days. Um, you know, exposing his genitals and screaming at all anybody that walks by, but especially the officers, telling them they're afraid. Come on in here, you're afraid of me. I'll cut you up. I'll cut you up like I cut them up. Yeah, so he's really done it from when he got there to saying, I just want to get back to Idaho, clear this whole mistake up. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Liz, it is true. In fact, I there's already, it, because it was just released, the whole article. It'll probably be on channels now. It was like 6:20 p.m. That it fully came out. But they even interviewed this poor woman. Was arrested on New Year's Day, and she had to spend 6 hours in a cell next to him. And she just said he just, and he's, oh, here's the other thing he's doing. He's real loud singing filthy rap songs. Oh God, she said that one, Little Wayne, and the other one, I'm like, who, oh God, it's something like the bunnies, something with the bunnies in it. But he's singing like just the filthy lines of rap music, and it's just, that's what he's doing hours and hours of. I'm like, oh, I'm thinking, why isn't he medicated? Why isn't he medicated? Between the CLs having to put up with that for the past couple of days, you got this, and you should see the woman that they interviewed. God bless her soul. Not only did she look a mess from probably being whatever happened to her, it said domestic violence at home on New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day, then putting up with that for every many hours. See, he's exposing himself. He's going to cut everybody up. Like, horrible. Because when my friend told me, I'm like, oh my God, I said, I didn't hear about this. She's like, oh, this is all kind of coming out now. She's like, but it is out now. She said, and I went to a couple places, and I can't remember which. I'll get it, but yeah, it's a big article, she even let them like take her picture, like you see her too, because I would be like, yeah, you can interview me, but I don't want anybody to know I was arrested on New Year's Day. But no, it's her picture too. And in fact, that the thumbnail for this is the front of the jail, but I actually took it from that article. It's the front of Monroe County Jail, but I took it from the article where he's not medicated. But here's the thing, Green-eyed, I'd be so fast on the phone with the doctor just saying he's to the point of almost hysterics. I feel he's like in a full-blown, manic state, and he would do well with a little bit of Haldol, and then you chemically sedate this man, please. Oh yeah, everything's being monitored. That and that too. I'm like, wow, he really did. Is he gonna then say? Are they gonna plead then he's crazy? Because when he first got there, he was just so wanted to come back to Idaho to clear it all up. I don't know if in his mind, because he does know so much as a criminologist, I'm going to play it up that I am nuts, and I shouldn't be held responsible for what I did to those 4 students because I'm crazy. I can't think of any other way, because not only is there cameras everywhere, but anyone that he said that to had to write up a wit. They're calling them, which my friend said they're calling it a witness statement. What did you hear? What did you see from them? So I don't know, because Kevin's like, isn't that considered a confession? I said, I would hope it would help prove that, yeah, this man did do this, and he was pretty proud of it in Monroe County Jail, like making sure that he thought all the officers you're scared of me. You're scared of me, and I'll cut you up like I cut them up. Like, I don't know how that's gonna play out, which way that goes, because we don't. Last we had heard was the public defender that they gave him here just to kind of be more like a spokesperson, really, saying he just wants to get back. He's going to waive his right because he don't want to just get back and clear this up promptly. I like the promptly part too. Why? You think you're going to get back to class? And then somebody's like, what's his state of mind? And when he said, oh, he's in a bit of shock. Oh, is he? Is that what we're calling it? He's in a bit of shock. Yeah. Oh, wait, I missed something. Is it Tres? Oh, who's? Oh, no. Wait, is it Tres or Trajenko? I've never heard of that. No, Ed, we know the song. I want to be sedated as healthcare workers. I don't think Brian does. Rose, sorry to tell you, he's not in the hospital. No, nobody's in a hospital room. No, he's in jail. Who's in a hospital room? Because Brian's in a cell, and that's why the poor other idiots in the other cells had to put up with it too. Yeah, no, he's not in the hospital. No, and he could be mentally crazy, but in the beginning, he's only here for holding. You're still only going in a cell, and really, if you act up, the doctor should be made aware, and you could medicate them. I don't think they want to be. I don't know if they want to be bothered with it, or if they're thinking, oh God, he's leaving tomorrow. I don't know what they're thinking. Oh, Kathy, and I'm director of nursing home for long-term care. We hate Haldol in the nursing Department of Health hates Haldol because it really does make the elderly kind of catatonic. But somebody like Brian, he needs it for the way he's acting. No one needs to see him or his genitals, and that's what he's been doing. So, they're not our prison. And especially Pennsylvania, we're not really good with our medical care within the facilities. In fact, we're horrible. They did a big investigation were really bad with even like when patients go out of the facility. We used to have convicts come to the wound care center. We'd send them back with whatever the orders were. They're not. They don't follow up. They'd come back with the same bandages on that we had put on the week before. So our prison system, when it comes to medical care, we're a little laxed. We're a little laxed. Yeah, yeah, we do go. And my last facility, he's a local. Everybody knows him, the psych that comes in, but he's like, I just feel in nursing homes we need to just through the air vents just run a combination of Haldol and Ativan for everyone. I'm like, I'm with you. I'm with you. Countess in the 18th century. Oh my God. Bathed her victims in virgin blood to retain her beauty. Could you? I mean, I can't. Yes, everybody remember Brian Laundrie's hand coming out of the garden. Molson woke me up one night. Get up. Or one morning, get up. I'm like, why? He's like, there's a hand coming out of the Laundrie's garden. I'm like, a hand? He's like, you're. I can't explain it. Words doesn't do it justice. Go get. And I went and I looked and I'm like, oh my God, how stupid. He's like, yeah, yep. I'm like, that might be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. A hand coming up. Yeah. And what's Roberta like passing them like bird seed? So stupid. So stupid. That was the best though. Like he's in a bunker under their garden. No, he's not. Wait, hang on, Rosie. He spoke for 5 to 15 minutes before asking for attorney. His PA court appointed. Wonder, yeah, and Labar he is just a public defender, but he's like he's like his name's familiar, and I don't know if it's because there's not a lot of public defenders in Monroe County, but he's already been in contact with. Because his family can't afford a private lawyer. Labar was already in contact with the public defender that's waiting for him in Idaho, and they already had a conversation based on what this idiot at the beginning, what his plan was to just get back there and as promptly as possible resolve this, because it's a mistake, because he didn't do it. And he's just in shock that he'd be arrested for something he didn't do. Okay. John, Happy New Year. I'm happy you're here. We're just talking about all the insanity that's happening, and I was gonna go tomorrow to Monroe County, not because I want to see like an idiot being driven by in a car to take him to work. I don't know if he gets driven, if they drive him to Idaho, if they put him on a plane. I want to go. I know Brian Etton's here, but I don't know who else is going to be at that jail. But at this point, I'm like, with all these behaviors and how crazy he's been acting, I'm like, are the roads going to be like closed? It's cold out. I'm not going to have to walk 3 miles in a town that I really don't know well enough. Like, nah. If my one girlfriend wasn't working, she's like, I would go with you, but I said, yeah, I just don't want to go alone. And I don't feel comfortable going alone. Oh my God. Greena, you know what? Both. Let's think about it. Whoever was assigned to be Brian's public defender was probably like, I knew it. Shit job. I'm going to have to defend him. I'm going to have to put up with, like, look at his behavior just now. And then, the DA and every investigator involved in this, they have a lot ahead of them, a ton of work to be done, to, and I'm just in my mind praying that, there's a ton of DNA. I love how they went through the genealogy, and through his mother's blood, then researched her, look up the sister's name, look up his name. He has a white Elantra, and that's how they linked it, and then that's how they started to put all the pieces together. So to me, it's like that was brilliant. But I had all the respect for the chief, saying we are keeping everything really, close to us. What we're telling you is very well thought out before we say it. I know we've had a lot of people who thought we were doing absolutely nothing, and of course we know now these people were working around the clock. But it's pretty amazing how they basically, think about it. They basically went through Ancestry.com and got him through that, which is, it's amazing to me. No, Liz, I talked about that the other night, Liz. No, it makes me nervous, makes me want to, yeah, it makes me want to cry, right? That was the last face they saw. That was the last face they saw, because maybe Kaylee and Maddie were asleep, maybe, right? But we know for a fact Ethan got out of the bed. He died at the doorway. But she was up watching that, and then she has a ton of defense wounds. She saw him for a while. It makes me want to. When her mother did that interview and was like, "My daughter fought for her life," I couldn't stop crying. I'm like, I don't know how these women are getting out of bed. Like, I don't know how they're doing it. To hear that, like, those are hardcore details. Those are bad enough. You're aware that your child was taken away, taken from this world with a Rambo style knife. That enough. Where's the hell's off for me? But then, the more we're gonna hear, I don't know how bad it's gonna be. I don't know, but I've thought about that a lot. I've thought about it a lot. Wait, Green Eye, was that Florida? I watched the show on that. Not Sarah Boone zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase. Yeah, she filmed it. Where is she now? Where's Sarah? That was nuts. Yeah, that's right. What's with people? Oh God, there was the little boy too. I don't think that was Florida. That sweet little boy, crazy stepmother, put him in a suitcase and dumped him into a river. I can't remember his name because I think I blocked it. Sarah Boone is on her. Oh my God, you're kidding! Is on her sixth public defender, and the sixth public. Wait, it's on her sixth, and the sixth public defender is doing his best to get the hell off the case. This is not a case. No, it isn't. It's a case that should not even go to. I agree. And that's the thing. Like, you feel like if there was a shit ton of evidence, why the hell are we putting these victims' families through trials that could literally go for months? It's punishment. It's such punishment. I can't, Mark, the whole soup. I can't remember if it was if it was just an article about her, or I really do think I watched like a little, like almost like a docu-series on it. But I thought, that's a nut. Now that's crazy, because I think she kind of went on with her. Didn't she kind of like go on with her day, or did she have a boyfriend? Green Eye. I can't. There was something with Sarah, but I'm like, how people like that are able to compartmentalize, detach, whatever the hell it is. She got drunk. Oh, okay. And not only did she give me when she gets drunk, but then she's an idiot too. She videotapes. Yeah, she went to, but yeah, that's what it was. Night. But meanwhile, he's in a suitcase. Like that is. Thank you, Anne, and Happy New Year. That is. It doesn't get much crazier, other than like I said. If anybody can remember, Anna might remember she's right now. Her case is happening. The stepmother that the sweet little boy, remember, was her stepson. But I don't know if she cut him up, but she put him in a suitcase and put him over a river. His father was like every 1 week in a month or whatever would have to go to like a National Guard type thing, and she had the son. Somebody's got to remember, sweetest little boy face, little boy face, so beautiful. And Gannon, that's it. Gannon Stosh. Oh God. Whew. That makes that, yeah, the people with the suitcase thing, the torture that he went through, that poor little boy. And then that lunatic, that's what it was. That's what, more shocking than she put him in a suitcase was, I was like, I can't sleep on a good night. And this psycho she went to bed. She went to bed. Yeah, zipped him up, sat, drank, filmed. I mean, she was busy. Went upstairs, went to bed, came down the next day, and guess who died? Whoa! He's dead. He was dead. We were just playing a game. I know her ex is happy. She said, oh, I could only imagine. Thank you, John. Yeah, guys, don't forget, hit the like button. That makes me happy. Letitia. And Letitia's it's like it was over the summer. She was not appearing in court. Her lawyers were just showing. The judge was like, no, she needs to be here. Like I don't even know what happened with that, but she really was a real pain in the ass. Not doing everything like basically like, no, we're going to do things the way I want them done. You can Zoom. I'll Zoom. That's what it was. You can Zoom me. I'm not coming there. My God. Okay. The state that I live in has been through 2 hurricanes. I know. Ian and then Nicole, which is literally, I know. We were talking about that the other night, Green Eye. Just a little bit they showed on the news, it was like such devastation, made me sick. Yeah, well, Rosie, you know why? After between the poor little boy being put in a suitcase, he was already dead though, and the other one. But like, yeah, maybe make an inside zipper to get out of. I don't know. And she claims he wanted to stay in the suitcase. I have anxiety sometimes if an like an elevator, we get stuck on an elevator, I get a little weird. I can't even imagine that. That makes me sweat just thinking about it. She's been in the Orange County jail for 3 years. Oh my God. Could you even imagine though? Like by the 6th, like that's just crazy. No, oh God. And that insane amount of money that's put towards all this bullshit, then it's a shame. Mark was in his trunk for 10 minutes with the others to go to a drive-in. I say, get me out now. I could never. I ran a hyperbaric unit. They're capsules that you go in and I shut the door and you're in there. And they'd be like, can you get, now if I get scared, can you get me out? Sure, I could. And in the meantime, I'm like, it's going to take a while though, because I slowly have to get you out or I'll blow your lungs. And they're like, did you try it? I'm like, it's nothing. In my head, I'm like, I tried it by the owners. And I didn't even let them lock the door. And I was like, open it. I want out. So, yeah, I wouldn't. The thought of a suitcase might already like make me pass out. and or give me a seizure. But if it was, you have to think like if it was she went to bed and it like it was an all nighter. Ugh, you're just you're just waiting to die in there. Would be the way I look at it. You're just in your mind, she's crazy. She drank all night. She's mean, and I'm in here and I can't get out. Oh my God, she kicked the suitcase down the stairs with him in it. What an animal. What an animal. I hope not either, downtown. I hope not either. But she kicked him down it. Ugh. You know what, too, on that, now that I'm thinking of it, they show part of the interrogation with her. I wish I remember what she said when they're like, why was he in a suitcase? It's so, I mean, it's just so stupid. But those interrogations are fantastic. Like, they're looking at the person like, I would never, like a Coleman, Chris, I would never do that. Like, that's my family. And I'm cold. Can I have a blanket? Like, these people are so nuts. So why was she mad with him to begin with, or was she just drunk? I don't know why, and no, because I watched so many weird stuff. I can't remember if she had a boyfriend or not. Maybe downtown, Green Eyed Nose. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, right. It's I mean, and I didn't. The part of it is on YouTube, and I was like, this girl's scary, crazy. Yeah, she was acting like that. I mean, it's not a big deal. And they're like, yeah, he's dead. It's a big deal. She's waiting to be exact. Her and Brian, they're supposed to, they just want to get things over with so they can go back home. Yeah, no, not happening. So that's what it was. Because I couldn't remember. So he cheated on her and would abuse her, but she was the mean drunk. I don't know. You wonder, right? Scary. Wait, I missed something about the drive-in. What did Green say? Oh, Mark, I don't know how old you're about drive-in movie theater. We have one here. One. But oh my God, we had a Chevy Impala too. But we were little, but we put our pajamas on. My cousin, my dad, and mom, and probably me, my brother, and 8 cousins in the back seat. We thought it was great. Simple things. Simple. I'm never going to drink again. Yeah. I mean, if he cheated on you, get out. Get the hell out. You have to. He's not going to stop. Oh, trust me, she's in the Orange County jail, about 35 to 40 minutes away from me for 3 years now, waiting to go to trial. Yeah, I mean, I do like the nutcases that truly in their heads, they're like, I'm getting out of here. Oh, when I get out of here, I mean, I'm gonna travel. Like, I love it. They've got big plans. Brian thinks he's gonna continue. He's gonna continue his education. He's smart. He's the smartest in his class. He's got to finish. So he's got to get back to Idaho to clear this big mistake up. Asshole. We used to sneak my cousin in. Okay. Scranton had a porno drive-in back in the 80s. 70s and 80s. Isn't this? First of all, it's disgusting. But it was called Cinema 309, but they would call it Skinema 309. And I remember senior year, I couldn't do it though, because I'm claustrophobic and I could not go in anyone's van. But a bunch of them went to good old Skinema 309. It's no longer there. It's a shame, but yeah. Yeah. I can't believe they're like, see how this woman is, though, the taxpayer dollars, because she just keeps shitting around and changing lawyers, and oh God, what a mess. Or Mark, even with the trunk, I don't know. Put a vent in there, or they should put a safety latch in a trunk for, because when people are kidding, I'm like, oh, I was in a trunk. So make it so I can get out of that trunk if I'm kidnapped, and I can get out. Every car should have an emergency latch inside a trunk. This way, none of us are ever put in a trunk. And like you said, I like the whole inner zipper of a suitcase, so none of us are ever inside a suitcase, and we don't want to be. Rosie, I used to go to a drive-in with a sort of kind of boyfriend when I was a teenager. Oh, we go on his motor. That's cute. Go on his motorcycle, park out. Oh my god, and watch from that. Oh my god, Felix the Cat porn movies. That never heard of it, but it sounds fantastic. Mark, when I tried it, there was a big line to get in. Oh, Mark, I could see you. I could get nervous, getting sweaty. Like I can't do this. I'm not doing it. I'd be like, Mark, come with me. We'll go find a bar to hang out in because I can't even get in an elevator sometimes. So the trunk is definitely not happening. And it's what was it, $1? It was cheap anyway, but I don't know if it was just like the thrill of, 4 or 5 people in it getting away with it by being in a trunk. I don't know. I okay. Liz googled it. She's 44 now. Okay, wow, that trial's coming up soon then, January 30th. Yikes. Yeah, Green, I mean, I would hope. It's sad. It's very sad. You guys need so much more funding than what they're doing, which is not much. But we're taking care of these lunatics in jail and prisons who are changing, their lawyers 6 and 7. I don't know. There should be like at a certain point, like now you've gone through whether it's you know 1 or 3, you're done. Like 3 strikes, you're out. Would be my. That's just ridiculous amounts of money, and the devastation that I saw. Like I said, when they showed it, um, a certain area after that last one was like heartbreaking. Okay, that was her name, Denise Williams. Okay, and the guy was Brian. Jesus Christ, Brian Winchester. Here's here's the thought now that we're older and we know better. No one voluntarily get inside someone's trunk, and and there's part 2, guys. Don't ever voluntarily get inside a suitcase. If you can stay away from doing those 2 things, I mean, you've got a good shot at just staying alive. There's still other ways, but I think that old voluntarily hopping in the trunk is just a bad idea. It's not good. You're gonna be in there, even at least if it's not you, somebody else is gonna maybe get a little bit panicky. Like if you were in there with me, and then you'd be like, oh my god, why am I in here with her? Back in the set later, he used to say, yeah, I know. What's this, Liz? BTK's daughter says you can't believe offend. Yeah, they lie. Well, that's what she was saying about her father. She's like, anything he would say. She's like, I was young too. Like, you want to believe every word of what they say. And she's like, now, as I'm older and I look back, I just say why, like, why. She's a heartbreak to watch. She's a heartbreak to watch. Liz through your rollers pieces out. 99 cent nights. Oh my god, guys. Think about that. 99 cents. It was, oh Jesus, Mark, it was your car. Why did you have to get in the trunk? Mark, that's right. You should have been the one driving. You were too nice. Or unless there was a bigger dude that couldn't fit in the trunk, that would be my only guess. But Jodi Arias' lawyers were forced to stay in on for her death penalty phase. The male attorney ended up. He probably wasn't extremely sad with the fact that he was told he was terminal. Jesus, dealing with that in high school. Went to the drive-in. Don't remember the first movie, but the second was American Chicken. Oh my god, that is too funny. Yeah, I don't. I think my first was, it might have been Jaws, Jaws or Grease, like one of those. One of those. I I think it was yeah, I think it was Jaws. Pretty cool though. Everybody's considered innocent until proven guilty. Why the judge in Orange County, Florida has not looked, oh my god, has not looked at the tape that Sarah Boone made on her own phone. Okay, so when does, so the, is that because that whoever the judge will be for that trial won't see that tape till everybody else sees it the day of? I'm right. Please tell me I'm right on that, because that's crazy. Well, here's the thing, Rosie. If you're told you have cancer, you're terminal, because it doesn't have you. There is no cure. So that's, I when I say it that way, it'd be like, I mean, really, I'll take the plague. Get me away from her. She's the biggest pain in the ass. Driving was a good place to make out, but Mark, a trunk isn't. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. The green eye. I mean, green eye. This judge, like, you're in charge. Put your foot down. Have some balls. Get you got to show that this is your courtroom, not theirs. Jesus, it's, yeah. I mean, enough is enough. And like, how many times is it you're catering to this person? That's crazy. Oh, good, Kevin. Well, I didn't know if you were working or where you were. I kid you not. Oh, no. But Sarah, what? She was offered a 10-year prison sentence. Oh, as a plea deal. She refused it and been sitting in jail for three. She, what? That's a stubborn, crazy person. That's a real narcissist, though. Nope, I don't. I'm not taking that because I didn't do anything wrong. Well, he's dead. He's dead. You're not. He's dead. Even if he, you know, was a cheater or beat you, you killed him, and that's illegal. You know, when we say, like, look out for each other, even though people are like, oh, I don't want to get involved, none of my business. If it's somebody you know or you're seeing it, it becomes your business, because it is crazy. Like, that family in crisis, we can't turn our backs on each other. Some families are too proud, and I'm sorry, the Watts case is the perfect example of a true family in crisis. Shanann, I don't think, told her friends much of anything until those last weeks, and her mother and father said, like, not until, like, he came there, supposedly that he wasn't being nice, and he was kind of on his own. It's like along the way, I would think people, if you're really close with people and you are in true crisis, you see it. Don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. Amber, I don't know that name. Tell me about, who's that? Who is that? Amber Hilberling killed herself in prison, or was she killed? Because no, I don't know that name. Tell me about it though, because now I want to know. Amber, who's Amber pushing? Kevin, behave. I'm just looking at. Oh God, Ed said at least, or they said she hung herself. Yeah, but they say the same thing about Epstein. And Kevin said pushed. Oh my God, what? She pushed the husband or her boyfriend out the window. Whoa, whoa. And wait, Did we say what state that is? Where is this? Is this Florida too? I hadn't heard that one. The cross-examination of Stacey Castor is epic. I love all those. Oh God, there's so many. There's psych. What is it? Word case studies. Jen Lu. I don't know if any of you guys watch her. She's really good, but she does the whole. She'll do the like entire trials on these cases, and then she'll do the roast like she does the Jodi Arias roast. Nikki Kess, like she's phenomenal and she's super funny. Yeah, it's Word Case Studies is her channel. Love it. Oh, Amber Hillbilly shoved her boyfriend out of a 17th floor window. She was offered a 5-year plea deal. Went to trial and got 25. Whoa. Oops. Oh, I have to watch that now because I gotta see the cross examination. It sounds like it'll be something else. Liz said, if I got 25 years in prison, I would definitely find him. I know, Liz, the thought of it. The thought of it. I know. Oh, Amber pushed her husband, but didn't intend for him to go through the window. Oh, boy. Oh, I'm going to watch a Green Eyed. I can't. I mean, because they say some wacky stuff. And they'll look so seriously right into the eyes of these investigators. Like when Jodi Arias says, "All my ex-boyfriends are still alive." Well, please repeat that a little bit louder. Is that should we use that as part of like how we look at murder cases now? Guys, come on. There's no way she did it. She just said all her other exes are alive. Come on. Yeah. All my other exes' boyfriends are alive. Oh God. Go do more. Jodi, please go do more yoga against the wall. You know we're taping you anyway, but this for years people are going to watch this. This is solid gold. Yeah. All my ex-boyfriends are still alive. Well, except one. Let me see here, and I remember the case. She died. Oh, what case? Amber. Yeah, with Amber. Okay, so she died in prison. The girl that had the affair, was it the affair with her husband? And the girl that had been upset with her husband, and she shoved him and went out the window and fell to the ground. Oh God, talk about a shit show. Yeah, that's the whole thing, Liz. So she didn't take it because her narcissism probably got the best of her. I'm not going to jail for 5 years. No, you're not. You're going for 25 now. That to me, yeah, that's please imagine that walk back to her cell and it's like Chris, you just went to the baseball game. Well, Amber, you should have taken the plea. Duh, you should have, but you didn't. Yeah, these right. Think of it. They'd be out. She'd be out. 2018, you'd be out. Sharon A. I saw the in case anybody doesn't know, Cher she's engaged now, and Cher is Cher 70 or 76? I can't remember, but he's much younger, and her diamond is enormous. I saw it today, and it's huge. They said that she Epstein style hung herself, but what do we know, Rosie? They could tell us anything. We're not in there, so we don't know. 76 is damn. I'll tell you, Cher, go, girl. Oh, yeah, Cher doesn't put up with bullshit. Here's the thing with Cher. One interview she did, which was great. She's like, everyone was so shocked when it was pretty quick, like married, Greg Allman, they had the kid together. She said, but I don't put up with shit. And basically, like, it was, he got drunk. He was beyond drunk. I didn't like the way it was happening, and I was out. Like, I don't put up with bullshit. So yeah, she's off, and at 76, she's having fun. She's not gonna put up with anybody's bullshit, and she doesn't need to. Good for her. I always loved Cher. I always did. So yeah, she the ring is stunning. Yeah, I mean, you hate to hear about anybody ending their lives or anything. It's awful, but also awful. Uh, and not even for if the person they killed was a real dickhead. You're like, oh God, there could have been a better way to handle it. But you just think about them, like the families of all these people, like, and the hell they go through outside of the jail. Terrible, terrible. This, in fact, that Brian's parents made the statement that was released. It if you haven't read it, read it. It is beautiful. It's so beyond just right from the heart. They interviewed neighbors too who said, like, they were shown his mother's social media, like she's always like into charity and helping, and it's like the homeless and like soup kitchens, like they like both his parents are wonderful, like the nicest people, and they were just like, our hearts are first and foremost with the four victims' families. Like, we are beyond heartbroken for them, like beyond it. And at all we can say is at this time we are letting the judicial system do what it has to do, play out as it has to play out, and we will continue to love and support our son. But we are so sorry. Like, it really is. It's authentic, and not one. There's no one that could even say a bad thing about them, and it's the way it should be. Really, the way it should be. They didn't do it. They didn't kill anybody. So then, if you're a good, if if you have half a brain, you do release that statement saying, well, we don't know if he's innocent or guilty, but regardless, there are four students dead, and right now our son is being accused of it. We're going to still love and support our son, but first and foremost, our hearts are with those families. And I just thought I thought it was great, and I also thought, you know, why did no one told? I don't know if these people just did it on their own because they are such really good people, but somebody maybe should have told the Watts, like, you need to maybe, say how sorry you are for everything that's happened, and how that where that your hearts and thoughts are with the, Shanann's family, but they didn't. And they said the family, when they made the statement, I want to say maybe Sunday, I can't remember. But Brian Enton said there has been no one here. No one has bothered them. The neighborhood, it's as quiet as it is right now. And he was there at night and day. He said it's quiet, like no one's bothering them. And I thought they shouldn't. That their statement was the very best statement that parents could say if that's your child, because he's in Washington. There, really, rightfully so. You don't know what he did. You don't. But you did the best you could do with what you can say, and I'm happy, like, no one's bothering. Let them grieve. Let them grieve, because I'm sure in the middle of the night, even if you want to, with the hardest, believe that he wouldn't do that, you're going to have those doubts, and you're never, nothing's ever going to be the same again. So those women, that the father and mother are just. They were very, very authentic, and no one's bothering them now. They're not hated. Total opposite of what happened. With the ours and the Watts. Like, it just, It doesn't take much, I feel, really. And even if you don't want to say it, you can have your person, say your spokesperson, lawyer, whoever, get it out there. So you let people know you're human and how upset you are by this, because it still is your child. What until they find out or not, that's your son. You raised him. You're not accountable for what he's doing as an adult, but you're just showing that you're human and you're sorry. But who knows now? Roberta. Yeah, Roberta's something else. Chris himself said he killed. And Kathleen from Blood and Marriage, just like I said, it was like every day was a roller coaster, with Cindy. You know, one day we talk and Cindy was, I don't know, my son. He, I think, I think he did it. I do. I can't believe it, but it wakes me up in the middle of the night. And then the next day she'd be telling Kathleen, no, I talked to Ronnie last night and there is no way our son would do this. And Kathleen was she's like, it just became so frustrating because no matter how good Kathleen thought the conversation was, it always then the next day, like whatever Ronnie said trumped it. So, the way it happened with them leaking the first chapter of that All My Pieces, it happened for a reason, because then Kathleen was able to go on and write a much better book, I thought. I hope they can prove Roberta. Oh, well, the letter itself is ridiculous. Hi, John. Yeah, that's right, Liz. That is also what BTK's daughter was saying. Um, was that not only the families of all those of all the people he killed, but his family needs to get into hardcore therapy now. Like, start now, prepare for the worst. But you know, God bless them. I hope they do. The, the father's like a maintenance worker. The mom like works in a law office. Thank you guys. Yes, I love when I see the like button hit, new subscribers. Thank you so much. As a father, you get an airline ticket and fly to Washington. Get picked up by your son in the white car. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I said today, like that was pre-planned. Um, I guess when he left, his father was kind of brokenhearted. They were pretty tight, so they took the trek back. But they also didn't realize the FBI was trailing right behind them. I find that amusing, and I don't know why. I don't, Mia. No, I saw, because when I saw the mother's social media, and I don't know. I think it may only be Facebook, but we're talking like from the day she went on into stuff. She's always like, she's anything for their community. She does, like, and she does soup kit. Like, she's just, anybody that interviews, like, they're really, they're people that are there when something is bad. They're there. What do you need? What can we do for you? So you have to realize he's been out. He's an adult. He's out of their house. They're, probably right now walking around in circles like, what the hell happened? What the hell happened? Ugh. Christopher. It was said once and never again. Yeah, it's Chanel's telling me I should change my name to Christopher. The better part was that Cindy and Ronnie laughed in both their faces. That was it. They dropped it. No, I guess we're not going to change it. Oh my God, tomorrow? Oh, due to the weather last week. Oh my God, I'm so excited, John. John, you're going to have to email me. I need an itinerary. In one country, not sure if Australia, but they have the no body, no pro. Oh wow, I never heard of that, Liz. That's pretty interesting. Mark said, if my dad asked me for help driving, I would say, Pops, I'm good. Yes. And that's why, like, everybody that not like anybody they've interviewed so far, and they've tried to be, I probably, because they know they're being interviewed, as politically correct as possible. Like he's really, like, he's like socially awkward. Like, they're trying to use the very best words other than he's a fucking weirdo. They're like, he's like really socially awkward, and he tries to fit in, but he just doesn't. They're they're trying to say it as best they can without saying, like, he's a weirdo. Oh, I'm super jazzed for you too, John. It's gonna be awesome. Believe me. Liz, why is a 6 foot man? Wait, why is a 6 foot man killing women? I know, I know. Oh God, I don't know. I just hope, because now he's acting like, he's a nut. So I don't know. I hope the cops just find out a ton of shit, because they took every single thing from his office and apartment. God, I hope they found some damning evidence. I hope. And then between the genealogy and the car, and hopefully DNA found in the car of the victims. Like, you just hope that it's like, buddy, there's no room for you to even try to argue. Tracy, Happy New Year. What will it say? I believe when a man or a group of men kill women, they should be charged with a new charge. Well, like we said, okay, Idaho is it's a death penalty state, but we don't. At the beginning, it looked like, okay, he wants to come back and just say I didn't do it, but it's not going to work that way. So then, he is so cocky. I find it hard for him to plead, because I don't know, I can't imagine him saying he did anything wrong. But I also, we know he doesn't have any friends. He's a social misfit. So I think he'd be a scaredy cat, knowing that there's the death penalty. So that'll be quite interesting. I think, to me, is just what it's all really gonna be on how are you gonna play it, basically, with this, when him and his public defender, where are we going with this? And or maybe it'll be like, here's what they have on you, and here's what I recommend we do, because you can't argue all this. And then, this like the genetic genealogy, like, this is basically such a new thing, but it's brilliant. Like, it's so brilliant. I can't say it enough how amazing it is. So I hope, he's everybody that knows him says, he, no matter what, wherever he is, he always wants to make sure that everybody knows he's the smartest person there. I'm sure he knows all about genetic genealogy, all about what this whole what's this genealogy thing. I'm sure he knows, and I just, you just don't know how cocky where he's going with it, how cocky he's going to be. I don't know, because he just did such a turnaround from, I'm going to kill myself. I just want to go back to Idaho and clear myself, to, you come in here and I'll cut you like I cut them, and exposing himself. So he's all over the place. I can't figure it out, and I'll never figure it out. Oh, good, thank you. I'll never figure it out. I know, those poor parents. Ugh. I think it was Kaylee's mother. Like, I just lay in bed every night, and I just wonder, like, why would anybody want to hurt her so bad? Ugh, it makes me want to throw up. And then when we saw what he looked like, I was like, God, like, oh, these young girls, and Ethan, like, that's the last face they saw. It was like such a deranged person with this Rambo knife. Like, the just the fear. Oh God, is awful, awful. Ooh, sorry. Okay, I know. Is he guilty 100%? He did 4 people by himself. Him saying that. Did they? What has anyone else been arrested? Is the only thing he said when FBI said you're under arrest. That's weird. But he's not a dumb guy, so he plays lots of mind games. So did he think by saying that he's throwing them off track? Doesn't matter, dude. We have your phone records. Those last 2 weeks, you you followed their every move. Like, basically, where were you sleeping? Like, in the woods behind their house? Because you followed their every move. You started about a month prior, but you were just pinging in close proximity to where they were. And that was maybe 2 days ago. Yeah, I think it was law and crime, but no, it was the chief of police. But for those last 2 to 3 weeks, you follow their every single move. You're like, and there's no one else. There's no one else. Brian, they traveled back to Pennsylvania on December 19th. And, of course, FBI went along for a trip with them. They were already sniffing him out, but then, they had everything, they were everything he was doing with it, every minute they were watching his every move. I think it was 3 FBI agents. I can't remember how many. Took the ride with them and followed his every move. Went grocery shopping here at Giant Supermarket, which is a big supermarket. But they got a kick out of the fact that he had gloves on and he kept them on even in the supermarket. They said because obviously he's trying to really make sure he doesn't leave DNA anywhere. They're like, here he is walking around the supermarket with gloves on. It's just crazy. One YouTuber showed a Google Trends on the Google house residents. Oh God, that's a scary. I didn't hear about this. John, he's guilty. The problem is, he's a skinny dude, but he used a Rambo-like knife and pretty much bludgeoned 4 students. According to his phone, like it was within 19 minutes, he had killed 4 people and left. So that's crazy. Could it be done? Yeah, if you're a total manic and yeah, it could be done. It could be. And as of right now, there is no one else that they feel it was even involved. So he's involved. Yeah, they got him on the blood DNA alone, the car, all of it. And we don't know yet because they just took everything out of his office and in his apartment yesterday. So it'll be interesting then to see whatever they find on his electronics. That'll be probably crazy. John, this case got me because I thought, oh God, like Ethan's a triplet, and they all were there. They're all at the same school, like. And when that happened, when the roommates woke up and they found he was the one that was like face down, and they were like, they didn't call 911 first. They called like his brothers, like they came to the apartment first, and then they called 911. Oh, that's another thing. The 911 tape they said will be released soon. Like like what do you mean? Like I hope tomorrow. And that was another online crime. And they're like, and we're already being warned. It's a bit confusing because the phone gets passed around a couple people talk to the 911 operator, basically. So you got to kind of keep up with them. He's a good. I do like him. He's like, but yeah, we were told like you got to keep up with the 911 because you have to realize, they are passing the phone around because it became kind of like hysterics. I don't know at what point. I don't know if that the 911 is like, okay, is there anybody else in the apartment, or and then they see the girls are dead. I have no idea, but they were passing it around. The one ran because the one I guess ran outside. She was hyperventilating. So I don't know how many people they talked to, but like you gotta kind of keep up with the call because they're all frantic. Oh, but then when you hear, oh Jesus Christ, those are like he's a triplet, and say call them. Oh, that to me is just so painful. It's the death penalty. This deserves the death penalty. 100%, Mark. 100%. Will he plea? And God, I just hate I hate it. I hate that we plea bargain with these scumbags. But I don't know because he is so cocky. You don't know which way he's gonna go. Yeah, because he's like all over the place now that it's getting closer to him having to go back to Idaho, where he was couldn't when they first brought him to Monroe, like he couldn't wait to just get back to Idaho to clear himself. Now he's acting up and he's probably getting a little nervous. Aw, try to, Mark. I did a little bit of 2 summers ago, and I did it, but it wasn't full time. It was for a lawyer, medical consulting for cases that go to court, and I loved it, but they don't hire full time, so I think it's or I would definitely love to do that. He is, yeah, yeah. Liz, I can't even imagine the house, like the insanity, the and then it came out of nowhere one time, like maybe 2 weeks ago. We find out that the neighbor's like, yeah, I thought it was weird. Their front door was open though at 8:30 when I got up that morning. Like, what? That lunatic went out the front door in broad daylight. And the weirder part is, by walking out that front door, he walked right by those other 2 girls' bedrooms that supposedly, I hope they were locked, but walked right by them. Obviously, he probably had no time left that he thought, oh, shit, what's in those rooms? But the door was wide open until they woke up they didn't get up till about 11:30, the other 2 that were alive. So that was interesting when you hear that, like that. Okay, that's nuts that he had the balls to walk out the front door. But he did. The girls, the other 2 woke up around 11:30. The actual call to 911 was not until 11:58. So, ugh, that part scared me though. I was like, oh my God, could you even be in those girls? Like even just thinking, like he walked right by our doors and right out of the house then, and yeah, right. Well, and I hope, John, that's Lifetime did a horrible, horrible Lifetime movie on Gabby and Brian a couple months ago. I mean, it sucks. And I'm like, too soon, and not, yeah, it's bad. And I hate Lifetime did The Watch too, and it sucked. They don't. They should. That network does not need to do real crime shows, let alone not even a year later. The movie was already out on Gabby. I don't remember with The Watts. I can't remember at all with The Watts, in fact. Let's see. Wait, Green Eye, let me see what Green Eye say. Did I miss it? Oh yeah, only the coroner, the killer, police department investigators know whether this is true or not. But a particular individual made a post saying that they. Oh my God, that makes me sick to even think about. The sister, Rose's wife. Thank you. The sister today. When they interviewed the sister, no, maybe it was yesterday. She got a call from one of Kaylee's friends who said, "Who's running Kaylee's Instagram?" And of course, the sister said, "No one is running her Instagram." And she said, "Well, she's active on it now." And the sister went and got her phone out and looks, and it shows as Kaylee is active on her Instagram. And sister said that, first of all, that boggled my mind. And I thought, like, who would even, like, what, how could that even happen? Like, we didn't do it, and like we didn't get in touch like with Instagram and say like, shut this account down, this is our family member who's been murdered. So it just started to make me crazy. She said, so then I go to look on her other accounts. Someone totally deleted her LinkedIn. Totally, she said, it's gone. And I'm like, who? That's crazy. And so like the sister's like, I haven't, she's like, the past 2 days now, I can't think of anything else but that. I'm like, yeah, I think they interviewed her this weekend over it. Like it happened like last week. Who would like was he able to hack into their phones, and was he doing it? That doesn't, because it's like somebody's active on her Instagram, and then she's like, oh, let me just check out her LinkedIn. She said in her LinkedIn was like really, like, it was awesome because she was on her way to Austin to the new job. She had made friends with like people there. She had posted looking for a roommate in Austin and found like a really cool. She's like, it was a really, like, it was nice. It was her page was really good. Gone. And she's like, I showed my parents and they're like, who could do this? And she said, I don't know. I don't have any, there is nothing in me that I don't know. And so then you're like, okay, could he hack their accounts? Yeah. He wasn't dumb. He wasn't dumb. So like, talk about mind games though. They're dead and you're pretending they're like, you're on her account, and then you get rid of her LinkedIn. Weird. Yeah, delete it. Like, the sister's like, what the hell? And she was sad too, because she's like, we felt like that was like we still had that. It was one of the, like, she was really then excited on it, and like there was a lot of communicating with the new people that she was getting to know, and they're like, we don't have it, it's gone. Like, it made me sad for the sister, but it also, I was like, that's odd, but this is all playing out now, so I'm sure, like, Jesus, they use genealogy to track down the blood. I'm sure they'll find out what the hell happened with the, who was messing around with the accounts. Yeah, and that's what they're like. Okay, he's pinging at the beginning. He's in a proximity of where they're at. He's not. He's and by that, like, he's not there at their house and their home too on this, like, but he's in a proximity. But then when they're like, every move was like, if like, almost like, I take a step, you take a step with me. It just freaks me out. That that chief freaked me out when they said that part. I'm like, Man, though, Kaylee said I have a stalker, and they, they brushed it off, and she did. She did. I feel sad for the families. I know. I know. That's how I felt. I'm like, you took the lives of like four vibrant young college students who had everything to live for. This one, like, she shouldn't have even been at that apartment. She goes to, like, say goodbye, show her new car. Ethan didn't live there. He just stayed there with his friend that night, like his girlfriend that night. What a shame! Just the way it all happened, everything is a heartbreak. It truly is. And then when you see that he's a triplet, and like the other two are just, when they interview the parents, are like, they're just barely making it every day to get up. I'm like, I can't imagine. Can't imagine. But my God, you have to just feel for them, because it's, some psycho took them out. Hiya there, beautiful Aussie. Happy New Year, love. I thought I'd feel relief when someone was charged with this crime, but I don't, because, yes, I know. I feel laced up. Like, I feel more like a. I don't know why I don't. I feel tension inside, and I don't know if it's after talking to my friend, and then seeing that he really is acting like this now in jail. Like, you're just wondering, like, what is he planning? Like, you know, it's just, I don't feel, and we know the parents don't feel better, but they said, like, they were just happy he was found, because they were so afraid for others, but it doesn't make their pain any less, and it never will, ever. And that's why we're like, do I want a trial? Do I not want a trial? Every day they'll have to go to this trial, but they may say, no, we don't, like, we don't want him to take a plate. Send that, like, that bastard deserves to die. And especially like Haley's dad, Mr. Oz, I could see him like, oh, and I'll be front row at that trial. I don't mind. I won't mind. I could see that more than the families being like, oh God, we don't want to put ourselves through a trial. Accept the plea. I don't know. I don't see them as being that type, I, at all. At all. These were four innocent people. They don't know this guy. They don't know how right now. It only, and I don't know why Kaylee's father said that. Oh, when they said his name, there is he knows the connection of this man to Kaylee. I don't know what it is. Not haven't said it yet. So I hope we find out. Did you know them? Which one? Why? Where's the weapon? Those kind of things. Because Liz, there's always a plea. Not that it has to be accepted, but that his public defender could say to the DA, "Here, listen, this is what we're asking it to spare his life." Like with Watts, Chris Watts, we want to spare his life. Will you take this? He can never get out, but he's not going to be put in the electric chair or whatever, lethal, whatever. That's why there's plea deals. But I'm like, I just hate the idea that you're bargaining with someone that, whether it's like a Coleman or a Watts or this maniac that killed these four kids that were just going to start life, like, that they should, you should lose that right to even be able to bargain. You shouldn't. But that's us. I just think, solid, lots of evidence. There won't be any room for this dude to go to fight, or to, this is just a mistake, nothing to see here, kind of thing. Like, oh, there's lots to see, is what I'm hoping. Hi, Kez. Happy New Year, Kez. I hope you had a good New Year. But you don't know. little every day. It seems like they're giving us more like little bits and pieces, but tomorrow will be a big day because I forget they like, yeah, he's waving everything here, so like I forget what time they said he could be like back in Idaho by. I can't remember now what they had said, but regardless, I'm sure nothing major then will probably be released until Wednesday, and who knows what that'll be. Like we're all waiting for some really good shit to be released, but they don't have to. They don't have to because they're still asking for more information on anything anybody may possibly know, means that they don't have to unseal what they have because he's waiving his rights. They don't have to do that. So that sucks. It sucks too for the parents who are like hoping to just they are because they all every time they interview the parents, it's just like we just want like who did he know? Like which one of them did he even know that he hated them all, that he hated them so bad? It's like they're all losing their minds, just not knowing even that basic part. I'm looking up. Hang on, I'm just looking back to see. I know, me too. At least I think of it. I mean, my son is their age. Hi, Spirit. Happy New Year. I didn't see you either. Happy New Year. Cheers. Yeah, SM means social media. I'm just looking back. Me too, because God, so many people pegged her ex-boyfriend. The poor dude has the dog, or the that guy at the hoodie guy at the food truck. But then when you found out there was that second tape of them walking with him from the bar to the food truck, they're all having a good time. They did know him. They were with, like, he was standing there with them, but then they got in a car, an Uber or whatever, share car ride, and went home. So it wasn't him then either that you even could think it. At the very beginning he looked shady, but he wasn't. He actually was at bar with. Thank God for who's ever that ring cam was that they released that then that just showed them. But when you hear her, who says it? Does Matt? I can't remember if Maddie says it to Kaylee or Kaylee says it to Maddie. Like, what did you tell Adam? And she's like, I told Adam everything. It's like her voice when she says, "What did you tell Adam?" I don't know if it was Kaylee. It's like she sounds like she has such fear in her voice. That bothers me. That part of the tape. I'm like, what is? And because that is the hoodie guy. I can't remember his name. He says to her, they're gonna get you for that. So it is a little. It is. I mean, yeah, we get to see that they did know hoodie guy and he was walking with them, but the conversation did not put me at ease. Yeah. Wait now. When they drive him out of Scranton near where you live. So he is not in Scranton now. He is in Monroe County. So he is not gonna. He won't be near me. And I don't know what airport. I don't know how he's getting. Like, I don't know if they're gonna take a 2,500-mile ride back to Idaho with him, or how it's gonna work. Where he's at, he's in the prison. It's like he's in the boonies, so I don't know if they're driving him or not. I don't know. They haven't really said that, and I'm not sure. Yeah, poor JD, Kaylee's ex. Yep. But I know, and he was so like upset that they would even think that. And then people were like, why is her mother and sister so on board with, like, he would never do that, and they were going to get back together? I'm like, because maybe really were a nice couple together. They said it was her that broke up with him, saying, I have to, I need my space. I'm moving to Austin, blah, blah, blah. But they defended him right from the beginning. People did find it odd, but look at it now. Like, he had nothing to do, as far as we know, he had nothing to do with it. Oh, yeah. Those girls were in that house. They survived it. So what do you get for surviving it and you losing four of your closest friends? They got shade thrown at them, the two that lived. That was horrible. I'm like, those two girls are in such post traumatic stress. Let's remember, they saw him, it's true, where they found him was at the doorway, but did they look in the room? Because if they looked in the room, my whole thing is more concerning than, one of our friends won't wake up. Did they not see that there was their friend Zaina on the bed, and she was the one that really fought back? So there had to be, that was the room where the blood was seeping out into the outside of the house. So I was confused with that. I'm like, did they? I don't know. I know the house setup is weird, but we don't know. All we know is that, they, with the 911 call, we can't wake our friend up. Oh, but okay. But I'm just want to ask, okay, but did they look in the room and really freak out because they saw Zaina, bludgeoned? Like, no one's, no one's said that, but, and I know it's a horrible, gory thought, but geez, more. And he was, I don't know, he was stabbed, but obviously he had to be laying flat on his belly, maybe. So yeah, he wouldn't wake up. But Jesus, she fought hard, and for there to be blood on the exterior of the home that seeped through because her bedboard was right against that wall. There's no way in hell, if they looked in the room, they were going to see something horrific. So we don't know what those two girls are going through. And for people to say anything negative to them is just despicable. It's terrible. You don't do that. And I don't like when it's minor. Like, I didn't get real heavy into Kylie's case, but man, like they were pegging that Jagger for her ex. The minute that Nick roadside guy said somebody with the hat, that was it. It's got to be Jagger. He's 16 years old. He's a minor. His parents were pleading with people, please stop. We're getting death threats every day. Like, people don't realize what the limit, where they take these things to these dark places, to the point where, like, this Jagger 16-year-old kid, then, like, whose parents are saying, stop it, stop this, the calls, the social media, we're coming out here, we're coming to kill you. Like, people need to think before they become these keyboard warriors, and that's not happening when people get all fired up and either start taking sides on things before you even really do find out what the hell happened. And especially, like I said, Jagger was 16. Shut your mouth. If he did it and they find out he's guilty, he's whatever is coming to him will come to him. But it's an open case, and you're coming for him to kill him. My God, nobody should have to be like that. That's what I said, Kez. Like, I just feel, because the front door, and he left the front door open, but he left right out the front door. That is a hell of a narcissist. I'm walking out this front door. Like, that. It's unbelievable. He was really right at that point. He was high on his, look what I did. Look what I did it. I did it. Proud of himself, high, like such an adrenaline rush. So yeah, left the door open and but walked right out of the front door like it was nothing. That's mind blowing. But well, it's okay. And I didn't even see what you said, but tell your cat to stop texting. Never lost your cool. No, I think social media. Yeah, I don't like it because I don't like. That's why I've been staying off of people's panels. I'm scared of unless like there's somebody gets is arrested, all the speculation. It really does create such danger. And then people, even just between on social media, the wars begin. People take sides. People stop talking to each other. It gets so dangerous. It's not good. Listen, once somebody's caught or the process of them finding it, hell yeah, we're praying for please let them find whoever did this. Is there a suspect? Stuff like that. But these people that are we're coming to get you, and it's some 16-year-old that didn't do a thing. Like it's when is enough? I just think that's what I think. When is enough that as a society we are failing at in just being the slightest bit humane. Yeah, Liz, I was thinking that because the student said, well, it actually is one of his fellow students after because they said he was always tired, he was always late for class, and like rushing to get in because he was late and he looked like he hadn't slept the night before. And then this, I think his name, I want to say, because he gave a really good interview. I even wrote it down so I could tell you guys in case. Benjamin Roberts. After, he's like, looking back now, after those murders, he said, first of all, he never talked about the murders with us. He's like, we couldn't stop talking about the murders because we're only 15 minutes from where they happened. This kid said, he's like, but Brian never talked about them. But he was a different person. He was cockier. He was extremely talkative, like looked better than he had. Like so, he was feeling pretty good about what he did, which makes you want to vomit. But he was high on the fact that he did it. He did it. And once we know a motive, like if he really did hate one of those girls, like if he really did, even if it was just in his weird head, felt pseudo rejected by one of them, he was really feeling so good. Like in his mind, I'm like, I got her, and I got her. Like it's such a scary way to think, but they noticed looking back now, he wasn't late for class. He was more talkative and friendly. Just weird little things that you don't think anything different at the time. But now that he was arrested, all these people that sit by him in class are shitting their pants. Oh, of course he'll have letters. If people, I mean, people send BTK letters. Yeah, any there are women out there who couldn't or who are desperate for anything, anything. He's creepy enough when he's not smiling. Oh, he's oof, the one picture showing of him smiling. Yeah, his smile creeps me out. He has these weird. I think it has like these dead black eyes. Like he's like his eyes to me in the picture, two pictures. Not only the jail one, but it's just I don't know if it's like a class. He looks soulless. They are like just black eyes. Are you watching it now, Mia? Yeah, I mean, and I feel for her. She looks exhausted. BTK's daughter. So she's a nervous wreck. Um, hey, Rosenet. Only he gets off on what he did, but then the whole community is terrified. Yeah, he's like big man on campus then. Mm-hmm. Oh no, no. The minute that happened, Liz, I'd be like, Mom, Dad, yeah, I'm on, like, not even can I come home. I'm on my way home. And I mean, it was gonna be Thanksgiving anyway soon, but no, I'm on my way home and I'm not going back. Now, I mean, but they can go back, for the next semester. But yeah, there I would never have returned there until the person was caught. Never. Mm-mm. Let's see what else I in here. Yeah, Mark. I mean, he looked rough, but it's over a month, and it's almost close to 2 months that he would have gotten an altercation if that's what happened with Ethan. So I don't know. I have to look again at the nose. I can't like does his nose look crooked or swollen? I'm not, because I've seen it in a couple different like places, but I'm like I keep forgetting then to go and look. Because that's exactly what I'm saying. He has the Chris Watts black soulless eyes. Like nobody's home, black beady eyes, and this is when I get so upset thinking of, especially like Dana fighting for her life. That was the last face she saw. Makes me so scared for her. God bless. He had a broken nose. Yeah, because I know they said he had a deviated septum in the past. And when he does talk, he always sounds like almost like he has allergies, but that's from that injury. But I wonder if you'd have to wonder. I mean, he had a Rambo knife. Poor Ethan was not going to fight. He wasn't going to get too far. God bless him. Try to defend his girl or whatever. And he wasn't even so. Yeah, he real smirky look on his face. I mean, he's proud of himself. Isn't that crazy to even say? Ugh. Yeah, he's just the pictures. I can't look too long at them. He scares me, and I don't want to hear anything but the facts. I don't want to hear anything. I never do. I don't like the theories because you make yourself nuts, and it's just propaganda. These families have been through enough already. We don't want them popping on any of our channels and then reading stuff that's not true. But they're already so messed up. They're not sleeping. They're not eating. You just upset them more. I mean, I know kind of people in this group. That's not what we're trying to do. So we do our best to be respectful. And hi, Live Love. Now I love your name. Did you hear Coors said he? Yes, I was just talking about it. But Liv, did you watch? How about at the end of that interview with the older woman when she goes, he just lived 2 weeks to be able to kill people. Okay, interview's over. You started out all right. You're like, he never sleeps. It'll be 2, 3 a.m. and he's vacuuming and he's moving his furniture. And, this is an apartment building. We're trying to sleep and we can't. And plus, he looks too weak to kill people. First of all, I'm like, oh, God, lady, think about it now. Like, what? Maybe he was coming home. Maybe the night you really thought you said he was just moving furniture. He's hiding things. Like, who the hell knows what he's doing? But, like, that interview just, oh, God, it was eye opening. I'm like, oh, he really doesn't get much sleep. And then at the end, when he followed his every move, it was like, we don't even know, like, how he had to have been sleeping up on that perch, either like a peeping Tom looking in at them to kind of get a hold of their rituals and the times that they do certain things, or he was sleeping in his car at their house because it was nonstop. Especially the last 2 weeks, he was their shadow, and that freaks the shit out of me. Cause it right now it is 12:13 a.m. He had, well, and he had the prior history of, and it was heroin addiction, and then he cleaned it, he cleaned his act up, and then he really went hardcore into his studies, and I just think it triggered like a, and he might have had some mental issues, and he really then went hardcore. He knocks on this guy's door that they're, I they know each, they're friendly but not best friends, but and they jog every night 7 miles. I'm sorry, but you're not sleeping. You're all day at school. You're studying. You're following these people around, and you're jogging 7 miles a night. It doesn't take any doctor to say that he's manic for sure. For sure, he's manic and not on meds. He should be on lots of lithium, but he's not, and he's just by that point too. You figure those last 2 weeks, man, like a boxer getting ready for the fight of his century, like crazy amounts of energy, crazy amounts. Let me see, where am I at here? Brian, uh, Brian Christopher Laundry with a sister named Cassie. Brian Christopher going with a sister. Ooh, wow. They do all have those eyes. Brian Laundry's. Ugh. He looked like he was like the Grim Reaper. Every like you'd go from seeing her smiley face with the blonde hair and the blue eyes, so beautiful, and then you'd see him over on the hammock, drawing in his little notebook, like with his little crayons, looking always like, ugh, I couldn't stand his face. Yeah, I never thought of it that way, Green Eye, but they, yeah, no, but nobody had any life in their eyes. Really, they didn't. And here's Mark too, because they used to call him fatty. The girls used to actually, the girls, now we're talking the girls in school, would throw food at him in the cafeteria, make fun of him because he was a fatty. He started to take up kickbox karate, and that's how he started to get in shape and be able to defend himself. And once he started that, he was never fat again. Almost took it to the extreme, became the crazy vegan with, like, his mother had to buy brand new pots and pans because I can't eat out of anything that had an animal cooked in it. I could kill 4 people, Mom, but I am not eating out of that meatloaf pan. Like, that's a crazy, like OCD to the fullest with this guy. Whatever he does, he takes it to the as far as you could take it, next level. And, of course, the mother goes and buys all new pants because he's a vegan now. Yeah. And they don't look healthy either, so the neighbor should realize that too. He's also not eating really good too. He's living off of caffeine, and he's preparing for this event. Yeah, Chris would the same. Yeah, every day Chris worked out, ran. They run until they can't run anymore. And each one of them were described as, yeah. Wow. Let's think of that too. No, like Brian Laundry, no friends. Uh, this Brian, no friends. Chris Watts, one friend. One friend from, okay, one friend. That's that's craziness. Such extremely such an extreme social misfit. Anxiety, social anxiety, misfit. Anywhere they go, they don't feel they belong. They're smart. They're all smart. All of them those three dudes. They were all smart dudes. Weird, but smart. Yeah, they are. That's like that's a real good way of like summing up. Like, look at those three. They are all really similar. It's frightening thought, but it's you're right. That's like a really. I never looked at it that way, but talk about the boys' club. If they had all of them in the same job, man, they'd form a gang. God, someone said those stories about the well, the one girl did go to school because she was afraid. She goes, I wasn't nice to him growing up, but I haven't seen him since like we graduated. I'm thinking, oh my God, these poor people are fearing their lives, but they were mean to him. They were mean to him. Boys always used to knock, like, you know, kids are mean. It is what it is. Kids are mean. You just hope your kid's not a mean kid, and if he is being picked on, they know what to do to either just defend yourself, get the hell out of there. But it's sad, very sad to me. Green, I have a brother, I have a son, I have several nephews, in each and every one of their middle school kind of. They all go through that. That's right. My brother went through it. They were like, we had to buy his clothes and stuff. I remember it was called the Husky section, and he flipped out. Like 9 years old, didn't talk. It was like it felt like the longest ride home. And he's like, I don't want to call it the Husky section. And my mother's like, why? What do you mean? He's like, I'm not fat. Husky section. You go through the I'm sorry, like there are those years of the ugly years for all of us. Whether it's those 2 years of the goddamn braces and the bad haircut, or I had my clothes in the husky department. You go through something, but you know you don't become a killer. You don't become a killer. Fucking Coleman, yeah. Coleman's what a dirtbag. Oh, I love looking at our old pictures too, laced up. Like I had one picture, parents, I can't wait to put it up. All right, it was a new haircut, but it wasn't cute. My mom, we didn't even put it up that year. That's when you know that was my ugly stage. Mom didn't put it even in a frame that year. I still have it. It's in the envelope. I have it now. If anyone would like wallet sizes, I have about 15 wallet sizes, 2 5x7s and an 8x11. That sucker stayed in that. It stayed in that envelope, and we just kept up the one from the year before where I had a cute haircut and no hair was sticking weird, and the braces weren't gleaming through the photo. And I also in the picture, I admit it, I had an outfit on. It was cute, but it wasn't good for pictures because it looked like I had a long giraffe neck. So looking back, my mother did me a favor by not taking that. It's like, oh, okay, let's put that here. We'll show Dad later when he comes home from work. I don't remember ever showing him. I might show him now that he's 85. How come we never put this in an envelope? Is it as ugly as I think it is? And he's 85, so guess what? I would get brutal. I get the truth from him where it'd be like, what's wrong with your neck? What's wrong with your neck in that picture, Ro? Oh my God, I can't. Oh, God, the things you go through growing up. Oh God. They're laughing at me in my bed. Oh, I think it was. What grade was that? Might have been third grade-ish, around third or fourth grade-ish. I think it was third grade. I think it was the third grade. Whatever. By fourth grade, I think I had a Dorothy Hamill haircut that I was rocking hardcore. I remember I look at it and I go to my mother, I look just like her, don't I? I mean, first of all, I don't know how much older Dorothy Hamill is, but I was like, damn it. My hairdresser nailed it. Look at this. Look at these luscious locks of a Dorothy animal look. And then from that, it was like, oh my God, look at these feathered wings. Like, if I'm not Farrah Fawcett, no one is. Look at this. Yeah, I love all those. But I do love that my mother saved them all because I can look at them and be like, Jesus Christ, you really did have good parents who, like, told you were beautiful even if you had a Dorothy Hamill haircut. Yeah. I'm like, Mom, my God, this hair, I look just like her. The Farrah was like, whew, too good looking for my own good. Look at this hair. It was only in about seventh grade, sixth grade. Yeah. I'm like, I can't believe how good my hairdresser is. The boys the next day be like, oh, new haircut, Rosemary. I'd be like, yeah, to you. Jealous of the wings, aren't you? Yeah. Took me about 3 hours this morning to get it look just the way I was ready to call my hairdresser to come on over. All the uneven bangs were. That's not good. That's not good, Anna. And I think we all went through that. Everybody had that. Oh my God, psych guy always had a row. Oh, did you really? Did you really, psych guy? I love that. I love it. Listen, I love Farrah to this day, for God's sakes, and her luscious locks. And I mean, come on, it doesn't matter. It would still be in style right now. And if she brought it back, everybody'd be walking around with those goddamn feathered wings. Okay, they're gorgeous. She was gorgeous. I just have a problem with the day she died because Michael Jackson died that day, and I just felt like, he stole her thunder. He stole her thunder. She was battling cancer. She did the reality show. She showed us herself at her worst. And then he died. I was like, no. He's taking it. He's taking the attention away. And I remember my ex was like, well, Michael Jack. I'm like, don't go there. Are you going to say Michael Jackson is more popular than Farrah? Don't, because we're gonna have to break up. To move out, we're gonna have to break up. Don't. Tatum's mother was an actress too. Oh God, and I know her name because I have Tatum's book, which is excellent. I love her too, but she wasn't motherly either. Like Tatum and her brother kind of like raised each other, and when they would go with Ryan, Jesus, it was like a free for all. And they, and Farrah, they didn't have a good relationship with her, so I love Tatum O'Neal. I heard her book is excellent, and I was telling the group the other night, Mackenzie Phillips' book is excellent too. And it's crazy, sickening though. I mean, her and her father had a sexual relationship for years, drug addicts, and crazy stuff. But both books are excellent. But anytime I see Tatum on something, like, I have to watch it because I do love her. I'm trying to think of her name though, Liz, because she was beautiful. Yeah, Joanna Moore. Yes, she really was beautiful. And I can't remember if she was she was like got involved like the Judy Garland kind of thing, like the pills, and it was sad, And then Tatum kind of was raising herself and her brother. It was a free for all when they would go with Ryan because he was more worried about what Farrah was doing, and Tatum just felt like it was like they were both fighting for his attention, which always ended up going to Farrah. And Farrah really didn't like them around, which is, it's sad to say that because I do love Farrah, but I just think Tatum was an old soul, and she was, getting Emmys at a very young age, and I don't know if maybe she just had a take no shit attitude, and Farrah they didn't like each other. Oh, Bad News Bears was awesome. I loved Patty. Yeah, Little Dar was little. What was the movie she was in with her dad, Tatum? What was that movie? I can't remember. But she's like, I was like me and my father. The book it makes me cry, but it's great. Like we were like we weren't parent daughter. We were friends. We were friends. So we were literally we were like friends. There was just no parental guidance. Yeah, Tatum O'Neal had John McEnroe had full custody of all the kids then, because she got really bad years ago. She she has finally cleaned up completely, and it's been she's been good for a while now. But there, she wasn't even getting to see her kids, and it was so sad to see that Paper Moon. Oh, thank God, Liz, because it's gonna drive me nuts. Yes, Paper Moon. Yep, that was and that's that movie. She said like I felt so close to my father. Like it was if I ever had to say there was a best time of my life, it was filming that with him because I was like I was doing good work. They loved me, and my father was telling me I was like doing so good. So, like she like has really good memories of that. But she went through a lot. She went through a hell of a lot, and John McEnroe was he's got a temper on him, but he did try to hang in there, and you know, she really hardcore then with the heroin, everything basically then. And she loved her kids to death, but totally let drugs rule her. He divorced her, he married Patti Smith, and then she never really she got worse for a long time, in fact. Poor Tatum. But it has been a couple years now that she's been like totally good. Thank God. Her and her father did like a cute little reality show, in fact. Oh, who's going? Night. Good night, Kez. Love you. And again, Happy New Year. This is going to be a better year. It has to be. Yeah, Scandal. Remember The Warrior? I thought that was the greatest song ever. The greatest song ever. But yeah, she was like in a really low, like she got really low with her drug abuse, like in alleys. She like in New York City, she said she'd be in alleys like with bums asking them like for drugs. She's like, I was so low. I was really bad. Who was the girl from Eight Is Enough? Well, which one? Because there were all those sisters. I loved all of them, but which one? Which one, John? If like which Nancy had the blonde hair. Then was it Susan had like long red hair? So the youngest boy was Nicholas, and then I liked the second oldest brother. Was he was Tommy, and I think the oldest brother was David. But there was a lot of girls. Which one? Like give me something on it. Like, do you remember her hair color? Like, you saw them at the fair a few years ago? You did, Anna? Oh my God, I would love to. She had a twin brother. So from Eight Is Enough, Willie Ames was gorgeous. My God, was he gorgeous? I loved him. He was a stud at the time. So cute. And my brother, like whenever we would play like any, like I'm all right, like we play it up because I like say I'm playing. And my name is Farah, and he'd always say my name is Nicholas because that's the best name. And it is funny when he had two sons and he named one of them Nicholas. I'm like, Nick, you're named after like this really cute little small little guy from Eight Is Enough because your father loved him since he was little. Oh my God, too funny. Lana O'Grady. Oh my God. She was, what was her name? Was she Mary? The oldest was, I think the oldest sister's name might have been Mary. Now let's remember the first mother, she died, but that was also John Travolta's. Remember, that was his woman. She died of cancer, and like that almost killed him. And then they brought on the next lady. But yeah, I can't think of what the hell the mother, like what her real name, Diana Winter? Was it Diana? Diana Hyland. Yep. Yeah, that was I remember that like it was yesterday because my mother was like so obsessed with Diana. I remember her saying Diana Hyland died. And I'm like, "Huh." And then Betty Buckley. I mean, and I like Betty Buckley, but they made like the whole stepmother thing. But that show was one of my, I have to say, one of my favorites. Where is Ginger from Gilligan's? We were just talking the other night about that show. Like it was a 3-hour tour. Why did the Owls bring all that money? Where were they going? We were talking about old shows, so that and they were stupid. Like as far as like, well, if you think about our visual, how far we've come with technology, and you look at the shows back then, they're horrible, but I'm like, yeah, I was like jealous that I couldn't live in a hut like Marianne. That's so stupid. And I was also jealous of the Bradys. Like, I always used to say, why does Daddy have to own, why does Daddy have to own a dress factory and not why isn't he an architect? My mother's like, because we're Italian and we live here and that's what they do here. And I'm like, I hate it here. I hate it here. I want a house like the Brady Bunch. My father can't hammer a nail. Everything would be duct tape. Like he would literally everything would always be duct tape, and then we'd call like whatever it needed to be done to come in and really do it. Most Italians were not real. Yeah, not good with that shit. Him as an architect would have been a lot of duct tape, a lot. Let me see, Christy McNichol. No wait, yeah. Oh, Leif Garrett, dear Jesus, he was gorgeous. And man, he got in an I forget if it was an accident. He killed something, like his friend died, and I think he was driving possibly. Possibly, but Christy had a brother, John, right? Yeah, Christy had a brother. I just can't think of what the hell his name was. Yeah, downtown. John Travolta was like, he said like that was one of the worst times of his life when Diana Hyland died. He was crushed. I love that show, Family. I know. I love. There were so many good shows then. Guess what? Downtown, I went up into the attic to get out I have all of my huge albums when I was little. I have so many Donnie and Marie. I mean, I was but I'm talking that I have literally about 15, right down to the Osmonds Christmas album, but I have about 15 of them. My parents took me to the Allentown Fair to see them when I was little. Like, they were big. The Osmonds were major when we were growing up. Major. I got to shake the brother Jay's hand. I thought, this is it for me. I'm going to be famous. But that was the show. The show was great. Cassidy. Oh, I know. We were talking about him too. Alice from the Brady Bunch. We were just talking about Alice from the Brady Bunch, and here's a trivia question. What was the name whenever Alice had to like go out of town? Remember, she'd send her sister to come and watch, like take care of the family, and the sister was like real military. What was her name? Puppy. I had socks that said puppy love around them. Purple socks too, because Donnie wore the purple socks. Right? I'm admitting it now. I don't care. Oh, Pat. Yeah, I love. I mean, and I like her and John McEnroe together too. They've been together a long time, and he's pretty. He's rough. He's rough. Yeah, but Edward. I hope you got grounded. There is no smashing of puppy love. No. I have to show everybody one night. Like the albums are so good. So I have We Are the World, the Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, Taste of Honey, like just these so many good ones. Like I'm like, God, I love vinyl. I love the feel of an album. Got rid of it. I never got sick of that stupid song. Now just the thought, my God, above. What was that I just saying? Let me pull it up on my phone. Hang on. So Alice the maid, but who? Who you and you'll somebody's gonna get it because we said who it was the other night and I already forgot it because I've got too much else going on. Whenever she would go away, she would send her military sister to come and care for the Bradys. Remember, the sister was like 6 a.m. She'd have the kids like doing their calisthenics in the yard, and they couldn't stand it. I can't think of. They said her name. Somebody got it the other night, but I'm like, yeah, like there was the cousin Oliver who would pop in every now and then. Tigger, I love Tigger, and oh my God, Tiger Beat magazine downtown. I used to love that damn magazine. Abby Davis was Alice. Yep. Is that Christy's brother, Jimmy? I'm trying to even picture what the hell he looks like. I can't remember right now. I can't. Sarge, was that? That's right. Her sister was Emma, and they're like, oh no, Emma's coming. And then, of course, by the end of the week, everybody liked Emma, but everybody was so happy that Alice was back. God, I love those shows so much. I miss all of them. You couldn't wait. Tuesday nights was like Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley, Three's Company. That I'm like, it's not like that anymore. There's unless I'm just missing it all because I'm just busy between Netflix and YouTube and like Prime. I'm not watching the way we as children. Tonight this is on, can't wait, and as a family you're all in the living room. We don't do that anymore. Mary Armin. Oh my God. Oh my God, Liz. We were talking about with the Brady Bunch. Like they're all alive. Think about it, because we're trying to think of shows where from our day where everybody's still alive. The kids are all still alive in Brady Bunch. Then you think about Happy Days. Poor Joni's dead. Aaron Moran is dead. Different Strokes. Dana Plato's dead. Like, it's sad. Like, it's almost like the certain shows, kid actors, whatever it was, they ended up on drugs, no money. I'm like, God, I thought Dana was from Different Strokes. I used to think she was so pretty. And Aaron Moran was. Hey, Joni loved Aaron. Joni loved Chachi. Chachi loved Joni. They had their own spin-off. So I was always like, it's not that she didn't manage her money right. It's that she got hooked on drugs. God bless her. I found some episode of Family with Christine McNichol on YouTube. You try to show her she has made that a boy. Because she did look like a boy. Is Miss from Gilligan's Island available? Mark, I'd have to check on that because she might not even be alive. She'd be about 130. Jimmy was anywhere else. Doesn't live here anymore. Oh wait, somebody too the other night was like, I loved Thelma from Good Times. And I'm like, remember the episode when the father dies and the mother curses? Such a good Mark, you love Jimmy Walker. You remember the episode when the father died? And the mom's like, damn! Some not good but good acting for us. Janet Jackson was in it. That's how she kind of got her stuff. But somebody's like, I always thought Thelma was hot. I'm like, and this is why I love all of you here. We're all weirdos. Family. Oh, the other one that somebody's like, they watched it constantly. Remember what Buffy? What was that called? Was that Family Was that Family Affair? The show of Buffy? Oh God, I think it was. She died of drugs. Like she was the cutest little thing. She had the doll. Cause somebody's like, Rose, do a show on like, where are they now? Jimmy Walker's mother of her dream. And I'm like, who do you want me to do? They're like, you got to do the Brady Bunch. I'm like, well, the kids are still all alive. They're all dead. You know, Alice, Mr. Brady died a while. Alice is dead. Florence Henderson is dead. Oh, Tracy. There's another one, though. They're all alive. They're all alive. Like, it's weird. They didn't die. I'm not saying I'm upset, but they're still alive. What other show? God, Growing Pains so well. Come on, Kirk. I thought Kirk Cameron was so cute. Well, and they divorced Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma is on. She is on Tinder, but I don't know. You know, she's very cute. You know, she's pretty picky. You gotta compete with Grandpa. Tracy Gold from Golden Pink. I can't. Yeah, she did go through. Was she anorexic yet, or was it drugs? I can't quite remember what the hell it was. Go ahead, go retire, go relax. I'm not going to be on longer because I have to take my dad to an appointment tomorrow. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Go get some rest. Thank you for being here, and Marty for you. Love you. Yeah, Tracy. I can't remember what the hell. And then everybody's alive except Bob Saget from oh my God, their show. What the hell's their show? I'm drawing a blank all of a sudden. Poor Chu just died last year. I already forget the name of the show. But they're still alive. But that second daughter, remember Jody something, she had even gone to jail for drugs, lost her kid. She's good now, but some of them really go through hell. Or some of them have such parents that that just didn't save their money, and then they end up with shit. Yeah, Tracy definitely had anorexia because I swear they were like afraid like she wasn't gonna live almost like I remember that. The Neighbor on Bewitched, that was the other one we were talking about because I was like her mother, the grandmother. I was afraid of her. She was like scary to me. I don't know why. And I'm like, and then the fact that there were two Darrens, and I never knew it. And then one day my mother's like, that's, they had a different Darren now. I'm like, that's her husband. Like as if it was her real husband. She's like, it's a different actor now. I'm like, Mom, look at his, because they did a really good job on casting someone that looked just like Darren. But she's like, no, that's a different man now. And it was a different guy. Philip McKean, yeah, he died? Oh my God, I loved him. I loved that show. I loved that show. Kiss My Grit. Right? Isn't that, I didn't know he died. Aw. His sister was from Facts of Life. His sister was Nancy McKeon. I didn't know he died, though. That's sad. Aw. 55. Huh. They're all alive from Facts of Life. All alive. See, it's like you don't know. Then you hop on over to Saved by the Bell. Screech is dead. That Lisa Voorhees, she lost her mind. And it's very sad. Are you... Mark, I would just hold on a little longer. You know she's sexy. She's got that bouffant hair. She only used to get it done once a week. I love that. I know. It was so good, Anna. Such a good show. We had good shows, and I miss those. I really do. I miss them. I don't know if it's because it's like this. It's stability. Yeah. Good night, honey. I love you. Full House. Yes, that's a full. I miss the stability is part of it. I just think it's your childhood, and it, things were done a different way. Nobody even really eats dinner together anymore, let alone like we're all going to sit in the TV room and watch the shows together. It just doesn't happen, and that's sad. But there were great shows. Um, they made me look up Laverne and Shirley because Shirley's still alive. Laverne's not. I know. Another fantastic one, well, I thought, Three's Company. I love, when John Ritter died, that was horrible. Horrible. And then you got to spin off the Roper, so I loved them. She was so horny. God, he was so bored. I loved them. She wore her big moo-moos. Dirty pervert Larry. Doesn't Don Hunt literally, like, I'd get up on Saturday morning just knowing, like, oh my God, Land of the Lost. Put it on. Scooby-Doo was on. Josie and the Pussycats. And then at 12 o'clock, I got to watch American Bandstand. Oh, it was. That's exactly it. Like, there was just an innocence to it. And it, like, brought families together. It was something as a whole you did together. You sat and you watched your show, and it was simple, but you loved it. Like, you look every week, okay, what's tonight? Like, you loved it. You never realize how good you have those days until you don't have them. It sucks. Chrissy Snow died. No. Suzanne Summers? No, she's alive. She's as gorgeous as ever. In fact, she has a huge, like, she's all natural. She was diagnosed with cancer when my mother was in 97, and she did not want chemo, so she went to, I want to say, Sweden, where they were treating cancer patients with the actual holly berry. She's alive to this day and lived. And my mother did terrible high dose cancer, a chemo, and like didn't even survive a year. So it's like, I know homeopathic is like you're risking it, but yeah, I have to say, wow, like she lucked out. She picked something that was they were brand new trying, and it worked on her cancer. And she's gorgeous. Oh, Green Acres, oh my God. Was Green Acres with the Gabor, like one of the Gabor sisters? That wasn't, I don't know which one, whether it was Raja or Ava, but I remember the stupid song. God, I can't remember which one it was. I still have, oh my God, Downtown, that is fantastic. You gotta, oh, I love it. I love when friends are over, you break out that shit, you drink, everybody does the Time Master. Was it Shot? That's so, God, Downtown, I wish you lived closer. We would so have a tequila and a Time Master night. She's like, really, because she left Three's Company because they were not paying, she was right, they were not paying me and Joyce what they were paying John. Nothing against John Ritter. I loved him. But I felt I was just as deserving. And she was. And she left. And people thought, you just ruined your entire career. Man, she didn't. She did. And she's like, and because I look at my Time Master videos now, she goes, but I laugh all the way to the bank because I made a fortune from that. A fortune from it. Yeah, I think the whole world was shocked when they said that with John, because he started to, I want to say, his heart started to bleed out, something with his heart, but they're like, pray for him, and then it was like, he's dead. That was the worst. His son is, I know, his son got, yeah, he has his father's talent. He definitely has his father's talent. But I really do I miss John Ritter. There was he was as funny as hell, but there was an innocence to his, just the way, even if he was being like flirting with girls or stuff, there was still an innocence about the way he presented himself. I don't know. It was a whole other way, I guess, the best way to say it back then. It just, those certain things, and I thought he was like so good. And a lot of it really wasn't funny. It was just like a lot of slapstick, like with her facial expressions and him falling over the couch, like stupid stuff that you like today I wouldn't laugh at, but man, back then it's hysterical. Yeah, aortic aneurysm. And I was trying to think of it, that was, and it was bad. Yeah, it was so, God. And I remember, see, his wife was real pretty, like long red hair. I can't remember. Oh God, but they showed her right after, like, that she wanted to be able to like give a statement, but God bless her, I don't know how she did it. And he was on a different, what was the show he was on? Because he was on set. Literally, John Ritter was on set with that when that happened. I can't remember the name of that show though. I can't remember. I'm Mark. I would never judge you. The Gong Show, fantastic. Loved it. Loved it. What was his name? Oh my God, because he was a little bit pervy. I'm not gonna lie. He was a little pervy, but I love Chuck, I don't want to say Chuck Berry. Why do I want to say Chuck Berry? But I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is, but man. And I used to take ballet and tap when I was little, and I'm like, Mom, I should go on there and do my tap. And I remember, parents are so, you should, you know what? But they, you see, they're all adults, or we'd bring you. Thank God they didn't. Jesus. Oh my God. Downtown, the newlywed game. Did you make Whoopi? Did you make Whoopi downtown? Be honest. We'll still love you. Why did he always have to say Whoopi? Why? I wanna know. And you'd be like, ooh, oh, he said Whoopi. They're making Whoopi. So stupid. But I loved it. Creepy but fun. Aw, Green Knight and Rose. I love it. There were good shows though, guys. We had the shows. We did. We had the shows. Shows cannot. I know they make a lot of good, shows, limited edition type things on Netflix, but I'm sorry. You're never going to get back what we had. 70s and 80s. TV was fabulous. And you sat through the commercials. You didn't give a shit. I get mad if there's like one commercial. Like, oh my God, I gotta sit through this ad. I might as well kill myself. Oh my God, the newlywed game. No, seriously, it was so stupid. But make Whoopi. I mean, how dumb. How dumb. When was the first time you made? Well, it would have been, that would have been a good question. Why didn't anybody give Shanann that idea to ask about making Whoopi? I think the DJ would have had an easier time than saying who takes the longest to orgasm. I really think that the DJ would have preferred to have just said the word Whoopi. They didn't think long enough on those questions. We would have done a hell of a lot better. Eight Simple, and I didn't watch that show, Rosie, but they were like the all of them were like, that's another set. They were like in total like trauma, distress, awful. The Partridge, I loved the Partridge Family. I wanted to be on their bus. I won't tell anybody. I won't. Y'all got the shock of my life. The other day I saw a TikTok of Carly Simon. What? Carly Simon is. Had you ever seen Carly Simon before, or is it like, is it is it an old one of Carly, or is it recent? I mean, I haven't seen her recent, but I'm not a huge Carly Simon fan. But the Green Eye. What do you mean? Your family used to laugh at that shows, and I'd laugh too because my family was laughing, and they turn around and go, "What are you laughing at?" Oh my god, that's so good. I don't know what I'm laughing at. Then change the channel. What's Whoopi? Mom, what's Whoopi? So stupid. To write it down on the paper, so dumb. Wait, guys, remember the other one too, where was ended up then there was a serial killer that won the show. What was it? What was that called? Was it the dating game? The dating game, right? You guys, and please tell me you watched there's a movie on it. I don't know if it's on demand or like Netflix, but I want to say the dating game. He won, and he was the serial killer. He was like Spanish, maybe, and he would go on the beach and tell younger girls that like he was a photographer, that they should be models, and he was killing them. But he won. He won. The girl picked him. She's a real beauty, whoever that was. They did not either. They didn't go up because he was weird, and she got a weird vibe, and then they didn't. But I think it was the dating game. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yep. Scary, Rod. My God, Anna, that, I mean, think about those. Like, those were crazy shows, though. Just complete strangers. And next thing you know, you're making Whoopi. And then you're like, what was your last name? What? Oh, you're 50, you still live with your mom? You're a photographer. You take pictures of young girls. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think my cab's here. But thank you. Thank you. It was a great time. You can take the consolation prizes. I'm out. Good night, Rodney. Yeah, it is a good, I can't remember. I think I watched it on demand. I think. Rodney alcohol kidnapper. Yeah, awful. Kim Samso. Wow, you remember that, Anna? Ugh, yikes, that's awful. I remember because the one mother she never came home. Oh God, they're like she was on her bike on the boardwalk. So sad. Love American Style. That's right. I don't even want to tell. Oh my God, Mark, Sonny and Cher that was Sunday nights. And then they'd bring Chastity out and they'd hold her and they'd let her wave. Getting so excited here. Calm down. Nico's in the next room. I don't know what they're doing. I'm having stupid fun, There's better not be any Whoopi-ish stuff going on. I just look, you could, are you kidding me, Ed? The world could still buy it at $25. Holy cow. He was, the guy was, he was Rodney. His name was Rodney. Oh, remember the Jenny Jones murder? Because what I remember of the Jenny Jones murder is Jenny having, like, to go to the trial. I can't remember what were the details. Did she have two people like on like the show, and one one of them felt humiliated by the other? If I'm not mistaken, Rosie, isn't that what it was? And he killed her, or like I do remember that. Sonny and Cher, man, that was a show. Every outfit she wore, her hair, everything. I used to cry. Why can't I have blonde hair and look like Chastity? I don't think like that now, but whatever. But she'd come out on the stage at night, give the little wave. She was cute as a bun. Oh, I got you, babe. Green eye. I'm always gonna have your back. I got you, babe. I got you. Oh, no more. I didn't even read thumbs up. Stupid Jenny Jones. Yeah, that's what it was. So it was duping a guy, saying he had an admirer, and he was gay. Straight guy got like so, embarrassed, offended, hurt by it all. Yeah, and he murdered him. I do, I do remember because I remember her going into the courtroom, and she was a hot mess. She was like a nervous wreck, hot mess. Yeah. But they were like back, a lot of those, the Jenny Joneses, the Ricky Lakes, the people the stories that they would have, we've evolved at least to some degree with that, because God, they would have anything on. Yeah, and here we have a surprise for you. We're going to bring out your boyfriend from 7th grade. Meanwhile, for all you know, like, he made me like have sex when we were in 7th grade. I've never been the same since. Like, these shows were, they got the views, they got the clicks, but they were reckless. They didn't put enough time into a lot of it. Ricky Lake got in trouble for something too. It'll come to me, and I can't remember what the hell it was. But it was like almost like a protector group went at her for something she said. I can't remember, but they were like, for being just talk with innocent talk shows, they were pretty, they were becoming more and more controversial. Jerry Springer. Oh my God. I gotta watch that one. That freaking show was so damn good. It was the most ridiculous ever, and I loved it. And yes, you are the father. My God. I loved when the girls would be in the skirts, then they put their fists up. I'm like, I have never done that. Like, they're literally in a boxing match stance in their skirts. It's so good. And then wigs would be flying off, eyelash. Like, these girls were animals, but I loved it. I loved it. Steve the bodyguard be breaking it up. The crowd would be clapping like, no, let it go on a little bit longer until somebody really gets hurt. Maury Povich, come on, these were shows that we all loved, and they were, let's face it, they were sleazy, but they were good sleazy. Maury Povich was, and Jerry Springer was he's in a league of his own. Let's be honest with the people he had on. But yeah, Maury was a good one. The Ricky Lake thing, and I can't remember what the hell it was, but I swear she had to apologize. I love when they make it in the public. I'm sorry if I offended, whatever it was. I don't know if she offended like overweight people, because then people were like, you're overweight. Like, I can't remember, but it was like it was a protected, now we call them protected groups. I don't even know if we did back then, but she said something stupid. Don't you ever wonder why people love Cher so much? The woman's got to be pushing every 80 years old. She looks better than I looked when I was 25, but I don't. She feels like a kid. Green, I can't take you tonight. You're killing me. Stop. You're killing me. Half of these people, like, oof, that don't get too close to a flame. The one that like did all the plastic surgery to look like a cat, and they just showed her in the New York Post the other day. She's like, what? I want to say late 70s, if not older. And there she is with like her 30-year-old boyfriend, because I'm sure he really just loves her because she's such a good person. But she looks more like a cat, like, than my cousin's stupid cats. It's ridiculous things people have done with themselves. I adored Madonna my entire life. I can't look at her now. I cannot look at Madonna now. I'm furious with how bad she effed up her face. Like, it doesn't even look like Madonna, and it's not, and it doesn't, and it's not a pretty face what she did to it. She shoved so much collagen in it that it looks like someone that has a drinking problem and just wakes up like super bloated every day. She looks terrible. Share, not share. Remember Fat Albert? Oh my God, how could you forget it? That was another one. So good. Those were, between the cartoons, we had good cartoons. Like, Josie and the Pussycats and Scooby Doo. Like, give me Saturdays. You couldn't wait. I couldn't wait. And like American Bandstand, everybody that became somebody, that's where they started. I can remember Madonna. Goddamn, I think it was Borderline she did. But Michael the Jacksons were on. Like, that was just a great show. Oh, it's Carly Simon now. Okay. We do, though. I even, like, no matter who dies, I don't care. Chris, 70 years old, Christy McVie just died. Fleetwood Mac, Kirstie Alley was 7. I don't care. We still, you're 100% right, Donna. We still, in our minds, they're young. We love them. They were, and in their prime, man, they were so beyond cool. So they are still, like, I still think of them then. And that is, it's not a bad thing, but man, it sucks then when they die. You're like, oh, God. And as you get older, you're like, oh, Jesus, she was only 70. She was young. When you're 21 and you hear she was 70, you're like, oh, well, she was old. It was her time. No, it's not. If I live to be 100, I still won't be ready. All these shows were there to embarrass the average American. Well, we don't need that now because, oh yeah, social media is taking over. We don't need the sitcoms or this anymore. And what they do have series-wise, everything's just reality shows, and like, stupid ones. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to see Teen Moms. I don't want to see so like that. And I also don't watch even like Dancing with the I don't want to see any of it. Like, it's Solid Gold. First of all, Solid Gold was fantastic. Denny Terrio, tightest pants ever. The dancers were great. But American Bandstand was like Dick Clark. You were somebody when he had you on. You made it then. You made it. You were going to make it in the music world. You definitely, you were headed somewhere. I loved that. I really did. And Solid Gold was fun too. MTV, Jesus, when it started, yeah, Green Eyed, and it was really music and videos and the VJs. Holy shit. Like, I was like watching it. I was in, I want to say, like 8th grade-ish. Like, literally with my mouth open, like, this is the greatest channel ever. I'm never going to go to bed again. And it was great. And the videos, they just started, everybody just started popping videos out. I'm like, God, this show was so good. Oh my God, the $10,000. I loved those shows though. They were all good. Like the game show. Now wait, 10,000 was 10,000 Pyramid before Richard Dawson had Family Feud. Wasn't he one of the regulars? Am I right on $10,000 Pyramid? Tell me if I'm thinking of the right one. Because I just love the fact that you watch those, look at those game shows. Everybody's smoking. They're all smoking. I'm like, oh my God. They can't even wait to be off set. They're on the game show for a half hour going through 2 packs of smokes. Oh God, it's too funny. Game shows were the best. I literally, like, if I see on YouTube, because they do a lot with, I think now it's like when it got the $25,000 Pyramid, they'll do marathons of it. I love it. It's, there's comfort food. Well, to me, the game shows are like comfort game shows. I love them. I love Family. I love Richard Dawson perving it up tonguing everybody. Everybody gets a kiss, whether you want it or not. Herpes for everyone. Let's go. But they loved him, and that's just the way it was. That's just the way it was. Yeah, the cat lady, man. I mean, Jocelyn Wildenstein was her name, and she hasn't died yet, but she's gonna melt. It's not gonna be her heart. They're gonna be like calling the ambulance, be like, I don't know what to do. Her face is on the floor, and it's just like a pile of wax, because it's ridiculous what she looks like. It's so stupid, and whatever it is the same thing Madonna's injecting into her face, because she looks exactly that. It's the same look. It's just ugly as shit. These refrigerators. Richard Dawson was the best. Come on. I mean, the perv kissed everybody. But I used to love it too. Like, he'd be tonguing people, and the husband would be next to him going, yeah, come on, let's go. Give it a minute. He's not done tonguing your wife. You fool. You're clapping away. Hang on. But right, he kissed everybody from mom to grandma to aunt to like hopefully just legal daughter. He didn't care, but everybody loved him. Price is Right, Kevin, was Bob Barker. Who? Remember the pretty Barker? They called them Barker beauties. They all pretty much sued him. He was the worst to them. He was beyond cruel, pervert. Make weigh-ins every week. Weigh-ins. He used to tell them with the red hair. She wrote a book that like you're getting a little chunky. He was nicer. He loved animals. He wanted to make sure everybody had their dog or cat spayed or neutered. But he was awful to those girls. Like, especially Holly. I read her book and I was like, whew. That's rough. And if you watch it, she got hurt because one of the stupid showcase showdowns was you showed a refrigerator, then you showed, like, there were three things. Well, the refrigerator had a refrigerator and a freezer door. The freezer door wouldn't shut. And literally, she turned and it hit her right smack in the face. Right on, and it was live, like smack in the face. Bob Barker was furious with her, as if like it was her fault that the goddamn stupid freezer door wouldn't close. But they all had injuries from different things. She's like, and a lot of times, like, we'd be bleeding, and you went on until the show ended, or he would be furious. Because the showcase showdown is what everybody's waiting for. Nobody cares that one of us has a broken, because she ended up, I mean, it hit her smack in the face. That's terrible that I watched it, and I believe it is on YouTube. So what? Don't judge me. I was reading her book, and I really had to watch, but I was like, yeah, he had his favorites, but he didn't. She's like, and I don't know if it's because I wasn't blonde or I didn't feed into, flirting with him, but she's like, he just was always mean to me. Yeah, he's super horny dick. Is he dead, Bob? I can't remember if he's dead. Bob, no, seriously, downtown. If I wrote a book, I would have been like, had we just neutered Bob, the entire set would have been a whole other, much more positive. Yeah, Kevin, really nasty to the girls, but he really hated the redhead Holly. And I always think she was so sweet, but treated her like the redheaded stepchild, basically. Would make them weigh in, like things today that you'd be like, what? Where's the scale so I could hit you on the head with it? How dare you? Vanna, oh my God, I know. Vanna's job. God, how do you get a gig like that? Kevin, I need a gig like that. Get up there. But my mom was funny, but my mother's like, people make such a big deal about her. I think she has a horse face. Like, she said it out of nowhere once. And my mother was funny. I miss her to death. but she did have a horse face. And I was like, I just don't like those gaudy gowns on her, but the horse face, I still to this day, I'm like, yeah, she had that old horse face. I don't know. All she had to do was the fucking numbers. SNL does the best parody of it, but Melissa McCarthy plays Vanna, and she doesn't know what the shit she's doing, and she just lights up every single letter. Oh, it's so good. That would be me. Doesn't matter, but please, SNL skit with just look for SNL skit Melissa McCarthy. You'll die. It's so friggin' good. Oh, and then the fake Pat Sajak would be like, come on, you do know which ones you have to press. Oh, hell yeah. And she'd be like turning around, making like circling around, moving her arms in the air as if that would distract them. And then again, she'd be pushing out 10 different letters. None of them matched. I'm like, that's the Vanna we needed. Because the anime they have is so boring. Oh, what's this? Wait, hang on now with Rosie. Brian Etten said Cover's lawyers say he has an alibi. Yeah, right. And the dad admitted to be stopped by cops 2 times on ride home. Wow. They must have been speeding. You know what, Kevin? I know. At that point, I'm like, what is she doing? She's barely touching them with the tip of her finger, and it's just lighting up on its own. Yeah. Really, that's a gig. It just don't turn them anymore. They probably had to practice that a week. Vanna, what did we tell you? Don't turn them anymore. Just tap it. You know how long it probably had to take her that she had such an urge to want to just turn those heifers over. All she had to do was touch it. She just blow on the letter lightly and it'll light up. Oh, the Johnny Carson show. They all smoked on his show. I was just watching it the other night. Oh, God, who did he have on? Everybody has asked. It was more, it was like, are they there? There was like so much smoke. No, they're there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. That's Lucille Ball. That's Jackie Gleason smoking. Yeah, like one after the other, the smoking. And it was like, they smoked on most of those talk shows. They smoked. I loved it, though. I loved it because I'm like, well, look at you all. What the fuck are you clapping about? Your wife's been in a 3-minute tongue to tongue with good old Richard, who just made out with the other family's women. And now he's going to make his way down to your mom and your daughter and your sister. And you're like, wow, let's go. Where are we going? Stop clapping. And tell your wife to get her tongue out of Richard's mouth, because it's Richard's mouth and tongue has been in everybody else's mouth. That was the best part of the show. I'm like, I love watching. I used to say that too as I got older. I'm like, I love watching him make out with everybody. My father would be like, it's not making out, he's just kissing them. My mother's like, it's close to making out. It's pretty close. Johnny, I always, did you fall in love with the nice guy? Mark, because you're a nice guy. But Mark, and now here I'm going to disagree. Do you know that no one knew until after he died he had shared over $8 million? I never knew that. Did he really? Green Eye, that's a lot of money. Wow, that's nice. So, and so he was a pioneer of what he did, Johnny, right? So, and he did have an extremely dry sense of humor, and not everybody gets it. I don't like slapstick. I don't like the fake and like the people telling the stupid joke. I like very dry, almost like, did you catch what he just said? Stuff you have to think about. And I didn't mind. I liked him. I did. I liked the show. I liked the show because he had a ton of people on that became somebody because of him. That's the way I was, like, Roseanne. I love Roseanne. What happened with Roseanne in that show sucked. But, like, second, that was my start. I was a nervous wreck, and he was wonderful to me. And no fart joke, no whoopee cushions. It's so stupid. But people that went on there, like, they're like, he really, male comedians trying to help get female comedians started. It wasn't the norm. But Roseanne is like, he wanted it, and him and Joan Rivers were, like, super tight. Like, she was super hurt when he didn't hand over the show to her. She was crushed by it because they were that close. And I loved her too, but it's business. It's business. It's not always pretty. But I did not know that. Oh God, about Johnny. He had been married a couple times too, wasn't he? Like a few. I don't know why. That's half your act. What do you do? What do you have a whooping cushion and fart jokes, Kevin? I love it. Kevin, your names alone, when you do I like your names. Plus, we out it, Jodie Foster. I hate slapstick. I just, it's just not for everybody, which is fine. But, I really, when I think of the Johnny Carson show, I always just think like everybody, the smoking was not an issue. Everybody was lighting up, and they all had a high. They weren't drinking water back then. They all had high balls. Yes. That's I forgot that she was even on there. My God, that's I can't. Yeah, I totally forgot that. He really did give female comedians a chance, and that was very rare. Especially, it's a hardcore regardless. But in the 80s like that, that's hardcore, and those women to this day say, like, if I hadn't been on that show, I'd still, like, be doing my act at the Comedy Store. But which I mean, these are talented women. I'm sure they probably would have made it, but nonetheless, he gave them, a chance. Okay, let's just now, like, okay, if everybody can go back to the very early 80s watching MTV, what did you think the very first time you saw Boy George and the Band? Did you stare at TV like what? I was like, I do remember being, and I remember, like, looking at it, and this is weird. You're gonna laugh because my mother could see the TV from the kitchen. I got up to it, like, where I got to the TV that I was so close I couldn't see the face anymore anyway. And my mother said, she thought I was kissing the TV screen, like, as if I liked it was on. I go, I don't know him. And then my mother came in and said, what? I said, I don't know Boy George. And my mother said, oh, well, he must be new. And I just remember, I said, he's got girl makeup on. And she said, well, they're on TV. Yeah. And that was it. But man, I was looking at him like, and probably because, like, he's not a good looking dude at all, but man, could he sing. Like, and so, man, I was a fan ever since. But I do remember at the beginning just, like, really, really staring because it was new. It was new, and it was definitely not only, I don't say new to me, new to the world. That here it was just, things were changing. Things were definitely changing. Edith Bunker, Meathead. Oh my God, my father loved that show. She was always making meatloaf. Wasn't Edith always making meatloaf? Oh my God, slaps. Okay, but I'm going to tell you what though, Ed. I could watch Airplane over and over again, and I love it because I love Leslie Nielsen. And the first Airplane is fantastic. It's ridiculous. They say the dumbest things, and I love it. That movie I will forever, like, you can't go wrong with Leslie Nielsen. And Airplane was just so damn good. Depeche Mode. That he is just, he's a hardcore punk rock I could stare at him for days, but he's just odd, and I think that's just his gig. But yeah, he was different. Do you really want to hurt me? So good. No one saw any of it. Like, no one saw that. And then when you heard his voice, you're like, wow, like he sings so good. My granddaughter's middle school teachers dressed didn't look like that. What the world tells you how old I am? Oh, God. We saw, what? Let's really, though, think about it. We were in the prime of when the world really was changing. And I'm not saying it was all for the better, but man, like, big time changes, and we got to see it all. We saw, whether we wanted to or not, we saw it all. But I have all good memories of it all. I miss it. I miss the shit out of it. In fact, I wish we were, less in a hurry, and I wish there wasn't so much social media and all that. I don't know. I know part of, evolving and advancing and blah blah blah, but it's not always for the better. I'd take back in a heartbeat good old Richard Dawson tonguing everybody. I'm not going on the show, but I'll watch it. Hang on, I just want to make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, Kristen Wiig does the best Liza Minnelli downtown. First of all, I love Kristen Wiig does everything good, but she does. And let's be honest, how old is Liza Minnelli? She never changes. She still looks good. Oh my God, Saturday, please! If that was not the best news duo on Saturday, Jane, you ignorant slut! How dare you? Well, if you didn't have that abortion, like, they said crazy things, but they were so good together. They didn't break character. Oh my God, Mark, if he's dead now. Never. I'd be like, ooh, Richard, I just getting over a cold sore. He'd be like, I have them all the time. It's no big deal. Get over here. I got a wet one to plant on you. Dear God. I could never get over it. I always would be like, look at you asshole. Like, you're clapping on your wife. Come on. Show them what you got. No, you could do better than that, honey. Go in a little deeper with the tongue. Ugh. Some game show host does that now. Holy cow. Whoever it's done to, that if, like, I go on there and he did it, there would be Family Feud, would be like Rosemary's Game Show, because you'd own them. You would own it. I know. Yeah, oh my God, the soap operas, like, so that was definitely like my mother's thing. Oh, tampon, still though, tampon commercials. I got to get out of the room. I don't want to be around anybody. But you'd be a kid and to come on, and I'd be like, oh God, I'm sitting next to my dad, like, hurry up with this. Come on. My entire adult life, everybody told me, aw, I don't look like her, except I had. I love, but Liza's been through a hell of a lot, and she still performs. Still. Oh God, poor Richard. Remember when what's his name took over and hung himself? Because there were two people that took over for Richard. One was younger, and he had like 8 kids, and he hung himself. And he was a comedian. He literally hung himself. Please, somebody's got to know. Come on. And then Louis Anderson took over. But it was in between Richard Dawson and Louis Anderson. And he had he had 8 kids. And he was a comedian, but he was severely depressed, and he hung himself at home. I can't remember. Oh God, I hate when I do that. So I was just trying to think, like, when Richard left, it wasn't Louis who took over. I know I love Liza. I don't know if any of you watch Arrested Development. It might be one of the all-time funniest series of all. Jason Bateman's in it. There's too many people in it, but Liza Minnelli is in it. She's fantastic. You have to watch it. She's really, you wouldn't think she'd be good with comedy. She's so good with it. I love it. I watch Arrested Development. I could watch Arrested Development because everybody in it's good. At Green Eyed, I remember Spiral Kid. I know the tampon commercials. They would never say what they were for or show or they were used. And Mom would never. Oh, thank God, Mom did. Could you, Ed? You'd be scarred for life. All right, well, now listen, Edward. Listen. Once a month, Mom bleeds down there. You'd be like, I'm out. I'm out. No, sit down. No. And then, so this is inserted. You'd be like, call the doctor. Get me in counseling. Thank God she didn't. There's a reason why. Yeah. But I hated them. Whether it didn't matter if I was in the room with my mother or whoever. It just seemed like they were, God, come on, let's end this. End it. First of all, yeah, Arrested Development, fantastic. But she came on as like a side, like not a main character, but like one of their friends, and started like going out with the youngest son. She is a really, really good, dry-witted actress. She's fantastic in it, and she looked great. No. My God, Mark, no tongue. Beetlejuice, but no tongue. No. You know what, Beetlejuice? I got these 2 cheeks. You pick one, anyone. Edward, no one would tell me either until the moment that I needed to be told. It's like the pill commercial now, and I know if you need blah blah. Yeah. Contact your doctor, because well, thank you, because I know some of the commercials, though. I mean, some of them are way out there. What does blah blah do? And what kind of symptoms do you have to get the blah 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 drug that's on the commercial? Then 10 years later, they say, call 1-800 if you took them. Guys, I don't know if you saw it. It's new. If you took Tylenol or acetaminophen while you were pregnant and your child has autism, you may have a lawsuit. What? Well, that's a new one, but that's crazy. I don't know what the link is, but I just saw that not long ago. I'm like, wow, they are somehow linking acetaminophen with taking it while you're in utero, and then if your child has autism, call us. You may have a lawsuit. I'm like, that's just, hey, how do you know I even took Tylenol? I could call and be like, I took it. Yeah, I thought it was safe. You don't have proof. I just think some of those lawsuits are, how you proving that? Hi, my son's 30, but yeah, I did take Tylenol when he was a baby. Oh, you want the receipts? Okay, yeah. It's crazy. Edward and I are having our own chat, cracking. Why? I love the blah blah blah, because really, especially when you're a kid, it's all blah blah blah. But you want that effing blah 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 commercial to end as soon as it possibly can. Either A, get back to the good show, or B, oh my God, my grandmother, my mother, and my father are all in this room, and I'm just like ready to just crawl right under the damn couch. Go Somebody just talked about Gomer Pyle, that he was gay with the father from Brady Bunch. Were they just kidding? Do you think? Because I don't know if Gomer Pyle was or wasn't gay, but I never heard of him being with Robert Reed. So I don't know. Were they just busting me by telling me that? I'm not positive. That's it. Well, there you go. Somebody's like, yeah, Gomer Pyle and Robert Reed, they were a couple. I'm like, I never heard that. There you go. Because we were also though talking, because we were saying when Rock Hudson announced he was positive, Elizabeth Taylor A lost her mind, B immediately when it got tested, and then C became immersed in charity work for it. Like, she has done everything. She did everything for that, for unbelievable, to bring the awareness, bringing the money, making the millionaire stars donate. She did a hell of a lot. But I do remember that they're like, Elizabeth Taylor's having a bad day right about now. Yeah, like he was not honest with her. Yeah, he wasn't honest. But I thought they were kidding me, but we were talking about Rock Hudson, so maybe they were just saying that, Gomer was with him, and I thought it, because we were talking about Robert Reed as well. Are you going to bed? All right. Rosie, I'll call you tomorrow, later in the day. Love you, honey. Get some rest. Go finish listening, because it wasn't WFLA, but I'm so happy you were here. We all love you, honey. Good night. And thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. On downtown, I put you in all the time too. Don't you worry. I put you all the time, baby girl. She tries to turn off a lamp. Are you kidding me? I can't. I love that stuff. I love her. She really is good in her. I mean, the rest of the development's fantastic, and she was just a really good. She just brought something different to it, and that no one was. I wasn't expecting it, and damn, is she funny. She's like really good. She had a bad 10 years for a bit there. Thank you, Mark. Yes, thank you. She had a bad while, and she was breaking her hips, hip replacements, addicted to pills. Remember she married that weird guy that like looked kind of like Liberace. What the hell was his name? He was younger, but he looked like Liberace. They divorced. I don't think it was long. I thought he was gay and just married her for money. And she did, she wasn't well. And it's like, boom, she got her shit together. Oh, you're going to sleep? All right, Anna. I'll see you my next slide, baby. I love you, girl. And thank you for always being here. And you're fantastic. We'll talk soon. Get some rest. Call me then, Rosie, after your appointments. All right, honey, and good luck. Good night. How about that one, Green Knife? Yeah, the Johnson and Johnson after the shower, or the the shower to shower. Give us a call. You might have. What? Yeah, that David Gass. There you go. Tell me. I mean, come on. Tell me he did not. Liz. Didn't he look like in a way Liberace? He did. He did. Yeah. Something. I mean, really. I'm like thinking everybody and their mother. We were all using Johnson and Johnson powder. Powder up. Smell good. Nice and soft. Yeah. Give us a call. You might die. You might be dead soon. The Camp Lejeune. My ex was a sniper for 10 years. He's part of that because he was there up until like 88, and he has just about every awful symptom. It is a major class action suit. They will be getting money, but it's wild. It's wild. And don't worry, downtown. Now he was with the woman. They ended up divorcing, but they were asking when they call that lawyer. You are asked. any women? Who were you with while I was married? Okay. But were you did you have any side gigs basically, or before you got married? Like, we need names because we want to make this as big as possible, and it's crazy. It pops up. I get it in my email. Like, it's like, oh no, I was not military. Thank you for the offer, but yeah, it's major. It's big. Oh God, Green. Today we did leftovers, but what I did with the leftover pasta, because I made a huge pasta, all different pastas and meatballs, homemade. I made 48 meatballs the other day because we had dinner at my brother's. So we had a bunch of leftovers. So I said, Dad, do you want me to fry? Italians do this. I hope it doesn't sound weird. Like, you then could fry you ever have fried macaroni? You put the pasta in the pan with the sauce and you fry it. It's fantastic. And I gave him that with about 4 meatballs, and man, he downed them all. So he's probably full. Yeah, and I try to eat later with him because it's better that way. So by the time he was done, it was like 7ish. So he might not get up for breakfast, until maybe 3:30, 4. I'm not positive. Don't quote me, but it's I gave him a lot of pasta, so he might be tired, which is good. His appetite. You see them not eat as much as they used to, or just go. He wants to go right down. So it does make me sad. So I was happy. He ate all that I gave him though, which was good. What green-eyed bandit? I remember Mom saying the only birth control pill a girl needed. Oh my God! Just told an aspirin. That's so good. You don't ever listen to your mother. Don't ever spread your knees. You don't have to. You don't need birth control. You will never be worried that you're pregnant before you're married. Yeah. Don't spread those things. God, it's so stupid. Oh wait, Green, I didn't read it. Wait, so Gomer, Jim Neighbors, he was a homosexual. Rock was a homosexual. Robert Reed, he was a homosexual, and I'm sure they did. They definitely did, and secretly everybody was, Hollywood Hills, going to each other's homes, keeping it quiet, except Liberace. Can we just talk about the movie? You guys all watch it? Please say you did. Matt Damon as his bitch was so good in it. Oh God, wait, who played Liberace in the movie? I'm trying to think who played him. He played him really good. Shit. Who the hell played Liberace? Because then I told my dad, I said, you gotta watch just the Liberace. I said, I'll put it on for you. I said, like, Matt Damon is his, starts out as his driver or whatever. I put it on for him. I smells bacon. Do you smell the green-eyed? It gets serious once you smell that coffee perk. Once you smell that, you're like, woo! Get up! So I'm like, Dad, I'll put it on for you. I said, it's excellent. I'm like, talk about extravagant. We're talking maybe an half hour into the movie, or let's even say an hour into the movie. There they are. I can't remember who played Liberace. I had to be quiet. I walked out of my room. The hell, well, whoever did play Liberace, it takes you to this scene. I can't even say it. It's a scene of, and I think it might even be like it's their first kiss, because Matt Damon first played his like driver. It's his first kiss, and all I could hear from the students was, "Oh, Jesus Christ, what do you have me watching?" And I went in and I went, "What do you mean?" He goes, you got these two guys kissing each other. I go, Dad, It's the Liberace movie. What do you mean? I said it's the Liberace movie. Because I didn't. You didn't tell me I was going to see this. Oh, get this. Like what? He's so. I mean, he's such an old school Italian. But he's like, I don't want to see this. Okay, he is a funny guy. Oh Jesus! Like as if though he was real. Oh, like he thought maybe I slipped and put a porn on. What do you have me watching? Well, you know Liberace, and that's what you're watching. Oh, I don't need to. Jesus, I don't need to see this. I'm like nobody really needs to see it, Dad, but it does get good. And no, put pimple popper back on. Okay. Anybody interested though? If you do go on YouTube and you go Liberace home tour, woo, if anybody was ever doubting him being straight or gay, you watch the documentary and yeah, literally he made his outside where the pool and the lawn is. He made the entire backyard temperature controlled, so even if it was 50 degrees at 4 a.m. in Hollywood Hills, if you went into his backyard, he kept it at 80. Like the things he did in that house, he had one room with an altar that he literally like got from the Vatican. I mean, I couldn't even tell you how much. I mean, it was so super gaudy, but like wow, talk about rich, obnoxious. I thought the best part was outside because it really truly was beautiful. But ooh, yeah, Dad, come on now. I mean, look at the candelabra. He's wearing, he's wearing a blue satin robe and his white slippers, and you're slightly offended that him and Mark Damon just kissed. But you don't have any problems with gay people. No, I just don't need to see this. It's good answer. Let's get this right off. Jesus, my father. It's so funny. That's who. Oh, Jesus, who's who? Thank you, Liz. Yeah, and I mean Michael Douglas. He was excellent in it. He truly was excellent in it. And with Matt Damon, I enjoyed it, and I did like I said because that to see what the house really looks like, they did a really good job with recreating it on the set. But oh, his voice when he does, oh God, you'll see. Please just look it up later. Yeah, we got this candelabra. Like, it's so feminine. Like, God above, why don't you tiptoe out of here? God bless you. I love you to death. But you could bear, like, he talked so low and feminine. It was like so high and feminine that it almost hurt your ears. But he was real hospitable. But at the same time, he's telling you how much it is. And I think I watched it this summer. I'm like, I'm in the worst financial state of my life right now. I can't work because I take care of my dad because I'm not putting him in a nursing home. And your goddamn outside you have it temperature controlled. I should let my dad know. Hey, if we ever do need to go homeless, Liberace's dead. 10 to 1, we may still be able to get in that backyard. We can live there. We'll be fine. We can control the temperature. He had an outdoor bar better than any bar I've ever seen. Like, he lived a life. Oh, God, dads are the best. I know. And as he's really declining, he's just, my dad's super funny, but it's just like, he's just going through the motions of things. So it's been hard for me, but thank you guys for making me laugh when I come here. Really, Mark? All right. I mean, I don't care. Whatever. I'll do what I have to do. I mean, I want to get on the game show. Bob retired. I forget who took his place. Bob Barker. I can't remember. Drew Carey, because they didn't think he was gonna be good, but I mean, he did because they're like, Bob Barker did it forever. How the hell could anyone take that job and really still make the show work? But he did. I mean, and I don't, not that I watch it now, but he did. Now my dad watches at night, Wheel of Fortune, and then Jeopardy. Now I don't watch Jeopardy since I would watch it occasionally. I don't even know, like, did they pick a new, like, who replaced with poor Trebek? Who, like, and that's how far behind I am. Ooh, who replaced him? Oh my God. Because, like, I honest to God, I know my dad watches it, but I don't. I'm like, nah, Alex, nobody's gonna do a fake accent. It used to drive me crazy. I said, better than Alex. I can't do it. So I don't even know who. I couldn't even tell you who replaced him, but I know it's still on. Maybe my dad said, like, oh, they do week to week different people, or I dreamt that. But yeah, I was sad that he died. I was. Only because it's like, it's just getting closer to our death someday. It's a terrible way to think, I swear. But hey, what are you gonna do? What movie was that? Downtown with Michael Caine and Christopher Reeve. I'm still scarred that Christopher Reeve died from a goddamn horse. Death Trap. Okay, yeah, Liz said it, and then Downtown. God, Liz, you're gonna beat the shit out of all of us at the next trivia live. You're good at this too. Yeah, Death Trap. That's what it was. So yeah, I don't know who replaced Alex Trebek. I'm not up on that. I'm not up on it. I'm staying loyal. Jefferson's was fun, Mark. I do have to say I liked it. Florence, the housekeeper, loved her. Who didn't? She was a ball breaker, but I loved her. Okay, trivia. Remember the Jeffersons neighbors that lived upstairs? The husband was Tom. He was white. What was the wife? The husband and wife. I'm trying to think of her name. In real life, though, that woman that was married to the white guy on the Jeffersons, who is her son? Let me Google real quick because I can't remember what her name was on the show. So hang on, because I bet one of you already know, but it's no, Lionel was from Sanford and Son. The Jeffersons, remember? Their upstairs neighbors were. I think it was Tom and Louise. No, Weezy was his wife. Tom was the white guy, and he was married to the black woman. She was real pretty, and they would, like, any time they came down, how George Jefferson, he was always so, like, moody, but they were there. That was like, their buddies, and it was like years later, only because, like, I love the music of this dude, that I find out that was his mother. So that's all. I'm real pretty black woman. Hang on. Because maybe if I give you what her name was on the show, you're going to say, wait, I know, that's so-and-so's. And she had died of breast cancer too, if that helps any, just because it might. Okay, so she played Helen. It was Helen and Tom Willis from the Jeffersons that were their neighbors. And that George would always, like, be like, oh, they're here again. Like, her real life son is Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz's mother. Lenny Kravitz's mother played. Can you even believe that she was on the Jeffersons? I absolutely love it, and I love him. But yep, it was Roxy Roker. That's her real name, and her son was Lenny. Wait, hang on here. My father was into Saffron and Son too. I mean, but God above, Red Fox was funny. Red Fox was funny. The big one I'm coming to you, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Oh, what's this? Drew Carey was engaged to a beautiful woman, but had broken it off. She ended up murdered by a man. Ooh, whoa, dude. Oh wow, that's awful. Jesus, Mark, I don't know. I forget. I don't know. There was a gay guy on Sanford and Son. Oh wait, that would come in. That's right, because yeah, Sanford would do his hands like as if he was. Talk about if you did that kind of shit now, you'd have protests. Like there was no such thing as being politically correct. You just said what you said. It's like, and just get on with your day. Don't take offense to it. But we're a sensitive group. The world is definitely, some people really take things to another level. Some don't. I mean, if you're respectful, you're respectful. I don't. People could get a little kooky with stuff. Wait a minute. I'm hoping Rosa will serve. I'm reading the chat of what my grandmother said to me when I asked her the question. I've got to get out of here soon. It's close. Well, hang on. Hang on. Don't, because I got to read it. Rock. That's his mom, and she died of breast cancer. Yep. I was shocked too downtown. And then the only but you take a potty break, Green A. Go ahead, we'll be here. I know that because I love him, and when you looked him up and it had his mom, and she was already deceased, but yep, that was his mom. Where the hang on now because I gotta find it now. Green Eye because I love it. Not green eyed. No, it's not. It got okay. So my dad was gonna make breakfast. I'll find it. Don't you worry. The Johnson and Johnson. You think it was before the Johnson and Johnson? The post because I want to laugh now because the stuff grandmothers say is fantastic. They don't care. They're grandmothers. Oh, please ask me. Oh, please say it again because I love that. You always say funny stuff. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Archie Bunker was the. Oh yeah, I mean, talk really though. Come on, let's talk about so poet. Wasn't he? So he used to call his son-in-law Meatloaf, and that's how the Jeffersons was a spin-off from them. Was he like a racist too? Because God, I just feel like anything like politically incorrect like that show did it all, but everybody loved Carol. Carol Connor. Like he was big. He was big. Sally Struthers. I mean, they were all good on it, but oh God, everything was Meatloaf. Meathead. I'm sorry, Meatloaf. Listen to me. Um, I don't even. Jesus, I don't even know if Sally Struthers is still alive. She used to do those commercials. I forget what charity. I don't. Well, I don't really watch regular TV though. Green Eyed, you got to tell me because grandmothers, I miss mine terribly, and I love answers. Grandmothers give answers that'll make you say, hmm. Let me see here. You got to see the episode where I, you know what? I think I did see it because my dad loved that Rat Pack, and Sammy Davis was. Now, did you ever read his book? Like, I didn't know he was like bisexual, Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah, and his wife knew. Pretty, it's pretty scandalous. Pretty scandalous. Um, but he was, yeah, he was into like younger dudes. Like, just, but the wife knew, and most of the time in front of the wife too, which makes it really creepy. But yeah, huh. Wait. All right. Gilligan's Island mining professor get off the damn island. Every time the whoever came to the island, they're getting away. Yeah, well, of course they are. You have to be here again next week for the next show. So stupid. Let me see what it said. Yeah, I don't. Mark, I don't know now. I remember there was the guy though that would come on over to Sanford and Son, and he like played the feminine act. So was that is that Rollo, or was that his name? Are we? Is that what we're thinking? Because I can't remember. Shoot, what the hell is it? Green Eye? Because you're gonna drive me nuts about your grandma. Oh wait, because I know you did say I missed. Someone said, "Oh no, they missed their dad," and that makes me so sad too, though. I love the blah 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 one. Oh, that's so good. You think so, Liz? That's who it was. Yeah, yeah. I remember to a T, and he'd wear like a lot like this. I remember he'd wear like it's this suede kind of pimp hat. I do remember that. Liza Minnelli. Oh, I have to look back then. If Green Eyed is still here, she'll tell me the question. Like, or I want to hear again. Um, what's the golden? What's that? Is that the movie? Is that the movie you were asking about? Ed? I don't know that one though. Girls could be an indirect spinner from through mod. That's right. We were just talking about it because um, I forget who interviewed Betty White. She B. Arthur Maud hated her. She's like, he hated me from the day we started on that show. She hated me, and I remember it might have been like Rosie Oprah, like, "Who? Everyone loves you." She's like, "Not B." She hated me, like she would not. She wouldn't even look my way. I'm like, oh my god, America! God, for God's sakes, Betty White was an American, like a diamond. I wanted to cancel New Year's last year when she passed, but B hated her. I'm like, that's because maybe everybody loved Betty. Everybody loved Betty. And then we see in the paper last week the people that bought her house flattened it. I'm like, they fucking flattened it. They couldn't make a museum out of it. It's gone. That made me sad. Like, so it needed a little, like, there were shutters on the wall, on the windows outside, like yellow. It needed some touch ups, but they flattened it. They paid a ton just for the land, but they flattened it. I'm like, that was her home with Alan, the love of her life. That was another show. My mother loved it. Password Plus. I love those SNL episode better with Kristen Wiig doing it. The word is squirrel. And she looked, it's furry like a squirrel. And she'd always have that bad gown on. And she'd be drunk. I'm like, I love you. And that's how they met. Oh, Mark Downtown said if you like classic movies, teen. Oh, I never heard of that. God's Little Acre is good. Okay, Mark. Like Alice liked her freedom. She was loose. I don't see. And I'm sorry to have to tell you. She dated around and whatever. Sam accepted it. All right. He was a butcher. He gave her the best cut of steak, but she enjoyed living with the washer and dryer in the back of the Brady house. Dear God. I mean, the gorgeous part of that house, like it overlooks, if I'm not mistaken, Green Eye, like the ocean. I think it's beautiful. I just love Betty White so much that it was like, yeah, that's it. That's the end of anything we had attached. But I mean, really, it's just a house. Next time I go to California, I mean, I could always just lay myself across her star on the Hall of Fame and get a picture that way. Whatever. Yeah, Alice was sweet. Alice was ahead of her time, Mark. She wasn't a bragger, but when she had to go back home, she sure is that what they're calling it these days. That's why her sister would show up. She needed time away. She's taking care of some of those goddamn kids and feeding them those disgusting chocolate chip cookies and milk every day out of school. It gets old. It gets old. She needed to put on her furry handcuffs and get the hell out of town. Alice always got. Oh my God. But wait. Did they break up at one time and she go to a different butcher? How stupid. I mean, the 13 people that are, if 13 people, because you never really know, are here really listening, thank you. Because we're all over the place with old shows now, but we really are. This is us. We just get random. I love it. Hi, Ginger. Happy New Year, my love. Thank you for stopping in. We're just talking weird. We talk too much bad stuff with everything with Idaho. So now we're talking about old school shows and who the hell is dead or alive or was on drugs. The Bradys couldn't possibly survive they couldn't. They couldn't survive a few days without a damn housekeeper. Alice had to send Emma to help the children with her 6 a.m. morning calisthenics. That was so stupid, Mrs. Brady. She was stealing it from that's Alice that was standing over that hot boiling water all day. The minute Mr. Brady walks in, you got to go near like as if it was you Jane, you ignorant slut. Green Knight said, "Hey, I was born in the state of confusion, and I'm from imagine. Oh, I love this. I'm from imagination. I had to repeat it because Rose never read it. What state are you from? Oh, I love you, Green. I did not even see that. I'm always in a state of confusion too. I was born in Pennsylvania, but I'm always in an actual state of confusion, and I'm always just imagining and dreaming and hoping and wondering, right? I didn't read it though. I love that. So cute. And the nation, man. I mean, if my state of confusion is confusion, so yeah, you know what? I would think my nation would be imagination or like bad dream. I'm hoping to wake up from. Maybe. Let's wait, Ginger. Okay, so Ginger will. Oh, I know. I love. What did Carol? Goddamn Carol! What did she do all day? She fake dusted, which Alice was already doing that. And she sat in front of that mirror in that bedroom that I wanted and did her hair and had a skirt on every day. And that's it. That's it. She'd wait for him to get home, Mr. Brady, so she could tongue him at the door. I mean, really, imagine it today, like your wife running to the door, darling, give me your briefcase. Little quick slip of the tongue. Oh dear God, I didn't need to see that. But that That was her job. She, once again, as I said to my mother, why couldn't Daddy be an architect? We would have had a home like that. My mother could have tongued Dad every day when he got home from work, and we would have had an Alice who really made the food. But it didn't work out that way. Partridge family lived next door to the Brady Bunch. Mr. He was, goodness, did he make me stop? Remember the neighbor from next door to the Brady's? You'd only see his head. Was that Mr. Kincaid? I was always that was always weird to me. Oh, Ginger's a doll. I know. I try to get on anytime I see it. Edward's laughing. That's a wife I could know for. I can't when you guys. No, I know. She didn't even give Mike some time. I mean, seriously though, she was head to toe, ready to, pimp it out. I don't know what she was doing until he got home, but she was always picture perfect. And then at night, she always had her those goddamn long satin nightgown with the long satin robe over it that like women of the back then wore on like a honeymoon, but she had one of every color, and then she wouldn't take the robe off till she got in the bed. And as soon as she got in the bed, they'd have to play the ending as like him getting frisky. Nobody needs to see that. You're the goddamn Brady family. You're their parents. Don't stop making out in the bed. The making of the wizard. Stop it. I hope that's true. I hope that's really true that the little people had sex parties, because that would make my day. They never knew there were others just. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. Kevin, Mom said don't play ball in the house. So I'm sorry. She warned them. Well, I don't know, because Alice was she was way behind her time. She was a very independent woman. All she ever called him was Sam, and all the kids ever called him was Sam the Butcher. I don't know if he had a last name. I really, come to think of it now, I don't know. Kincaid sounds good, but I don't know if he did. How could I find out? Sam and Alice were twisting the sheets more than Carol. Where though? Because Sam never slept at the Brady's house. I guess. Oh, I think a lot was going on in the cooler at the butcher shop. He'd be like, I have your meat here. I gave you the best pieces. Oh God, that's so exciting. But I was rooting for it. I'm like, I totally know they're gonna get married. Who's that? You're little. Who cares? Adam's family can't lie. I loved the mother of whoever the hell she is when I think of it. That was like I don't know why it scared me a little, the show. And I don't even know. That's stupid. I don't know if it was the uncle, was Uncle Fester or Lurch, but I was a little scared. But I love the husband when he speak, even if I don't know if he really did know French or not, and kiss her from her wrist all the way up her arm. In fact, I just watched on Netflix, in case you guys like stuff like that, and actually was very good. It's called Wednesday, and it's a series about their daughter going into boarding school now. It's good. Catherine Zeta-Jones plays the mother, and I gotta tell you, she looks hotter than hot in it. I mean it, like hotter than hot. Christina Ricci plays the daughter. There's a few people in it, but Catherine Zeta-Jones is damn hot in it. Yeah, I don't know if it was either Fester or Lurch. Something scary. I know. I mean, my son watched the Wednesday, and I'm like, he's like, oh, it's good, you gotta watch it. He's like, well, from the outside, I go, okay, that was the daughter's name. He's like, yeah, it's kind of like she's in they have to send her to boarding school. I'm like, I don't know. And I put it on. I was like, okay, there's a storyline to it. I loved it. It was really. I wasn't. I don't know. I binged. It wasn't long. Like within 2 days, it was done. But it was cute, and it was like number one for a. It was number one until Harry and Meghan's stupid thing came out, and then they bumped up to number one. But God, what a mistake! I'm jealous. You're drunk. Kevin's happy you're drunk. I mean, Mark, I'm kind of jealous. Lurch is in this Wednesday on Netflix. He's kind of like the driver when the parents visited at Lurch, and they keep the hand. Remember the hand? Well, the hand stays with her at boarding school. So they stay true to a lot of it, but it's almost like a back history of the mother and what she went through, and how her kind of like all the weird stuff started, and how the daughter really wants the complete opposite. Like if anything, she wants to be nothing like her mother. But it's cute. No, it's good. It's good. And it flies by. I'm out. Oh, good night, Green Eye. I love you. See you soon. Go get some rest. I'm gonna go soon. Give it a little bit more. Yeah, and Lurch looked the same. I mean, I don't know if it's because they can just use any makeup and you just look the same, but Lurch looked the same. I would rather. Wait, Ginger said I would rather rewatch Wednesday or The Witcher. Oh, I know. No, seriously, I was like this. I couldn't stomach it then. I couldn't. And I'm like, I put something, so I forget it was like, I, something I had watched before. I finished Dead to Me, which is a really funny, good series on Netflix. But I'm like, anything but this nonsense. Stop this. Harry, what the hell happened here? What are you doing? What are you doing? The minute he compared what Megan was going through to what his mother went through, I was like, oh, you really, there's no going back now, Harry. There's definitely no going back. You did yourself in. So, but they got $100 million, contract from it. So they need money because they don't get royal money now. So, oh boy, I'm so excited for more coming from them. Kerplunk, oh my God, Kevin, that's an old one. Whole Kerplunk. Wait, what was Whammy? Because oh God, that's what I'd love like a $25,000 pyramid type show to go on, but like the Wham, come on, no Whammy. Oh God, it's as bad as like everybody's husband clapping them on as Richard Dawson is tonguing them all. Certain things aren't good for us. 30 years later, I'm like in a therapist's office, like he tongued all of them. And the husband seems so happy with it. I'd be more happy. I'd be more mad at my husband afterwards, like, oh, you were clapping when Richard was orally assaulting me. That's great. That's great. What did Mark say? We love Mark. Lurch wouldn't give things. That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. I mean, really. What's Lurch too good for him? Well, Wednesday showed him because Wednesday took the hand. And it's the thing. Only that's all she took with her to boarding school. Ginger, I actually call my son Lurch sometimes because he's tall. Oh, we had some good shows. The Munsters. Remember the Munsters? Oh God, they felt so bad because cousin Marilyn, is so ugly. Look at her. She's the ugly duckling of the group. She doesn't look like any of us. It's horrible. We all feel so bad for her. I appreciate. And at the beginning, I'd be like, "Mom, I think she's pretty," and my mom's like, "She is pretty," and I'm like, "Oh God!" They keep saying like, "Oh, she's so ugly." So then my mother had explained it, and then I was all right with it. Does he hum a lot? Oh my God! You mean grunt a lot? Lurch did a lot of grunting. Lurch had PMs and he couldn't work. I can't come in today, guys. I'm a bit constipated. Yes, Lurch plays Pokemon and Math. Well, I just saw. I mean, because like I said, I was afraid of him. Like, so stupid that in my mind, Lurch could have possibly have been talking to them. I remember like a grunting. I don't know why, and I also Uncle Fester's effing laugh used to scare the shit out of me. I don't know why. Oh my God! Wait a minute. You're down. Stop it. Your grandmother was an extra on Dynasty. Explain. Oh my God. John Forsythe in it, but not Linda Evans or Joan Collins. It wouldn't matter. I mean, John Forsythe it was a force to be. That's. Did your grandmother do like a lot of like extra roles? That's so damn cool. That's neat. That's amazing. Actually, I love that. They're both most of them are still. Well, no, I was. Anyone watched? Oh my God, my mother loved Dark Shadows. Lurch was a big fan. Well, it was kind of like a boy. Like look at how goddamn tall and geeky all of us stooges are. How about Wednesday night we all go? We meet for dinner every week. Imagine taking the oh my God, stop it. The real Lurch strip club yeah, and like telling the stripper, yeah, there he is over there. Meanwhile, he's there. I'd be like, whew, end of my night. I'm just in my shift. I wouldn't care if you had $500. Lurch was on. Well, maybe X Hamster. We're not for sure that Lurch was Pornhub. I heard X Hamster. What do I know? What the hell do I know? He was so tall, and I always thought like Uncle Fester was like the scary like I that's I don't know if I'm confusing him with the Joker, but I was afraid of him. I was actually shit scared of him, but I still watched it, and I loved the Munsters. Like those shows were great. Marilyn was gorgeous. I fought for her. I'm like, no, she's not ugly, but it was such a good show. And the son was cute with his little suede shorts, his little jackets. Oh my God. Yeah, the pet dragon. They made out the perfect grandfather. In real life, he was like a true perv. Can't remember his name, but he was a true perv. I love that, which I love it. Because he's like, I mean, he would seem a little even pervy there on the show. And I mean, he's with his daughter in law and, cousin Marilyn. But that was a show. Like, sure, Mark. There's so last year. I know the only fans. Ginger, my son, came out of nowhere, has a boyfriend now. Literally on New Year's, he told me like that I'm going out for dinner with the girl, and then we're gonna just come back here, and they're here again now, and I was like, oh God, they're not, and they're doing it, and like I started talking about it. I'm like, this is how like I kind of wanted to announce myself as I'm walking upstairs so they know. I'm like, I'm closing my door now because I got to do a show, and in the room I told everybody, I'm like, what is my son's girlfriend like? What, like, probably in her head? What kind of show is your mother doing in there? Like, what is she gonna think? Like, go in tomorrow and be like, Nico's mom does OnlyFans shows in her room. I should have been like a little bit more like, I'm going on YouTube now. No, Nico, I'm closing my door. Like, I made it sound very, don't come in. This is private because I'm gonna do my dirty show now. Lurch was underrated. Never got his. Aw. Yeah, no, he just they. Well, that's the price you pay. And he tried out for the role of Jimmy Walker's role, but they said, unfortunately, you're white. No one told Lurch he was white. You're a very tall, awkward white man. Can't do it. So it's, he tried. He tried. Try again, and then he thought, wow, I lucked out better anyway. Look where I am. I got a goddamn hand following me in the thing. They were playing the Operation game. Oh my God, I can't. Oh, John, Jesus, all this shit. I mean, my son, I can't. He didn't have a girlfriend. Couple. He didn't have a girlfriend until New Year's Eve. When I said to him, I'm not going over to my cousin, I said, I'm going to cook for Pop. Do you want to give me shrimp? And he lets me know, I'm going out for dinner with the girl, and then we're going to come back here. I was so stunned. I didn't even ask her name. Didn't even ask, like, where you going? Nothing. And then I came to my room. For a while, I'm like, how did, like, how quick did this happen? Like, what's happening here? What's going on? And she said he came in my room. He's like, oh, Chloe needs makeup remover. Oh, does she? Does she need sweatpants too? Because y'all towards leaving in your underwear. No, she's fine. I'm thinking, oh, I hope she has pajamas. Wake up the next morning and we slept in. It was like 11:30. He's like, and he comes in my room and he whispers it. This is how because this is usually like Nico's a worker. He's all about making money. He goes, I just got up. He goes, yeah, me too. He goes, just so you know, because Chloe's still here. Like, what? Okay. Well, what does that mean? Like, so like, I'm just letting you know, like, don't come out of your room yet. I don't even know. I don't know. I said, oh, okay. All right. Why, you know what? I can't come out in my cute Christmas pajamas. Whatever. He gets stuck in the chimney. Oh God. Lurch wouldn't have made it on anything. Let's be honest. He was lucky he got that role. I mean, where are we putting him today? Where are we putting someone of that height today? It just doesn't happen. Oh my God. He would have. He would have. He would have become violent, and Jesus. Then it would have just been off. His finger. Just his. It was a hand, not finger. He had hands. You're making it sound like finger. Why do I stop it, Rosemary? I didn't get enough sleep last night. I thought for 2 minutes you said yes, finger, and I was like, oh God, Kevin, it's goddamn Addams Family. You're taking it there. But I thought they called him the hand. I just watched that episode. Wait. Didn't they call him the Hand? I swear to you guys. Oh my, Mark, stop it! You guys, Miss Freudian, you guys are killing me. Mr. Bensley. I, I'm trying to think. Was 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 it was it just called the Bensley? I remember we watched it, but hmm, call it whatever you want. Hey, I would rather hook up with Lurch. I mean Gomez. Well, don't worry, because he was too busy all day speaking in French and kissing his wife. It's like from her wrist to her shoulder. And no. I'm so shit scared of Fester still. So no. He's not. There'll be none of that. I'd be like, call Richard Dotson. He could tongue me all night in front of my entire family. I'm not going anywhere with Fester. No, you're role playing like him. I said, stop it. Mark, did you get an Mark, listen, if you saw Thane, did you get an autograph? All you had to do was put a pen in his hand. I know you didn't. I know you didn't, because you would have told me. You would have told me. Yeah, and I heard that he does hang. He hangs out on the beaches. Chicks dig a hand. They're like, those are great fingers. Do you want to hang out? Oh my God, that's right. It wasn't Brian Laundrie whose hand was sticking out of the garden. That makes so much sense. It was the thing. It was the goddamn thing. AKA the whole record. That's cute. Oh, Roberta, that is not your son's hand. And you better call the Adams family right now so they can get here in their black hearse and pick him up. God. Oh my God. I will have to look that up because, and it was early. So I didn't know that thing was an option. Let's be honest here. There's only so much you're going to be doing with Thane. And he's going to really be doing it with you. So, you know what? Yeah. You know what? Let me know when it's over. I'm going to just take a nap here. It'll be much easier. She was sexual. Oh my God. You bet he's pretty good. You bet he's pretty. Kevin, it's his only talent is to really work magic with that hand of and those long ass piano fingers. Wait, guys, he should have played the piano. He could have worked. Because those were some long ass fingers. No, listen. After midnight, we get weird in here, and that's fine. We get weird. We're not bothered. Most of the people we're talking about are effing dead anyway. Richard Dawson is not looking down, pissed off at me. The thing's okay with the fact that, you know, we'd rather be fingered by a hand than, Lurch or Esther. We're not hurting anybody. We're setting it straight. We're letting everybody know like where we stand on our freak game. This is how freaky we do or don't get. Yeah, he'd give me a run for the money. If he can read well, they talk to him all the time, and then in this Netflix show, like I've got like forbid Wednesday was somewhere in trouble. You see his little hand runs in the dorm, and somehow he's able to communicate to her roommate. It's like playing charades with that one person's just one hand, and she goes, "What? Oh my God, Wednesday's in the forest. Oh my God, we gotta go." I'm like, damn, like, oh my God, I'm horrible at charades. You nailed that. The roommate nailed it. And he didn't have to. And when she's like, "Oh my God, we have to help her," he does he does his hand like back and forth, nodding like, "Yep, yep." Hmm. Ginger, you had to bring that up. If we tell him that, he's gonna lose hope. You know, maybe that's an aspiration of his. So I'm not telling him. I don't think you will either. I'm not. Kevin, listen. How could they not be? Not even not. He might not be sexual, but I'm pretty sure super horny. He had to sit in that fucking house with one hand and just all day long watch Mrs. Adams get orally molested by her husband. So yeah, and she was pretty. Now, like I said, Catherine Zeta-Jones is stunning in the Netflix series on it, but I absolutely loved the original. So I think he probably did have a bit of a crush on her. But and that's just me. Allegedly, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that. The hair was wasn't the hair cousin it? Yes. Are you going like all right, Carlos, I will see you during the week. I want to start reading. I I'm gonna ask you like a couple things with the books, but it'll be probably well, you know what? Let's see what happens, especially with the Idaho thing, and then maybe it'll end up just an earlier one like tonight on Wednesday. All right, but other than that, email is on my page, so please email me if you have any ideas or anything. Get some rest. Thank you for being here all night. I love you. Good night. You know what? I forgot about it. Okay, so the cousin with all the hair scared the shit out of me. And you know why? Because that little bugger could move around so fast. And I always used to think that, like, that thing, it's going to get me. It's going to get me. So, yeah, I was afraid of quite a, but I mean, I didn't goddamn miss an episode, but I was afraid of a few things. Oh, Mark, but I mean, come on. Marilyn was the ugly duckling of the family. They felt so bad for her. I felt like, look at Eddie. Look at Eddie's 7 years old and has got better sideburns than some grown men. Poor Marilyn. Look at her over there with her gorgeous blonde hair and her thin waistline. The poor thing, so ugly. Thank you. Yes, please, 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 with the like bell. I love that. Thank you. Elvira is El. Wait, is she still? Is El? Wait, I'm trying to think if Elvira's dead, because I feel like so many people have died celebrity wise the past 2 years, like real quick and like big name people that I can't remember if she is still with us or not. But yeah, she had that. She had that like that kind of look. She's not dead. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, she did have like the Adams family mom look. I liked the Adams family mom's hair better than Elvira's like fun hair, but yeah, she was cool. Grandpa Muster was total perv, total perv. But I mean, he actually was in real life total perv. Like used to like pinch like strangers, pinch their asses. Like oh, he was perv. I'm like he seemed a little pervy on the show. Whatever, whatever. Elvira, yes. Well, I guess she's definitely no, not she's not. Spot is a you get a lot of them that are underrated. A lot of them. I I felt Tigger on the Brady Bunch deserved a little bit more airtime, but no. When did anybody really care about him? The episode when he went missing. Oh, then everybody jumped in the station wagon to go and find goddamn Tigger. Otherwise, You all day long, you think Mrs. Brady was petting Tigger? No, no. You guys, we got to fight for the rights of all these animals that are probably all dead now. But what BJ? Who just said BJ and Kevin? First of all, fantastic bear. But wait, I thought BJ was gorgeous in those days. Who was he again? Because I don't know if he ever did anything else. Did he ever do anything else? I mean, they were. I mean, we did come from an era where we watched some weird shit. Oh my god, what was his name? Spot should have been a. Well, okay, should have been a. They didn't they have a dog? Everybody had dogs on. Like back in our day, every series, everybody had dogs. Everybody had pets, and we all watched the shows together. Cause is that her real name? Cassandra Pedersen. I'm just happy she's still alive because that was gonna do me in. There's enough people that have like I feel like this year between 21 and 22 really like especially musicians that I kept losing them. You know, Tom Brady, Tom Petty, Eddie Van Halen, Meatloaf dies, David Bowie dies. You know, remember a couple years back, Christmas morning, we find out George Michael is dead. Like, we lost a lot of the ones that in their heyday where we love their shows, and that's why we still think of them of what they looked like back then. That won't change, but it's funny the way our brain does work, and we just don't want to think of them as old anyway. Herman, what? Herman, hey, he couldn't help it. That just, I know, really though. I mean, Herman Munster. Do you remember his lunch pail, the lunch box? Well, my dad had one the exact same size because it was his own dress factory, and he didn't know if some nights they'd be there till 10, 11 at night. But I would always every morning like leave a note. Don't forget your lunch pail, Herman, because I mean, it was this. It was enormous. He packed about five. I mean, it was a lot of food. It was a lot of food. Yeah, Grandpa's hair. I mean, either he did not go to the men's club for hair, or he had genetically he can't come. I think I heard genetically he just comes from a family with really bad hair. So whatever. I mean, really, whatever, right? We're not. We don't judge here. Oh God, yes! I just posted that last week under my community tab list. Before COVID, I was looking at tickets for Fleetwood Mac because I mean I adore them. They're one of my favorites, but I'm like I am not. And it was the lowest, paying $450 for a ticket up in the balcony. Hell no! I said it'll eventually go down. Boom! I wake up her when I'm like look over and see that she died. I'm like, that's it. Never gonna get to see them. I should have then, but it's over. God damn it, it's over. Oh, hang on here. You did. Oh, Liz, I'm jealous. I'm. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, Stevie! Did she have on her all of her gypsy apparel, and all the scars tied to her microphone? God, I love her. I still love her when she sings. I stopped dead in my tracks because she's still. I mean, her voice is just you. It's just so her. She has just there's just that something. I saw. Wait. Oh, yeah. I felt sad. She separated herself from them when they did a few. Like Lindsay did an album. Stevie was working on stuff, and I just watched that documentary. I paged it to my community tab because I thought it was very good, but she wanted nothing to do with it, so she wasn't part of it. She had enough. She had enough of it. She probably, I mean, she probably saw a lot with the fighting with, between Stevie and Lindsay, and then Stevie and Mick. That she's like, no, guys, we're practically billionaires. I don't need this one. I know. And did you read, Liz, a couple days ago? It was like, and it was a real small article, and I can't remember even finishing it because I got a nervous wreck. That Lindsay, it just said Lindsay Buckingham, health, not in health condition, statement today, health condition not good. I hope like he has influenza, because if they tell me he has cancer, I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, no, they won't. You won't have. That's right. No hair products. God, there is someone famous though. They're like, oh yeah, I use balm on my head to keep it, to make it look shiny. Why would you do that? I don't. I mean, I you're bald. Dry off. Dry the F off. Yeah, Liz, um, McVie, and yeah, and that was Christie's husband, if I'm not mistaken. Right? They were married. Um, and I do think, I'm not positive that it ended divorce. I want to say yeah, but maybe for because she doesn't come around. But I okay, yeah, they divorced, and I don't. She just probably in her mind was like, I don't want to see him, and I don't need money, and really, we don't know, because between Lindsay and Mick, they're both hot headed. She probably just thought, I don't. I mean, it's not for me. Let Stevie handle it, and she does handle them well. The documentary, I mean, it's fantastic because like they're all just real anymore. They're just saying it like it is. Ginger don't mean yeah, the ab. Oh, they did. God, Liz, the videos of the Bemex series, Lindsay. But first of all, don't you love those when they show you the backst? I love those videos. Yeah, Lindsay. And then Lindsay, I mean, he would go, he wouldn't join Fleetwood Mac unless Mick also hired. He said, "You got to hire my girlfriend too. She sings. We're a duo." And so Mick said, "Bring her by," and that was it. They started practicing, and damn, when they were together, I mean, that was just magic. And I'm sad. I am, and like I said, I I'll still be happy if they do a tour because I still love who's in it. But you like she wrote and sings so many of them. She had such a pretty voice. So oh my God, yes, you're all kill. Now I'm jealous, downtown. She's just she had been doing like a few months back even concerts, and like she's friends with Harry Styles from the boy band, and they sing together. Whoa! When I tell you, like they're they're phenomenal, and I mean phenomenal. He makes her. I don't know if it's something about like his youth and being younger, but it's like she she instantly goes right back to the moves of like when they were in their prime. He's staring into her eyes when they're singing. They're great. It's like, damn, he's like 20, I don't know, 5. But that also goes to show you just how strong a voice Stevie has. That whoever she can bring anybody up there, and she's gonna make them sound good. they're amazed by her, and it's hot. Oh my god, big 52s, did you see them? That would be super cool. Silver Spring is beautiful. That is a beautiful song. I mean, I love so many that I don't even know which one I'd pick. Love Tusk, love the Chain. I mean, there's a lot, a lot. The Love Shack. Oh my god, that video. Mark, you're funny. Yeah, I did, and that was like early '90s. Oh god, and it was just so cool. They still go around too, I believe. Oh my god, Liz, stop. Michael's types talk to you right before he's. That's cool too. I love him, and he has so many. And like, he's like his own like worst critic almost. Um, but like I find him to be probably one of the most humble. He's super charitable. Like, I love him. So that's amazing. He was walking by you. By oh my wait, Liz. He was walking by your house. Stop it. Stop it. Are you? I, are you in Cali or are you in? Oh my god. Oh my god, Liz. I'm so jealous. And I brag because Stephen King has a cabin here in the Poconos. You, I mean, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. Love Shack has to go down in history as one of the most visually creative of all time. That's like you're hallucinating, but that those were all like I said when MTV was still doing music. I did love Road Rules and I did love Real World, but then it just became more and more weird shows and barely any videos to this day, especially. So it sucks, and I those VJs were great. Well, the video for Tusk, they actually go to the right to the college grounds where the entire Texas U was waiting for them, and I do love it. And in high school, Stevie Nicks was a she's like a baton twirler. She takes one of the damn batons, and during that Tusk video, she just starts marching with it and doing it. And you could see like Mick is looking over, like, whoa. Like she picked it up like it was nothing. I'm like, I love her. Then you see the video, and she's like, the rehearsal, the making of Tusk. She's like, and the wyvern. He's like, yeah. She's like, whew, uh, we were all so high on cocaine that at one point we're like, if we run out, we're gonna have to end it for the night because we were all like hardcore. She's like, I had so much in my purse that like either I could have killed all of us within a rational amount of time, or I'd be in jail for life. She said, but my biggest fear was always running out. So instead of that, I always overdid it. And she said the same thing about her and Mick. He had to have. He had a lot of it too. She's like, we were gonna end up dead. They were gonna find us dead in bed, and she said, we knew this has to stop, or one of us is gonna die pretty soon. Oh, Mark, yeah, I know for a few months, but it's you think, oh, the glamour and everything, but it is hard. And yeah, props to the wives of all the dudes that have women throwing themselves at the throw. It's gross, but back in the day we throwing g strings at all these dudes, and I love music. I had a time of my life with Tommy, but I couldn't. I couldn't marry one. I don't know. I don't know if I could. Maybe I could. I don't know, but I couldn't marry one from the 80s and 90s. I'll say that. Things have changed quite a bit. So you know what, Mark? I'm I'm all right with that. I could do that. Or you just keep it. That never works. When you say we're just gonna have fun and see where it goes. Don't do the because I've said those words several times. Guess what? It doesn't go then. Don't say it. Either be like we're gonna be together, or it's better off we're friends. None of this like it's kind of like loosely said. Like, yeah, if it works out, what? Well, how are you gonna know? Like, I'm gonna have I have to perform. I'm gonna have to do my OnlyFans act. Nope, that's it. You're not for me. I only do OnlyFans in my bedroom. My son's in the other bedroom with his girlfriend that I don't know, and it's only been his girlfriend for 2 days. I love you, Mark, mostly because I'm not gay, which you're not, but wouldn't matter. I'd love you either way. Go back on my phone chat, make sure. Oh, I know. Goldust Woman. That's a great song. But there you go. Like there's so many great songs. There's just certain bands like you never want them to go to die, and we know it's inevitable, but it doesn't matter. Meatloaf could have been 500 pounds. It didn't matter when he died. You just you're sad. I always look at this is how morbid I am though, because I am, and it's weird, but I am afraid of dying. I'm always like, well, we're the next generation. And he could be, my son's like, wait, for what? I'm like, well, not to be a rock star, but to die. He's like, that's a totally awful thing to say. I'm like, well, yeah, listen, it's the truth. Oh, wait, Dolly Parton, Dolly? I don't know anybody that doesn't like her. And if they do, they're crazy. She's the sweetest thing ever. She's been married to her whoever, I forget her husband's name, forever. And she's like, no, I don't think anybody doesn't like her. I love her. Meatloaf's music will stand the test of time long after he's been gone. That I believe. Yeah, and like really, there are times when I just go back to watch that again because I'm so impressed. And like the majorettes and everything, they're all to their sides basically with their mouths open. Like not only could she sing, but she's totally stealing our thunder for this video we're gonna do with them. Like she's that good. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, what next? Where's the tuba player? Do you really want to impress us? Play that. Or they're like, she probably could. But yeah, like, she just grabbed and she was like, she was super, super skinny. But like, I love when they dress like real boho. She was super boho. She had a very big bra, like a straw hat, and she just looked damn cool. And when she started doing it, I was like, look at them all like staring in awe. I love that. 15 minutes. If you face it, aw. Yeah, Liz, definitely watch Tusk and you'll be like, damn, I can't even believe it. Yeah. I mean, come on, God. You gave her that. She's got to be good at being a majorette, too. You couldn't let her drop it once. No, she marched around all of them, prancing. But I mean, they were also doing 8 balls like it was water. But I'm not here to judge. Daryl Brooks ran over the. Oh my god, I can't. I was kidding. Are you? Stop it. I was kidding. Oh god, I would say that. I mean, I just remember there being lots of instruments. God, above. Talk about weird. I heard Stevie Nicks is a Wiccan. She chants all day and does certain things, but she's like, I don't like. I'm not. She's like, I'm not a witch. I don't do voodoo. She's like, so I don't call myself a Wiccan. And I'm like, I don't either. I just call you Stevie Nicks because you're great. Because you're fantastic, in fact. Hexing? Yeah, no, no, no. No, Courtney Love would be more into that. And they're friends. Hmm. Yeah, Courtney Love is her documentary on YouTube. Woo, it will open your eyes to just what a nightmare she was. Work, God forbid, working for her, but also just like the women that worked at her home, the amount of clothes she was showing, and then like making sure everything, like these women knew where to put every single thing. Like she's to me, I mean, I loved the whole when I loved her. And then once Kurt died, it's like, ooh, ooh, she's crazy. She's getting crazy. Guess I better shoot. I said, oh, wow. Oh my God. That's pretty cool too. I love it. I miss concerts. I mean, this summer, I don't care what viruses are out there. I'm going. Oh my God. TLC. Oh, TLC. Love them. Absolutely love them. But when, oh God, when Left Eye died, when she died, and it's almost like she knew it was her going to that where she went wherever that island was. She went. It's almost like she knew that like her life was coming to an end because like she made them record everything. Like they were meditating in the morning. She was working on music, but just like getting away from the craziness of this country. So it was, you know, she's there and she hits a little boy that ends up dying. Now, please picture that. Picture that. He died to the point where, like, his shoes were, like, ejected from him, okay? And then a few weeks later, she's with her whole group in the car and they crash and she dies. It's very freaky to, like, I forget who, like, kind of is narrating it. But I like at first I was like, that scares the shit out of me. That makes me scared. But that's it. It happened, and like the family. I swear to God, I want to say the family like for gave her and what like gave her the shoe. There was something with the shoes. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. Hong Kong. Why? Where? Oh, I love Ginger. Ginger's cool. Um, make sure I didn't miss something. Sammy, the Candyman. Oh, dear God, think of those songs. Oh yeah, what else were we talking about with SNL? Well, Phil Hartman's impression of Frank Sinatra. He's got the cigarette. He's telling everybody how bad they are. Like, God, I love it. He's calling everybody broads. Like they took it to such an extreme, but he was really good at it. Yeah, Ginger likes it too. Oh wait, downtown. Stevie Nicks and Bo Derek and Cher were all underage. Oh my God, I didn't know that. But parents gave them their permission to. Oh wow, I did know that about Cher, but that was to go with those. Isn't that crazy? That's like young, like they probably were young. Like I don't know if underage is considered under 18 or under. Either way, that's young. But I mean, to sign off, basically, like, sure, let her go, take her, bring her back whenever you want. Meanwhile, I'm 21 years old with a guy, Tommy, a guy who played the guitar for Tesla, and went on tour with them one summer, but not long, because then I was like, I think I'm gonna go back to California. We're time my dad's like, what? I'm like, well, the tour's not over. My father's like, you'll be coming home. Like the way he said, he's like, where are you now? I'm like, well, we're in Pittsburgh. He's like, all right, see you when you get home. And that was it. You know how embarrassing that is. So like you're walking around with like your cool with your cool rocker boyfriend. You're dressed like a rocker chick. To say like, just talk to dad. Yeah, I I'm not allowed to go anymore with you. I can't go to California without having one of my parents with me. That was depressing. Whatever. Yeah, it somebody else's. Damn it, somebody else's. Oh no, we were just talking about how young Drew Barrymore was when her mother, 8 years old, when her mother took her to you know, a red carpet event. She's like, and I was 8 years old, and that's when I had my first drink. I'm like, thinking, honey, you like, because I really got like, she was bad, and she would be drinking or whatever it was, like, not good. And now you see her on her show. It's like you came from a family of heart. Her mom is a nut, and like her, she comes from a family of actors, but they're all nutty. So yeah, big time props to her. Oh wait, oh Tom Jones is from Australia. He was very good friends with Michael Hutchins. He's even he's at close to his funeral, and I love it. It made me love him. I'm like, oh my god, he was friends with Michael. He went to Michael's funeral. Yep, he was like crying walking in. It's sad, but it really blew my mind because they said Michael could get along with anyone, but I mean, let's be honest. Tom Jones is like a ladies' man. I never saw him like as if he would be somebody that would have like tight bonds with like younger rock stars, but they had a real friendship. Yeah, you get the real friendship. Man's man, yeah, definitely. Yeah, women. I mean, really, women. Oh my god, I could kind of laugh now. But my cousin's aunt, it's her mom's sister. She's very religious, but they went on a bus trip to Valley Forge to see Tom Jones. Well, and when I say like she became this woman, like was a Eucharistic minister who could who could give you the host during mass, super religious. She came back from that concert. My cousin Maria and I still cry. She called Maria. You're never gonna believe this. I can't. Maria's like, are you okay? She's like, yes. But there were women throwing their underwear at Tom Jones in public, and my cousin went, okay, but you were at a concert, so well, first of all, yeah, that's public, you know that. She's like, this is, it gets, and it's weird. She's like, it was a group of them, and they were not, they had down, I'm not going to say the word she used, they had Down syndrome. That Marie goes, wait, what? And she's like, yes, they did, and two of them threw. And I'm like, was there someone there chaperoning? She's like, I don't know. And then the joke was like, yeah, the chaperone was even throwing her stuff. But yeah, that she was so. Can you believe that? Well, not. I mean, yeah, a little bit. But what? But and what was Tom thinking in his head was like, oh boy, I attract them all. I would. I would. I mean, no, it's just ew, gross. Oh yeah, Janice was way cool. Way cool. Too many of them, like, and young, like, died, and yet their music is still relevant. And she, I mean, God, her music was so, and she really hated herself. She didn't think she was good enough. It's that whole thing. It is that genetic musician trait. I'm telling you. It, I boggle my mind with this channel when I tried to do certain suicide thing, like when you're going back and it's like a lot of the majority is like the day before they're smiling, life is great. Next day, like they're hung, like that. There's something there, and it's the proof. Like they're millionaires, and just like me and you, they still get divorced, depressed, and have their shitty days. Blah blah blah. But it's crazy. And Janice didn't. I mean, she would look in the mirror. And that she would wear, her cool round glasses, but would wear them because she said it was like she felt like more comfortable, that it kind of masqueraded what she called was like her ugly face. I'm like, that's so sad. Downtown, I think we're bonding. Mark, we're BFS too, and I'm downtown, so BFF too. I remember, but yeah, you know what it is too. We all love this. Use your on. Wonder. I do have a book to show you, and it's pretty old. It's early. It's in from the '70s, and it's The Doors. But the my cousin found it at his house. It must have been one of his older brothers. It's the legit. The drummer signed the book for him, and I'm like, you sure you want to give me this? He's like, yeah, yeah, your music channel. I'm like, whoa. And it's a cool book. It's not long, but we always. I know we do bond, majorly. So yeah, it's like it is the signature, because I read it first, and I'm like, is it Jim? Is that Jim's signature? And he's like, no, it's the drummer. And I'm like, he said, no, he took and had authenticated. It was the real deal. I'm like, when he said you could have it, it was like, wow, thank you. That's pretty amazing. Thank you very much. But I love it. And I did like Tom Jones' voice. There's just something about it, He's one of, like, I hate the word macho, but like when you think of it in your head, like in the day, that's what he was. Yeah, he's Welsh. Yep. When you think of the word macho, when it was used, like, yeah, Tom, they considered Tom Jones, you know, that exact word. I'm like, he really is though. Like, and he's still, I mean, he's still good looking. I mean, I think so. I guess he does. I mean, I don't know if he takes care of himself or if it's just good genes, but he looks pretty darn good, and I'm sure hmm, he'd have to be in his 70s too. I mean,
if not a little bit. I mean, maybe the mid, but he looks good.
Is he from? Is he Welsh? Yeah. Yeah, and yet you're right. He does. He has, and when you're not expecting his accent, and then when you hear it, it's like, oh wow, I didn't know that, because he's actually on the document Michael's documentary where they interview him, and um, yeah, they formed a friendship after one of Michael's concerts. He went backstage. Michael goes, it was nice having Tom backstage because, like, you know, the girls were going nuts for him too, so took a little heat off of me. On side note, oh, your mom was really went with Mike Love? That's cool. Oh, Mark's. Oh, I lived. Wait, I don't know if I knew that. Mark, your parents lived in Vegas for years. Now I appreciate. Yeah, of course. I know. Uh, I love all of them. My dad, when I was looking for the albums, like, oh, my God, he has so many. But I'm like, oh God, you and Mom really liked Al Martino. About 30 of those, but then there's a ton of Frank Sinatra and Barbara Streisand and Sammy Davis Jr. Just really cool stuff. Oh, I love. I My Way makes me cry, and that's ridiculous that it does, but My Way makes me cry because he says, I can you another time of year. I can't, but he, he yeah, he was something. And when he stopped being able to perform, you're like, God, and they're like, he's forgetting words, or he's not even like, where am I, as he's on stage. It's like, no, like we don't want to see that. Let him have his dignity, and we have so much of his music we could still listen to. Please, like, in my mind, I don't want to think of him any other way but the cool dude that he was. And then you didn't see him anymore. Oh, that's amore. I know. I love lounge singers. We're in famous club Beverly Hills, like Jimmy's and Paul. Oh my God, how cool though! Paul Schaefer. I heard he's super, super nice. Geez, your aunt's done some cool stuff. And right in Beverly, she had to have even met, like, celebs. Celebs go in those kind of places. So that to me is amazing. I love that. Is your aunt still alive? Talk about stories. Nice restaurant, wine in Vegas, music. Yeah, good stuff. I love Vegas. You're just walking around. I don't gamble. I don't have to. I love it there. She sings in her. Oh wow, she sings her rendition. Oh God, is it? Is it on the channel? It's on your channel. Okay, okay. Hang on a sec. Yeah. All right. I am posting downtowns again because I want to make sure that uh, anybody that came in who wasn't here and posted it before will have it now, and let's support each other. There it is. There it is. Let me look. I just want to make sure, Liz. I don't want to. Liz, let me know if you have a channel. Just say yes, so I can. I'll pull it down. No, and everybody, we're all here. Otherwise, everybody listening is just lurking, listening. So can't promote them if they're not here. But um, yeah, definitely we have a show, but I don't know how to get those things.
figure it out. I told you I'll help you, but there's nothing to it at all. Believe me. And you have some good shot. Like, you really need to share it. You do. Because you're good. I mean, you, you, it's got to start somewhere. Go to any channels that maybe you know about creator that you can even email and say, I'm just trying to get a little more subs. Can you promote if I, my link? Like, I absolutely think that's what we should be doing for people. So, don't feel weird about it. Do it. Yeah, I know. We got to get. We've been saying it a while downtown, but we just got soon. I just have to. I like in here though, Liz, because you're excellent and you're like we'll have fun with you with the trivia. Sunny D, how? Hey, Happy New Year! I didn't see you last week. I forgot you were going away. Hope you're well. Hope no one got sick. But it's good to see you, sweetheart. Aw. I, how like actually is it everybody? I better double check that you're all good, right? You went away. You were in the heat on a beach while we were freezing our asses off. It was awful. That awful went with Irish tenor from Lawrence Welk Show for over 20 years. He was Catholic and still married. Oh, Liz, I'd taken a few days off from the news and came back and saw there was no rest. I know. Like, hi, Britt. Oh, hi, Annie. Happy New Year. Um, yeah, Liz. My brother woke me up only, and he's like, because when I was telling all my family, they're unless you're on YouTube, I don't know, they don't know about a lot of these, but I told him my cousins about it around Thanksgiving. Well, he wakes me up after it. He goes, the guy, the killer you were showing all of. I said, yeah, what? They got him. I'm like, whew, thank God. He goes, no, they got him. He's here. I'm thinking, what? Like what? Like, is he here at our yard? He's like, they got him in Scranton. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding? He's like, no, get on that shit. I'm like, get on what shit? He goes, you have just, I don't know, do something. I'm like, first of all, this is a lot to handle. And I'm like, well, he's like, just come on, just do it. You're nuts. You are so nuts. But it was, and then as you see, okay, Scranton, not they're generalizing it because that's the biggest of the areas, but still, I mean, to be woken up out of depths, it's like, and text all the cousins because they're all texting me because they want to know the devil from you. I said, that's her. I'm tired. He's like, nope. You got us in this. You and you. Now that's all we could do. And I said, all right. I'll send you. You know, I'll send you the good channel, um, YouTube channels that are good. It's all factual, but you'll get everything. Yeah, they are though. Scranton is 100%. I love that from there, and it's so true. You know what? And we have good clams, but I love that line. I can't remember. Is it Polly? No, Polly Serena was not in that. Come to think of it, was it? I don't know. I can't remember now. But that I had to play it. I didn't catch it the first time. It was a little late, and I didn't catch it the first time. And then I went back and I was like, oh my god, I love that. So weird. We're just weird. What's new? Right. Oh, absolutely. Of course, downtown. How's everything going, Britt? I was worried about you, but some of you went away. Um, Quite a few of us were sick. So when I didn't see you a couple last week, I'm like, oh, please don't let them be sick. Like, we're no more, no more. So I hope it was you were fine. It flew by anyway. It takes forever to put up all those damn decorations. Now it's the like part where I'm like, shit, I hate this part. Why can't we keep it up? I keep it up till Russian Christmas, and people are like, really? I'm like, yeah, I do. I do. I respect that. They're like, you're nuts. But it's just so pretty out. I just love it. Oh God, thank God. That's good. Yeah, the rat pattern. I mean, really. Well, it grows. I mean, crazy. Who would have thought Ted would? Oh, God, it's and that was I did two lessons. I'm like, I don't like that the chief of police saying, no, that the people of Boise are safe. You know, we have no reason to think otherwise. No worrying. First of all, when four people are murdered, until the murderer is found, I said, and I was saying this to Rosie too, all, all of us are unsafe because a lot of them flee, a lot of them actually stay just really close to where they did. I said, but, and I remember I go, he could be here for all I know. Not, I said, doubt it, but I don't think you should tell people you're safe when you have nothing on whatever the hell was going on, and then boom, he's here. He was here, and I was like, see, that's what happens. Don't don't say stupid stuff because, well, you know, you're left looking like a fool. But I am curious for tomorrow what the hell's going to happen. I really am. You guys think there'll be any unsealing tomorrow? Are we? Because I don't know. They haven't said it, but if they drove Chris Watts from Colorado all the way to Dodge in Wisconsin, maybe that's how they'll be driving him back. I mean, you really want to have to pay taxpayer money to put that nut on a plane? I don't know how that would work. You think they're gonna fly? And the hearing here was supposed to be 3, but like if he waives everything, that just means what? Okay, get him out of here. But then they're still not there. They said if he waives it, because he wants to go back swiftly, then we have to come up with a plan. So then, oh yeah, you know what? That's a good idea, a good thought. They're right now like probably real heavy into where all right, let's get it all tightened up now. And here's what's going to happen. You're right. I didn't even look. This is not like something you could just. We'll talk about it tomorrow. No, no. So yeah, you're right, Kevin. Whatever's going to be, um, they know. I mean, at least we don't, but they know. So, oh God. hopefully, please, like somebody just do the right thing and unseal at least the motive and like who, which one, and why. Like, were you why were you? Because we see the phone records, you're like following all of them, but who was it initially? What happened? Because I really do want to know. And are you ready to be BTK? Because his daughter can't sleep at night. I don't know. If Kevin, if you think that they're gonna try, flying, well then I believe you. I truly do, because I just didn't know. I always wondered, like, with the Watts thing, but maybe because it was the middle of the night and uh, he just wasn't safe there because, you know, first of all, there were friends of Shanann's that were guards, and at that time he was not only the most hated in the country alone, but he was just going to be in Colorado where he was seen as the demon that he is. So, um, yeah, they drove him. So maybe I don't know. I think quite a few people also know about it now, but maybe they will spend whatever the money is. They definitely don't have a really good budget left though for the amount of 19,000 tips and all the agencies involved. That's the funding they received. It could only go so far. So who knows then on that part? Mm, piece of shit. That's all he is. And like we said, his family did the right thing, and I mean, I gotta say, their statement is the way it should have been. But had the Watts said it the way they said it, I don't think the world would have ended up pouncing on them because the first thing out of this nut's mouth is our thoughts and prayers first and foremost are with the victims, the four families. I thought, yes, finally, someone who's gonna, you know, be apologetic for what their son may or may not have done, but nonetheless, they had no problem saying it, but and also then saying it. We're gonna let the judicial system play out and continue to love and support our son. That's normal. That's normal. But there was no bad mouthing or leave. There was none of that. But you know, the Watts, Sandy just, I guess, even maybe just had a hard time being able to cover up the fact that she really, couldn't stand or couldn't shenan enough to like, I'm not faking. I can't fake it. Who knows? I don't know. It's a lot, and I don't. I was gonna go tomorrow, but now if he waives it, they're not even giving out a time. So who the hell knows? He what? He's a gay whatever. He's ex. Ew. Never. Okay. No one ever said he had a girlfriend either. Am I right? Tell me I'm wrong, but I don't remember that there was ever a girl. I don't. So that's another. He's 28. That's a flag. That's a flag. That be that there's somebody for everybody, but that's to me is a major red flag. Oh, I don't know. No, no, that was one of the first things I remember with the coroner that there was no No signs of sexual assault at all. So it's like, oh, thank God above, dear Jesus. Our hearts can't take much more. Could you imagine if, I mean, yeah, not after, and we don't know, and they still haven't like shown us the diagram because they said they have that of like where each body was found, because somebody put out a video today and they're like, do you think this is true? So it hasn't been confirmed yet, so that's why it's just people saying it like that. Maddie was on top of Kaylee or reverse in the bed, but I'm like, that was never confirmed, so you gotta just go on. That's hearsay, and if it is true, we will find out. But she was, I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Didn't have to go that far. Yeah, I know. I don't see them driving. Well, here, yeah. Well, with no, here's the thing. Now with no bond, so his family, there's no reason for them to go there. We know that. Like, let's straight up. We know that straight up. So then it's like, whoosh, what do you, what do you do? Like those parents, that has to be brutal. Then they're just gonna sit around and like pray for the best. That would make, I would lose my mind. I don't know what what kind of a mother wouldn't, like, no, no. I don't know what kind of a mother or father, and they are, like I said, not a bad word from any of them. FBI is private. Yeah, well then maybe too many bathrooms. I mean, 2,500 miles is a lot. I don't need, like, I don't know. I can't imagine how many hours it took had they not, like, just straight through. I don't know, but oh, I know. Yeah, they're not going to work right now. I mean, I doubt it, but she works in a law office. He's a maintenance. God. But they're in their life right now is just on hold. Totally. You know what? And because 2 weeks ago it was like, Jesus, they're not putting anything out there. People were getting so mad. No information, no information. And I don't know who it was that were like, well, maybe that means because they're like super close to getting to find, finding this guy. And I'm like thinking, I hope so. I don't. Please, let's hope. Ugh. I didn't watch. I know they did a vigil on Sunday, but I don't. Was it Saturday? I don't even know which. Oh wait, no, it was last time I was on. It was Friday night, and they're like, "Oh, this. You know what? It makes it a little easier for the family to go to this vigil and have it, because the family's biggest panic was the night they did that, when they were in the gymnasium and did the, like a, like vigil type thing, and everybody spoke. They really felt like, what if he's here, like just listening to us. And that to me, I was like, very well could be. There's no sketch on him, so nobody's looking out for him because they don't know what he looks like. And like you said, it's very close. he could. Well, he used to jog every night 7 miles. You don't know. You know, it's hard to even put yourself in his shoes. He's so demented, but he was so proud of it that he stayed there till December 19th. He didn't flee sooner. Like, you do something like that and you stay within 15 minutes of the area, you just kill those people. You're not. You know, you are clinically nuts. But he finished the semester off and then they drove. I don't remember reading anywhere about a ticket. I wonder if he was speeding. The jackass. Oh God, that poor family. I'm thinking of them again and how hard every day is like just hard for them. Yeah, it's awful because like I think about them. I think about them every day now. I really do think about Haley, the innocence of her going there just to say goodbye. And like her last post was like, lucky to be standing here with like these beautiful people or whatever. It's like, why, why do these horrible things happen in this world? Mm, I don't know. But I pray. Right now, I am praying like that family deserves a little bit of, and not closure because we, like the chief said, we've just begun. But nonetheless, let them know who it was he knew, or he just randomly saw her somewhere or him and just picked them. I have a hard time with that. But I think, don't, by keeping it sealed when he goes back, you're killing the family. You're just you're killing them with the shit. So you do like you hope. Oh, thank you, Britt. Thank you, honey. But you don't know. Now, Gonzalez said like, oh, the communications got better, and well, yeah, I mean, sure it has. They found her, but he was super hot headed with them and had nothing but like bad shit to say. I think, listen, he could have had a good. I know, I don't know. I think like really, what a waste. What a waste of all the whether he, I don't know if he was a scholarship kid or he dormed or what. It's a ton of money. It's all got to shit because he just decided to be a murderer instead of just somebody that wants a normal, happy, healthy life. I'm surprised a 28-year-old cocky killer was around big dudes. Yeah, to keep his mouth. He's a total punk. He's a total punk. And in fact, he pretty much stays away from all people. There were 4 or 5 people that they talked to, and 2 or 3 of them were girls. One was his professor, and like 2 of them, was in the classroom with him, and the other one was a buddy that John. So you don't have a ton of people that even I think know enough about him because he didn't even know how to get close to people. He was so awkward. So no, you're not probably. We're I hope we find out just even these basics. You I'm like the weapon that could be long gone in the river in like we don't know, but I don't think there was anyone else involved. I really don't, and that's just my opinion. Especially after hearing how he loved that professor and loved hearing all about how insane BTK was. Like, he really became just such a quack. But there, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what just that's what's scaring me. This, like, because they're still asking. The chief is still saying our work has really just begun. Um, him saying that when he gets arrested. Has anyone else been arrested yet? What? Like, what? What's happening here? No, there is definitely. It's a perfect hell no. You may think you left nothing behind. I'm sorry, your skin is sloughing all over the place every day. That's just the way it goes. So, for as smart as he thought he was, he really wasn't. He really wasn't. Kevin, oh Kevin, yes. If that's what you put in my cash app, and I do love a good martini, a pomegranate one, I'll be like, cheers, Kevin. That's cute. Yeah, he's a bully, all right. He was nasty to women. If they didn't like his advances, he'd be calling bitches. Like, no, and he has just such nice parents. It's almost like, oof, when did he? When did he get some nuts? Or was it years of him being bullied? Who knows? Yeah, just the one sister, Kevin, and I think maybe that's why they said Scranton, because she had her at her apartment at one time was in Scranton. So when they said that, I think they kind of got confused, thinking that's where he was, which he wasn't. But and I don't even know where she lives now. So she may be in hiding for all we know. But it's just her. I know, really. Carly Turkey. It is. Aw. I mean, they were interviewing students that were, even just in class with them. The people that they worked with at that Greek restaurant, I mean, they are beyond. They could barely. The one woman could barely get her words out. She's like, those two, when they walked in here and worked, the place was it was a brighter place to be. Ugh, I thought that made me so sad. I was like, oh God, and their family has to hear all this. Like, ugh. But yes, that's the and the waitress was like, "Oh, if they knew like I was having a bad night, they'd be like, go, go sit, go ahead, go sit." And if I made crappy tips that night, they'd both be handing me like, even it was something small, but they cared. It's like, yeah, of course they did. And now they're gone. Considering he studied criminology, one would think he would have gone longer before being caught. People who have done in convenience stores, sellers have been done this. I know, and I really do believe, because of how far we've advanced with genetic genealogy testing, that and basic something as basic as an ancestry dot com could, even though you didn't go and put yours in that system, there's always somebody from your family that at least one person has, and that's all it would take to link you up. And it was your mama that did ancestry.com, and then they looked under her to see all about her. She's got a daughter, that's where she lives. Oh wait, oh okay, she has a son. Wait, hang on. She's got a son that lives in Pullman. That's 15 minutes from where those girls in Ethan were killed. And then bingo, he's registered to a white Elantra. And they they were all, he said in the office was kind of like, not clapping like it's over, but like, we got you, brother. We're coming for you. Yeah, his family, I mean, total shock. Total shock. Which, I mean, his father just drove back 2,500 miles with him. You just killed somebody a month ago. How do you keep it inside? Not, no, sorry to break it to you, but you know, we've decided no, you're not the smartest one here at the table. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, their lives are over. You know, from November 13 on, the one mother's like, I barely breathe. I'm barely breathing. Oh, I thought, wow. Like when you say it like that, it's like you want to cry. And then especially Ethan's mother, like saying like the trip, the other, the trip, they it was a trip of the boy. They're doing terrible, terrible. And he has a sister, and not just the brother. So, and they're all there. They were all together. So it was like gonna be like a family thing, and that's what it's like. Oh my God, how will they even go back to school now? Like their brother's not with them anymore, and I don't even know if I'd be able to walk by that frat house that he lived in. Yeah, they gave him one already. They him and the public defender they gave here, they got in touch with the one in Idaho who was waiting for him to arrive. His family, yes, and that's exactly it. They said the parents straight out said, unfortunately, we can't afford a private attorney. Can you help us? And like they set it up real quick. So he's got certain puzzle pieces already in place waiting on him. And right now, I think he's just sitting around thinking about which way am I going with this? Are they going to tell me all the shit they have on me? Yeah, I hope not. And I'm going to have to plea, or am I going to deny? And then everybody's got to go through all this shit with a trial. But I prefer the trial because I can't go another 4 years like with the Watts case because they plead and then nobody has certain questions answered. None of us could go through that again. Yeah, definitely. I mean, um, Casey Anthony, he did it, I believe, pro bono. Um, I don't. I'm trying to think, but yeah, a few of them will. A few of them will, but yeah, the Robert Kardashian was one. Does the truth? I mean, really, that's why it's like show us the hardcore evidence that just proves him without a doubt. He killed all of them, and he did it alone. I know it. Because like when you saw Chris Watts' defender, like he just sat at that table, like let and they'd be talking, just writing shit down. Because after a while, he's like, I mean, really, I just knew we're done. We're done. Why are we even doing this? We're fighting. We're fighting a losing battle. And then maybe a year later, that he got promoted and he works now in the DA's office. So
these defenders that are paid by the county do whatever the hell they have to do, I think, to go up the ladder. Oh God, I would hope not. I hope God to keep. Could you imagine that? Or somebody in the chat earlier said, I wouldn't be surprised if this weirdo ends up defending himself. Well, he may end up hating whoever they assign him to, and would do his own thing. Or I don't know if he's gonna. Once he gets there back to Idaho, like real depression sets in, and like he's gonna maybe definitely need someone, but we don't know. He just totally, and it was the chief that also said that, like, he has totally disregarded um, the science of criminology, and has done everything in his power to make us just look horrible, which was sad. But yeah, that is what he's doing. He did all he did so that what someday his plan was, I'm going to kill somebody, but I'm going to study on it first. I don't know, but that scares the shit out of me. Even think that that's how evil he is. Since he was a loner type or appears to be one, how would he? That's what I said. He doesn't have, like, there are no best friends, even from when they were younger. And anyone they've interviewed, it's like, oh, I was in his classes with him back in Pennsylvania when we, were at South, or the guy that jogs with him here, and the other kid that sits next to him in class and what. So other than that, no, there's definitely, unless there's people we don't know about that he hangs out with, there is not one person that's come forward as his best friend, close friend. Everyone says the same thing. He's awkward. He doesn't say much. Um, and I really don't know him. Like, so that part would never work because there is no one. Yeah. Go check your babies. I'll talk to you later, downtown. I'll message you. I know, I'm getting tired too, and I'm so happy we did this. I loved it. I'm just anxious tomorrow. If I do end up going to, if they give a different, I don't even know what they're going to do, but if they even show the outside of the prison tomorrow, and I see like some good people there, I'll stock it, and I'll definitely, if I can't go live, I'll record it, and then I can show it to you guys. But if not, let's just see what happens then tomorrow, and we'll do a live later in the week. Thank you all for being here and being the best, sweetest ever. When I'm down, you guys always know you gotta cheer me up, and I love you all for that. And that's why we're here to support each other. So please, um, no, I'm not going. Should I? Please continue to just be your best and help each other out. That's what we do. All right, Kevin. I'll look now, and then I will. I'll WhatsApp you. It's not even curious. Good night, everyone. Depending where you're at, good night or good morning. And I will talk to you guys all soon. Love you all. Good night.